Chapter 2076 Xinjiang River. They were well aware of their teacher's talents. If he had a year or so, he would have surely been able to recover from his injuries, and perhaps he might have even made a name for himself too. However, considering the severity of the injuries caused by passing through the spatial passageway, it really seemed improbable for him to be able to walk out of Xinjiang City within just the passing of a single month. Furthermore, they were in a brand new world. Back at the master-teacher continent, ancient sage, Dan cultivators were existences who could make the world tremble with a single word. But here, they were mere fishes in a massive ocean. Let me find someone to ask about that matter. With this thought in mind, Zhaoye turned to the maid not too far away and asked, "May I trouble you to relay our wish to meet the old master? My juniors and I would like to express our gratitude to him." "Yes, young miss," the maid replied as she left the area. Not too long later, a middle-aged man walked in with widened strides, and upon seeing the group of 9, he remarked in astonishment, "You all have regained consciousness so quickly despite being so heavily injured." He didn't know much about medicine, but he had the physicians and the residents to specially take a look at them. Under normal circumstances, those who had sustained injuries to that extent would take at least several months before they could wake up. Yet, barely a few days had passed, and they had all regained consciousness. It looked like there were more to them than he thought. Could it be that, just like Dan Xiaotian, his luck had arrived? "We are extremely grateful to you for saving our lives." The 9 of them stood up and clasped their fists together. "You're too polite. I'm just doing what any other person would have done," Zhang Yuanwei replied with a smile. After trading a few pleasantries, Zhaoye got straight to the point. "Our memories are currently a little befuddled due to the injuries we have sustained. So may I ask, which power does Xinjiang City fall under? And is there a master-teacher pavilion or anything similar here?" "Master-teacher pavilion?" Zhang Yuanwei blinked his eyes. "I'm afraid that I have never heard of something like that before." Then, he paused for a moment before replying to the first question. "Xinjiang City is under the jurisdiction of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, one of the 6 sects." "One of the 6 sects?" "Indeed. The Forsaken Continent is ruled by the 6 sects, and they are namely the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Myriad Beast Hall." Zhang Yuanwei began going into the details. The group of 9 widened their eyes in realization. It seemed like they had really arrived on the Azure. This was clearly a world completely different from that of the Master-Teacher continent. Speaking of the 6 sects, something shocking happened just a few days ago. As Zhang Yuanwei began on that topic, he couldn't help but recall the various exciting news he had heard recently, such that he was slowly getting more and more into the conversation. "Have you heard of the new hall master of the Myriad Beasts Hall, Zheng Yang?" Zheng Yang. The group was stunned for a moment. 8 of the 9 youths turned their gazes to the young man sitting amongst them. "He shares the same name as me?" Zheng Yang scratched his head awkwardly. "Your name is Zheng Yang as well?" Zhang Yuanwei was slightly surprised by the coincidence as well. A moment later, he burst into laughter and said, "There are plenty of people who share the same name in the world. This is not a cause for concern at all. Given the scale of the Forsaken Continent, there must be at least thousands of people who were known as Zheng Yang here." "I understand. It's just that I'm slightly surprised to hear that such a powerful expert would share my common name," Zheng Yang replied. "Common? If you were talking about the most typical, run-of-the-mill name, there's probably no one who can compete with the new pavilion master of the 7-star pavilion," Zhang Yuanwei remarked with a smile. "Oh, a name that's even more common than Jingyang? Just how horrible must it be for you to describe it as run-of-the-mill?" Lu Yang chirped in as he glanced at Zheng Yang playfully. "Indeed, the pavilion master goes by the name of Lu Yang," Zhang Yuanwei said. Lu Yang. Seeing how the gazes of the youths had centered around the young man who had just spoken, Zhang Yuanwei realized that something was amiss with their expressions, so he asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that you don't find this name common and run-of-the-mill enough?" "If you were to ask me, I think Lu Yang sounds a lot more awful than Zheng Yang. Do you all not agree?" Please don't misunderstand me. It's not that I'm trying to insult your name, Brother Zheng. It was just a passing thought." Lu Yang's face darkened as he said, "Well, I share the same name as the pavilion master. I am Lu Yang too." Zhang Yuanwei was stunned. Did he just pick up a den of sect leader impersonators? He looked at the 9 youths before him and hesitated for a moment before asking carefully, then, by any chance, are any one of you called Zhang Xian? You know Zhang Xian? Zhao Yu was stunned. Indeed, there's no one on the Forsaken Continent who wouldn't have heard of this name. Zhang Yuanwei replied as a matter of factly. He's the sect leader of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. The sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Zhao Ye and the others fell into deep thoughts. Could it be just another person going by the same name? Our teacher has only arrived here a month ago. How could he manage to become the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Even for our teacher, such a feat doesn't seem too likely. Zhang Yuanwei also mentioned earlier that the minimum requirement to becoming the head FO the 6 sects is for one's cultivation to reach Heavenly High Immortal Realm. Earlier, while they were chatting, Zhang Yuanwei also mentioned the various cultivation realms. He was unaware of the existence of the semi-divinity realm, but he still had some knowledge about the pseudo-immortal realm, true immortal realm, and high immortal realm. In order to become the head of a sect, one's cultivation would have to be at Heavenly High Immortal Realm at the very minimum. It was already a huge question whether their teacher would be able to recover from his injuries when he had only arrived a month ago, let alone advance his cultivation so far. Zhao Ye pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know how sect leader Zhang looks like?" He's a dashing young man, probably still in his early 20s. I had the honor of meeting him once. Speaking of that, he shares a deep fate with our Xinjiang city. Around a month ago, our city's Dan Xiaotian found sect leader Zhang severely injured in the vicinity, so he brought the latter back to his house and treated him. Then, before any one of us knew it, the news that he has become the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion began spreading all over the Forsaken Continent. As Zhang Yuanwei spoke of Zhang Xian's happenings, his eyes glittered in reverence, similar to how a hardcore fan would react when his #1 idol was mentioned. Not only so, do you remember the Hall Master Lu Yang and Pavilion Master Zhang Yang I have mentioned earlier? I actually haven't finished the story yet. The truth is that they are all aliases of sect leader Zhang. To put it in other words, he is currently the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, 7-Star Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and Starchaser Palace right now. That is 4 out of the 6 sects. Do you know what that means? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's currently the most powerful man in the world. He's the head of 4 sects? The most powerful man in the world? In this instant, all 9 of the youths were stunned. Wang Ying's face was twitching. Zhao Ye was clutching her hair frenziedly. Yuan Tao had bitten his tongue, but he didn't even realize it. At this point in time, no matter how slow-witted they could it was obvious that this Zhang Xian was really their teacher. It was one thing for the various heads of the 6 sects to share their names, but surely it would be too much of a coincidence if a single man known as Zhang Xian were to use their names as aliases. They were still thinking a moment ago that it was impossible for their teacher to fully recover from his injuries given that he had just arrived a month ago. They couldn't help but clutch their hearts tightly. Wasn't their teacher's rate of cultivation impossible? To advance from Ancient Sage 4 Dan to Heavenly High Immortal Realm over the span of a single month, and that was not all. He even somehow managed to find the time to take on leadership positions in 4 of the sects, thus becoming the most powerful man on the Forsaken Continent. It seemed like their teacher was still the same as ever. No matter how diligently they trained, he still remained a person whom they could only look up to. You are acquainted with sect leader Zhang? Seeing the dazed looks on the faces of the 9 youths, Zhang Yuanwei sensed that something was amiss with the atmosphere, so he asked with a slight frown. If my guess is not off, I think that he might very well be our teacher. Zhao Ye said with an awkward smile. Your teacher? Zhang Yuanwei was taken aback by what he had just heard. Pardon me, but may I trouble you to bring us over to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Zhao Ye asked. The group of 9 asked a few more questions after that, and it didn't take long before they were confident that the so-called sect leader Zhang was indeed their teacher. That's easy. I'll have it done right away. Zhang Yuanwei replied before rushing out of the room. He did harbor some doubts about the story of the 9 youths, but if, by any chance, what they said turned out to be true, and that they were really sect leader Zhang's direct disciples, as their savior, he would surely be handsomely rewarded for his deeds. At the top of a mountain in the vicinity of Xinjiang City, Zhang Xian and Wu Qin waited for an hour before the red string on the halberd began floating up. It was pointing toward a certain direction. Zhang Xian immediately rose to his feet. The direction which the red string was pointing toward was where, surprisingly, Xinjiang River located. It's no wonder I was unable to find the entrance. Zhang Xian had asked Dan Xiaotian where the latter had found him, and he had made sure to examine the place earlier after he arrived at Xinjiang City. However, he was unable to find anything there at all. In the end, it turned out that the entrance of that spatial passageway was actually in Xinjiang River. The flow of water would mask the pulsations of spiritual energy that usually came from a formation. Considering the vastness of the river, if a formation was set up within it, it would indeed be difficult for even the ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to notice it. Zhang Xian quickly kept his formation flags and the halberd back to his storage ring before heading to the area where the red string was pointing toward. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the river and swam downward. Xinjiang River was rather deep. Its seabed was roughly 100 meters below water level. Nevertheless, it didn't take long for Zhang Xian to reach the bottom. However, a frown soon formed on his forehead. Based on his observation, everything within a diameter of several hundred li of him appeared to be perfectly normal. He couldn't sense any anomalies at all. Young master, Wu Qian was unable to find anything as well, so he turned his head over to look at Zhang Xian questioningly. Did something go wrong with the formation earlier, leading them to the wrong place? Hold on for a moment, Zhang Xian said. He pricked his finger with a tiny surge of sword qi and flicked out a droplet of his blood. Wong. With a resounding buzz, the silt that was deposited at the bottom of the seabed immediately rose up, revealing a stone door beneath. Zhang Xian walked over and pushed on it gently. The stone door opened with a bit of resistance, revealing a dark passageway. Zhang Xian was about to walk in when he saw Wu Qin looking at the stone door with a look of incomprehension on his face. With a light chuckle, he explained, "This passageway was sealed by Kong Shi back then in order to prevent the mercury-like spiritual energy, FO the azure, from leaking over. My bloodline is different from that of Kong Shi, but as fellow celestial master teachers, our powers still resonate to a degree with one another. Through my bloodline, I was able to activate the hidden formation. Otherwise, there's no way we would have been able to find it. In fact, the resonance wasn't just because they were celestial master teachers. More importantly, both of them carried fragments of the heavens within them. It was just that Zhang Xian didn't feel like sharing it with others. On the other hand, Wu Qin widened his eyes in realization. Heading down the passageway, it didn't take long for Zhang Xian to arrive at a spacious hall. There were 8 ancient sage Fordan guards in the hall, and they were currently drinking with one another. What's the difference between imprisonment and guarding this area? It's too boring. Burori. I heard that those living in the world on the other side are extremely weak. They are weak, but the entrance is completely sealed. There's no way we can head down there. The 8 guards muttered as they gulped down their wine. They must be the guards Kong Shi has dispatched to guard the passageway, Zhang Xian thought as he listened to their conversation. He waved his hands lightly, and before the guards could even react, they had already turned into dust. They were only guarding this area under Kong Shi's commands, but them lingering in this area would pose a huge threat to the 100 schools of philosophers and the master-teacher continent. Out of safety concerns, he had no choice but to get rid of them. With his current strength, he could easily completely vanquish a person's existence from the face of the world. At the very center of the hall was a massive spiral. Surges of mercury-like spiritual energy were drawn into the spiral, disappearing into an unknown land. The 2 doors by the sides of the spiral were inscribed with some sort of bizarre patterns. Taking a closer look, the patterns were rather similar to that of the Starchaser Palace's altar. It seems like Kong Shi was worried that someone would blockade the entrance, so he designed the formation to be so that anyone traveling to the Azure from the Master-Teacher continent would be teleported straight to a random place near Xinjiang City. Zhang Xian stroked his lower jaw contemplatively. Chapter 2077, Returning to the Master-Teacher continent. Due to these inscriptions, even though these gates looked like a door, if someone were to really pass through the spatial passageway, he would be silently transported to a random place around Xinjiang City. Otherwise, given how he had been unconscious when he passed through the spatial passageway back then, there was no way he would have survived after being caught by this group of people. This place can only be activated with Kong Shi's and my bloodline, such that even semi-divinity realm cultivators wouldn't be able to find it either way. Yet, he still dispatched his subordinates here. Just who is he trying to guard against? Zhang Xian was getting a little confused. The secrecy of the spatial passageway was definitely top-notch, even by the Azure standard. It was likely that Kong Shi had designed it specifically in order to make sure that no one from the Azure would be able to find it. Even if someone were to find it, they would be unable to harm those coming over from the Master-Teacher continent. Thus, it was contradictory for Kong Shi to instruct his subordinates to guard the spatial passageway. It was as if he was trying to eliminate anyone coming over from the Master-Teacher continent. If that was really true, wouldn't that also mean that he was unable to read the inscriptions and didn't know that those who entered the spatial passageway would be randomly teleported away? It is very likely for what Vicious said to be true. That man is likely to be a fake Kong Shi. Previously, he still harbored some reservations when he heard those words from Vicious, but at this moment, he was starting to see some sense to it. If the Kong Shi he had faced was real, there was no way the other party wouldn't know about the various mechanisms he had installed in place, unless the other party lost his memory one way or another, just like a certain little yellow chick. Thinking about the little yellow chick, a sigh escaped from Zhang Xian's lips. He had fed the unique aura of the Azure Bridge to the little yellow chick, but for some reason, the latter was unable to achieve a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm. He had tried all kinds of means to further its cultivation, but nothing worked at all. He was really unable to comprehend just what were the criteria required for it to make a breakthrough. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian moved forward to check the condition of the spatial passageway. Seeing that it was still working fine, he took out the disguise amulet and used it to suppress his cultivation. At the same time, he turned to Wu Qian and said, "Let's suppress our cultivation down to Ancient Sage 4 Dan before entering the spatial passageway." Ancient Sage 4 Dan was the limit of what the Master-Teacher continent could withstand. If it had been any other semi-divinity or high immortal, even if they were to suppress their cultivation, they would still be rejected by the world if they attempted to descend to Master-Teacher continent. On the other hand, Zhang Xian had the disguise amulet, whereas Wu Qian had the disguise method imparted to him from Luo Ruoxin. Using these to conceal their cultivation, they would be able to fool even the heavens of the Master-Teacher continent. After all, Luo Ruoxin also used the same method to enter the Master-Teacher continent back then. It was only because she revealed her true strength during the fight for the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn that she was eventually rejected by the heavens and was forced to leave the Master-Teacher continent. Entering the spatial passageway, Zhang Xian saw the chaotic spatial currents raging in the surroundings. All kinds of spatial turbulence flew in his direction, threatening to slice him apart. Any other Ancient Sage 4 Dan in his place would have likely lost consciousness before long. However, both Wu Qian and Zhang Xian were top-notch experts of the Azure. Even if they were to compress their cultivation, they still had their powerful soul energy and physical body to protect them. As a result, the spatial turbulence striking on them dealt no damage at all. At the same time, their speed was also much faster than before. Previously, Zhang Xian took half a month before he finally reached the other end of the spatial passageway, but this time around, he could also see the exit when he had only been traveling for less than 2 hours. A massive coffin was floating peacefully in the air, sealing the space around the exit. It had fused as one entity with the exit, sealing it off entirely. Zhang Xian placed his finger lightly on it, and the formation immediately unraveled. He leisurely passed through the exit together with Wu Qian. The glaring rays of the sun shone on his face. The familiar scent of the Master-Teacher continent tingled his nose. He had returned. Zhang Shi. Barely after Zhang Xian landed on the ground, he heard a shout coming from not too far away. Shortly after, Ancient Sage Yanqing appeared before him. Over a year of absence, the latter had managed to advance his cultivation significantly. At the same time, he didn't look as feeble as before anymore. Zhang Xian nodded in acknowledgement. He turned his gaze to the side and saw someone standing before an altar, chanting endlessly. A furious flame was blazing atop the altar, emanating a sinister glow. This was the ritual that had guided their way back to the master-teacher continent. However, the person conducting the ritual was an unfamiliar face. Who is he? Where's Lu Yong? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Wasn't the current sovereign Chen Yong his direct disciple, Lu Yong? Why would the one conducting the ritual be an otherworldly demon whom he didn't recognize instead? This person over here is the new sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Qian Shao. He's Lu Yang's direct disciple, ancient sage Yin Qing replied. Lu Yang's direct disciple? So, he's my grand student? Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. It felt weird for him to have a grand student when he was only in his early 20s. That's right, ancient sage Yin Qing nodded. If he has become the sovereign of the otherworldly demon, then where is Lu Yong? Where are Kong Shiyao, Zhao Ye, and the others? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. He had told First Elder Zhao Yu to send a message down to the incumbent sovereign Chen Yong to hold the ritual. Even though he didn't explicitly state that he was planning to descend to Master-Teacher Continent, it was still very likely that Lu Yong and the others would be interested to watch the proceedings of the ritual to the Azure. Zhang Shi, your 9 direct disciples have entered the Azure through the passageway you took 3 months ago. Ancient sage Yin Qing replied. They went to the Azure too? Zhang Xian was stunned. If they entered the Azure 3 months ago, that would equate to roughly 9 days in the Azure. Back then, he was at the Ocean of Exiled Stars teaching Elder Hongwu and the others. I'll have to look for them after I return to the Azure. Zhang Xian remarked with a deep sigh. Considering how they had left some time ago, and that he didn't encounter them in the spatial passageway, it was very likely that they were already at Xinjiang City. So, he decided not to think too much into the matter. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly spotted 2 silhouettes flying over hurriedly from the horizon. They were his parents, the Xingming Sword Saints. Xianer, Sword Saint Ming called out in agitation. Seeing that her son was fine, her eyes reddened slightly as she breathed out deeply. I'm glad that you are fine. The Azure was fraught with dangers. Ever since her son left for that place, there had never been a single day that she didn't worry for him. There was completely no news from him at all, and this had been weighing on her mind over the past year. It was only after seeing that Zhang Xian was fine was she able to heave a sigh of relief. Seeing the Xingming Sword Saints, Zhang Xian smiled gently and said, Mother and Father, I'm fine. His parents had managed to make significant breakthrough in their cultivation during his absence. They, too, had managed to reach ancient sage Fordan. Zhang Xian inquired about the current situation on the Master-Teacher Continent. The Master-Teacher Continent had been developing well, and the reforms Yang Shi pushed for were being implemented well. As for the otherworldly demonic tribe, there hadn't been any problem ever since Lu Yong took over as the next sovereign Chen Yong. There was still some tension, but the situation was peaceful. The 100 schools of philosophers had managed to lower the concentration of the mercury-like spiritual energy to a level where even human cultivators could absorb them without too much problem. At this rate, the chances of a war happening would keep lowering. Heading to the main hall where the 100 schools of philosophers host its guests, Zhang Xian saw a bunch of familiar faces. The head of the Luo clan, the head of the Jiang clan, Master Teacher Pavilion's Yang Xian. Just like the Xingming Sword Saints, their cultivation had reached ancient sage Fordan. If those warriors blocking the spatial passageway were to attempt to invade the Master Teacher Pavilion once more, it was likely that they would simply get killed on the spot. They began chatting with one another to catch up with one another. Halfway through the conversation, Luo Xinqing suddenly looked at him worriedly and asked, Zhang Xian, did you see my younger sister while you were in the Azure? Your young sister? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Isn't Chi-Chi on the Master-Teacher Continent? He had left alone back then, and it was certain that he hadn't seen Luo Chi-Chi anywhere on the Azure either. A year ago, shortly after you left for the Azure, she said that she'll head there as well to look for you. Luo Xinqing shook his head and sighed. Look for me? Did she enter the Azure through the spatial passageway as well? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. That's not it. She used the dimension silencer to break open the dimension barrier of the Master-Teacher Continent, Luo Xinqing replied. Zhang Xian was stunned. With his current cultivation, he would be able to break open the dimension barrier as well. He was no longer that reliant on the spatial passageway to return back to the Azure anymore. However, the Luo Qiqi from a year ago, no matter how powerful she could have been, at the very most, she could only have been at ancient Sage 4 Dan. How did she manage to break open the dimension barrier of the Master-Teacher continent? Do you know why she called herself Qiqi? Luo Xianqing suddenly asked this question. He knew that there was already a massive gap between the two of them, so his desire to compete with the young man standing before him had already died down. All he hoped was for the young man to find his younger sister and take care of her. Isn't the reason why she called herself Qiqi because she has 6 older brothers in front of her? Zhang Xian seemed to have recalled something like that before. Indeed, she has 6 elder brothers in front of her. I am in the 6th place in terms of seniority, and my 5 elder brothers have all passed away. Given that the Luo clan's standing and power on the Master-Teacher continent, don't you think that it's weird that all 5 of my elder brothers have passed away prematurely? Luo Xianqing asked. Zhang Xian was stunned. He had indeed been a little curious about it back then, but he chose not to probe too deeply into the matter. Given the Luo clan's standing on the Master-Teacher continent, even if the otherworldly demonic tribe were to launch an assault, there was no way they would have been able to kill all 5 sons of the esteemed clan head so easily. It's because of the Dimension Silencer, Luo Xianqing suddenly said. It's an artifact that our predecessor acquired, and it harnesses an unbelievable amount of power within it. You should have heard about how my younger sister was able to assimilate it shortly after her birth because of the sheer purity of her bloodline. That isn't entirely true. More than that, it's because of my 5 elder brothers that she was able to do so. Back then, something triggered the Dimension Silencer, and it was on the verge of tearing open the dimension barrier and escaping. If that were to happen, the Luo clan would slip from the position of the 3 premier sage clans. In order to prevent the decline of the family, my 5 elder brothers sacrificed themselves and fed the Dimension Silencer with their blood essence before the latter finally calmed down. As a result of that, the spirit within the Dimension Silencer also slowly began awakening, and she eventually became the Qiqi you know of. Wait a moment, you were saying that Qiqi is actually the weapon spirit of the Dimension Silencer. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in shock. The spirit slipped into my mother's womb, and my mother eventually gave birth to Qiqi. She is the spirit of the Dimension Silencer, but at the same time, there's no doubt that she's my younger sister as well. After all, her flesh and blood originate from our Luo clan, Luo Xianqing said. Zhang Xian nodded slowly. He had seen many different kinds of weapon spirits, and he had tamed many of them before. However, none of the spirits were able to leave the confines of their main body, and that applied to even semi-divinity artifacts too. Thus, it was inconceivable that the spirit of the Dimension Silencer was able to leave its body and reincarnate as a human. How did she tear apart the dimension barrier? How did you know that she was heading to the Azure? Zhang Xian continued asking. Shortly after you left, her will to follow you to the Azure grew stronger and stronger. In resonance with her emotions, the Dimension Silencer emanated overwhelming energy that allowed her to overcome the limitations of ancient Sage 4 Dan. She reached an unfathomable level, which resulted in her being rejected by the heavens of the Master-Teacher continent. Eventually, she was squeezed out of the world together with the Dimension Silencer, Luo Xianqing said. The experts of our Luo clan did everything that we could, but we weren't able to stop her from leaving. Zhang Xian fell silent. That was also rather similar to how Luo Ruoxin left back then. They were squeezed out by the space of the Master-Teacher continent, a bit similar to a wooden log in the face of water. No matter how hard one pressed the wooden log down into the water, the moment the force was released, it would simply float back to the surface of the water. Given the situation, it was very likely that Luo Qiqi had been forced into the Azure. All right, I'll take a look around when I return to the Azure later on. If I were to find her, I'll relay the news to the sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Zhang Xian said. Chapter 2078 Fraudsters. Zhang Xian made sure to jot the matter concerning Luo Qiqi in his mind. The Forsaken Continent was massive, but as the head of 4 sects, it still shouldn't be too difficult for him to uncover the whereabouts of an individual. After parting from Luo Xianqing, Zhang Xian chatted a while with Yang Shi and the others to catch up with time before imparting to them the cultivation techniques and battle techniques he had newly compiled so that the Master Teacher Pavilion could share the knowledge with the world. Just like that, a day passed in a flash. The main reason why I returned this time around is to borrow the altar. There are still a lot of things I have to deal with back at the Azure, so I won't be staying here. Zhang Xin knew that he was tight on time. So, after he received the altar, he called Wu Chun over. He was intending to break open the dimension barrier directly and return back to the Azure right away. At this moment, though, a voice suddenly cried out, "Young master, bring me with you." Sun Chang rushed forward as he looked at Zhang Xian with pleading eyes. Shortly after Zhang Xian left, he swiftly realized that his indolence was going to cost him the opportunity to rise to higher grounds. He was made aware of the painful fact that he was no longer able to keep up with Zhang Xian anymore. Thus, over the past year, he trained desperately. In view that he used to be Zhang Xian's butler, the Master Teacher Pavilion and the Zhang clan also provided him with ample resources for his cultivation. Just like that, he actually managed to reach Ancient Sage 4 Dan primary stage as well, just like the rest. "You wish to head to the Azure as well?" Zhang Xian asked with a questioning frown. "Yes, I wish to follow you," Sun Chang replied in determination. He was aware of the fact that he was materialistic, and he enjoyed exploiting his influence and reputation as Zhang Xian's butler and an ancient sage. The respect and admiration that others showered him with swelled him up with pride. But for some reason, he felt as if something was missing, leaving him with an odd feeling of emptiness inside. Those should have been the things that he desired all his life. But now that he had acquired it all, he found himself reminiscing about the old days. Remembering those exciting days where he confidently berated experts far beyond his league made his heart thump with excitement. He realized that those were actually the golden days of his life, and he missed them dearly so. He didn't want to limit himself to a boring life in this small world. He wanted to follow the young master. He knew that only then would he be able to experience the vibrant life he had before. "We are intending to break open the dimension barrier directly to enter the Azure. It's too dangerous for you at the moment, and I don't have the confidence that I'll be able to protect you like this. However, if you really wish to follow me, you can enter the Azure through the spatial passageway. Here are some medicine. Swallow them before you enter the spatial passageway. They should heal your injuries and prevent you from losing consciousness." With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian took out a bottle of chicken soup and a protective artifact before passing them over to Sun Chang. Then, he looked at Sun Chang and said, "After you arrive at the Azure, head to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and report my name. Someone will bring you to me." The pressure of passing through the dimension barrier directly was extremely great, such that it was unlikely for even an ancient sage 4 Dan cultivator to survive the journey. Sun Chang nodded his head in agitation. After dealing with everything that he had to, Zhang Xian unhesitatingly released the seal on his cultivation, causing a resounding echo in the air. Following that, he felt the entire world rejecting his existence. An unknown force was trying to push him out of the world. Who? Zhang Xian allowed the force to push him out without resisting. In a few moments, he was already out of the Master Teacher Continent's dimension barrier. However, the danger wasn't over yet. Amidst the space in between the two worlds, Zhang Xian could see spatial turbulence raging in his direction, threatening to rip him apart. He quickly drove his Zhenqi to form a protective barrier around him so as to ward off the spatial turbulence. At the same time, he allowed the force of rejection from the Master Teacher Continent to continue propel him forward. Soon enough, light returned to his sight. With a slight shake, he was squeezed out of the void and landed in the air right after Xinjiang City. "We were indeed able to return easily," Zhang Xian remarked with a light chuckle. He turned to look at Wu Chun, and the latter seemed to be a little surprised by the matter as well. From the looks of it, it seemed that even though moving from a stronger world to a weaker world was extremely difficult, returning back to a stronger world from a weaker world was much easier in comparison. They had to rely on Luo Ruoxin's disguise amulet and disguise art in order for them to conceal themselves from the heavens of the Master Teacher Continent. Otherwise, if they were to just suppress their cultivation, there was no way they could have fooled the heavens of the Master Teacher Continent. they would have likely been pushed out before they could even enter the world. Let me first take a look around to see if Zhao Ya and the others are still around, Zhang Xian said as he extended his consciousness all around Xinjiang City. At his level of cultivation, as long as he willed so, he could even sense the slightest flutter of one's eyelashes all over Xinjiang City. They are there. A moment later, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He was worried that his direct disciples would have already left Xinjiang City, given that it had been 9 days since they arrived. He was glad to see that they were still around. However, he also realized that the residence they were in was preparing aerial beasts. It looked like they were preparing to set off. So, Zhang Xian quickly headed over without any hesitation. Zhang Yuanwei, why are you in such a hurry to borrow my aerial beasts? Is there something that you need to do? A pot-bellied middle-aged man walked over and looked at Zhang Yuanwei doubtfully. There weren't too many clans in Xinjiang City who had the power and wealth to rear aerial beasts, but the middle-aged man, Wu Jiangqing, happened to be one of them. After the downfall of the Shui clan, the aerial beasts of his clan became the strongest and fastest ones of the entire city. It was for this reason that Zhang Yuanwei paid a visit to him in hopes of borrowing his aerial beast. Do you remember the group of youths whom I have saved? Zhang Yuanwei asked with a smile. I remember that. Are you going to try your luck just like Dan Xiaotian? Wu Jiangqing asked with a chortle. Dan Xiaotian's encounter was one of kind. No one could hope to emulate what he had done. After all, there could only be a single sect leader Zhang Xian in the world. Surely someone like Zhang Yuanwei wouldn't be so naive as to think that he would strike gold just by saving a couple of people off the streets? How could something that good happen so easily? If that was the case, he wouldn't bother doing anything anymore. He would simply devote his time to saving people out there. To be honest with you, I think that Lady Luck really shone on me this time around. Zhang Yuanwei replied with a mysterious smile on his lips. He was on good terms with Wu Jiangqing, so he had no intentions of hiding the matter from the other party. Is it? Wu Jiangqing was slightly surprised to hear those words from Zhang Yuanwei. Don't tell me that you have saved a sect leader or an elder. Even if you want to joke with me, there should be a limit to it. There can't be that many sect leaders or elders who are in a dire situation in the world. Haha, of course not. You are thinking too much into it. Zhang Yuanwei looked around him warily before leaning closer toward Wu Jiangqing. I'll only be telling you this. The 9 people whom I have saved are actually the direct disciples of sect leader Zhang Xian. The direct disciples of sect leader Zhang Xian? Ha ha ha. You really are good at kidding around. Wu Jiangqing burst out laughing. Sect leader Zhang Xian is the head of 4 sects, the strongest man in the world. There are countless people in the world who desire to come under this tutelage. Just walk around the streets, and you will easily find a handful of people who want to become his student, and some might even go to the extent of proclaiming that they had learned something from him before. Are you sure you want to take those words for real? Just a few days ago, I caught a horse from the wilderness, and that fellow actually used his hooves to write out that he's a student of sect leader Zhang Xian. Even a horse is doing that too? Zhang Yuanwei was stunned. Indeed. It's not that I want to shatter your dreams, but you really shouldn't pin your hopes on this. It's almost guaranteed that those youth you have captured are trying to scam your money, and only a fool like you will fall for their tricks. Wu Jiangqing harumphed. Just think about it. As the head of 4 sects, who would dare to offend Zhang Xian's direct disciples and injure them? And how could it be so coincidental that all of them would be saved by you as well? It's obviously a planned scheme. Zhang Yuanwei was rendered speechless. There was so much sense to what Wu Jiangqing was saying that he had no idea how to refute the other party's words. Thinking back, the only evidence he had regarding their claim that they were Zhang Xian's disciples came from their words, and it was too easy to spout falsehoods from one's mouth. Could he have really been scammed? Io, let's head over to meet them together. I'll expose the true faces of those liars for you. Seeing the conflicted look on his good friend's face, Wu Jiangqing tucked in his tummy, though it didn't make much of a difference, and spoke vehemently. I'll be troubling Brother Wu then. Zhang Yuanwei heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly led the way to the courtyard where Zhao Ya and the others were residing in. You are the ones who claim to be sect leader Zhang Xian's direct disciples? Upon arriving in the courtyard and seeing a bunch of feeble-bodied young men, Wu Jiangsheng was even more convinced of his thoughts, and he sneered coldly. On the other hand, Zhao Ye and the others swiftly sensed Wu Jiangsheng's hostility, and a slight frown appeared on their faces. Every single one of them were existences who could make the master-teacher continent tremble with a stomp of their foot. As such, they were displeased to see someone acting so disrespectful to them when it was only their first meeting. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Wu Jiangsheng looked at the frowns on their faces and scoffed. "Do you know what's the crime for impersonating sect leader Zhang Xian's direct disciples? Putting aside heading to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, if I were to just report you to the City Lord right away, the 9 of you will be immediately thrown to the jail." Those words caused the hot-tempered Yuan Tao to take a step furiously. The others were also glaring at Wu Jiangsheng coldly, as if they were going to pummel his head into the ground. Afraid that they would really come to blows, Kang Shiyao stood forward and clasped her fist. "We aren't impersonators. Zhang Xian is indeed our teacher. Who doesn't know how to spout a couple of words from their mouths? Do you have any evidence to prove the matter?" Wu Jiangsheng sneered. Kang Shiyao fell silent. It was impossible to bring their storage rings or anything else with them through the spatial passageway, so they had nothing that could prove their identity with them at the moment. Furthermore, even if they could bring it out, there was no way the other party would be able to recognize it either way. "Did Cat get your tongue? Why aren't any of you talking anymore?" With a grand wave of his hand, Wu Jiangsheng's voice suddenly became much louder and sharper. "How dare you try to impersonate sect leader Zhang Xian's direct disciples? Just what gave you the audacity to do something as ridiculous as this?" "We really are Zhang Xian's direct disciples." Kang Shiyao frowned in displeasure. "Enough. I'm not like Zhang Yuanwei, who would easily fall for your lies. If you are really sect leader Zhang Xian's direct disciples, I would be his teacher then." "Men," Wu Jiangsheng harumphed coldly. With a raise of his hand, he beckoned for his subordinates to capture these fraudsters and bring them over to the City Lord Manor. But at this moment, a faint voice echoed in the air. "You said that you are my teacher? Why don't I know about it? Who is it?" Taken aback, Wu Jiangsheng quickly raised his head, only to see 2 figures floating quietly in the air. One of them was gazing downward with a faint smile on his lips. Sect leader Zhang Xian. Wu Jiangsheng's body stiffened up on the spot. His knees knocked together from fear, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He watched An Xiaoyan's court proceedings at the City Lord Manor back then, and there, he had the honor to meet sect leader Zhang Xian in person. The person above him shared the same appearance as sect leader Zhang Xian, and the very fact that he was flying in the sky meant that he was at least a high immortal. If so, there wasn't much to be said about the other party's identity. "Teacher." Contrary to Wu Jiangsheng's shock, upon seeing the figure in the sky, the eyes of Zhao Ye and the others reddened, and they quickly kneeled onto the ground. It has been hard on you all." Seeing how far his direct disciples had grown in his absence, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he passed 9 jade bottles to them. "Drink it." "Yes, teacher." The 9 of them gulped down the chicken soup inside the bottles, and in the next moment, they felt incredible energy washing through their meridians. In just a few moments, their injuries had already vanished. They are all ancient sage 4-dan cultivators? Wu Jiangsheng and Zhang Yuanwei nearly passed out from shock. This was especially so for Wu Jiangsheng. He really wanted to burst into tears at this very moment. Even the city lord, the most powerful man in Xinjiang City, was an ancient sage 4-dan cultivator. Yet, these young men and women had actually reached that level as well. It was fortunate the sect leader Zhang came in time. Otherwise, given what he had just said, these 9 youths would have surely wrangled his neck out of rage. Chapter 2079 Zhang Xian creates a cultivation technique. Zhang Xian looked at his direct disciples intently. It was only a month for him, but it had been more than a year for them. He could see hints of maturity and determination on their youthful faces. At the same time, they had also advanced their cultivation significantly too. They hadn't let him down on his teachings. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, all 9 of them flew into the air simultaneously. Zhang Xian touched his tamed beast sack with his finger lightly, and the serpentine dragon materialized in the air. It grew along with a powerful gale, and in the blink of an eye, It was already more than 100 meters long. Zhang Xian and his disciples quickly got on top of it. A pseudo-dragon? Such a life form actually exists in the world? Innumerable people of Xinjiang City saw the appearance of the dragon. From the initial shock, they quickly kneeled onto the ground one after another, not daring to raise their heads. Pseudo-dragons had only appeared once in the history of the Forsaken Continent. It was expected that it would cause such a huge impact when it appeared once more. Pseudo-dragon. Wu Jiangcheng felt even more like crying. The appearance of this being reinforced the fact that it was indeed the most powerful man of the Forsaken Continent right in front of him. He actually had the guts to question the other party's direct disciples, not to mention, he even audaciously claimed that he was the other party's teacher. At this rate, he really should just find a brick and knock himself out with it. Wu Jiangcheng trembled in fright, fearing that sect leader Zhang Xian would harbor a grudge against him for his insolent behavior earlier. At this moment, the voice in the air sounded once more, Zhang Yuanwei, you have my gratitude for saving my 9 direct disciples. As long as your descendants arrive at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion with this token in hand, you can be assured that they would be entitled to the top resources of our sect. A token fell from the air and landed quietly atop Zhang Yuanwei's palm. Thank you, sect leader Zhang. Zhang Yuanwei bowed deeply in gratitude. This token was pretty much a token of invulnerability in Xinjiang City. No power or clan would dare to provoke him. At the same time, once he sent the descendant he had chosen to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion with the token, it was guaranteed that his clan would rise to greatness. Understanding the deep significance behind the token, Zhang Yuanwei clutched onto it tightly with his fingers as he raised his head. However, he found that there was nothing in the sky anymore. The pseudo-dragon had disappeared along with the others. Kindness goes around in a circle. I must do more good deeds and generate more positivity in the world, Zhang Yuanwei thought as he kneeled onto the floor and kowtowed deeply. It was true that he had saved those 9 with ulterior motives in mind, but to be honest, he didn't expect to be repaid like this. After all, even he knew that the chances of what that had happened to Dan Xiaotian happening to him were extremely slim. Yet, it still happened in the end. He didn't think that he would be rewarded in such a manner. Brother Zhang, you have really changed your fate. Everything will be different from today onward, Wu Jiangcheng remarked in envy as he looked at his food friend. Just the favor of having saved sect leader Zhang's direct disciples was enough to pave his way to greatness. My luck was really good. However, I think what's more important is for us to view the world as kindness and do more good deeds. Zhang Yuanwei smiled. To celebrate his fortuitous encounter, Zhang Yuanwei hosted a banquet that night, and of course, Wu Jiangcheng joined in the festivities as well. But as he returned home from the night banquet, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. It feels like I've gotten too caught up with vying for power and wealth in this world that I started viewing the world with skepticism. I forgot about the core that makes me human. Wu Jiangcheng remarked with a bitter smile. He couldn't help but recall how his first response after hearing Zhang Yuanwei's words was utter skepticism. He didn't think that his skepticism was unjustified, but it felt like he had lost the trust for the world that he did in the past. Perhaps it was time for him to make a change? Putong. While he was deep in thoughts, a dull thud echoed in the bushes not too far away. Alarmed, Wu Jiangcheng turned his head over and saw a fatty lying on the ground. The fatty's head was filled with dry grass. That friend over there, are you fine? Wu Jiangcheng quickly rushed over to help the fatty. On the other hand, the fatty rubbed the back of his head and he leaped to his feet. With a hint of wonderment on his face, he asked, "Is this the Azure?" Azure. Wu Jiangcheng blinked his eyes blankly. "Since you are from the Azure, have you ever heard of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion?" the fatty asked. "I have heard of it." Wu Jiangcheng nodded in a daze, unsure of what the fatty was getting at. "Wonderful. Our young master is currently serving as the sect leader there. I need you to bring me over to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. As long as I can find our young master, you can be assured that you'll be handsomely rewarded for your service." The fatty patted off the dust from his robe as he looked at Wu Jiangcheng with his head tilted upward. "Your young master is serving as the sect leader? Could it be that?" Wu Jiangcheng's pupils dilated to round circles. "Are you related to sect leader Zhang Xian?" That's right. I am sect leader Zhang's butler. The fatty replied proudly. This fatty was Sun Chong, who had entered the azure through the spatial passageway. He had taken some time to pass through the spatial passageway, but due to the time difference, it had only been several hours on the azure. As he had consumed the chicken soup Zhang Xian had given to him, he managed to overcome the spatial turbulence without any trouble. With his ancient sage 4-dan cultivation perfectly intact, he would definitely be considered as a powerhouse in Xinjiang City. You are sect leader Zhang's butler? Wu Jiangcheng was still unable to come to terms with the current situation. That doesn't seem right. I have heard of sect leader Zhang's butler, and he is an ex-bandit named Chao Chengli. I don't recall Chao Chengli being such a plump individual. Chao Chengli. It looked as if Sun Chang's world had suddenly collapsed. With a pained expression on his face, he clutched his chest and exclaimed to the sky, "Young master, it has only been a single month and you have already replaced me with someone new. I, Sun Chang, will not accept this." Humph. Where the heck is that Chao Chengli? I'll go castrate him this instant. Wu Jiangqing. While Sun Chang was raging at the fact that someone had replaced his role, Zhang Xian and his direct disciples had just arrived at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Teacher. Dan Xiaotian rushed forward to greet Zhang Xian. These are your seniors over here. Zhang Xian looked at Dan Xiaotian and gestured. After that, he turned to Zhao Ye and the others and said, "This young lad over here is a disciple whom I have taken in here, Dan Xiaotian. Junior, you have our deepest gratitude for having saved our teacher." Along the way, Zhao Ye and the others had heard about their teacher's happenings after he had arrived at the azure. If not for Dan Xiaotian saving their teacher at the very start, it was hard to tell how their teacher would have been right now. So, the 9 of them bowed deeply to Dan Xiaotian in order to express their gratitude. "Seniors, there's no need for this. Please, you are too polite." Astonished, Dan Xiaotian quickly bowed again and again in a fluster to the seniors as well. Here are some superior immortal pills and cultivation technique manuals. I have designed the cultivation technique specifically to suit each of your constitutions. Cultivate them and aim to reach high immortal as soon as possible so that you can lend me a hand too. Zhang Xian said as he took out a couple of pills and jade tokens. Given his current identity, he had no lack of cultivation resources at the moment anymore. If he willed so, he could easily gather hundreds of superior immortal pills. After receiving their teacher's bestowment, the crowd quickly left for their own accommodations so that they could start cultivating. Zhao Ye and the others possessed great potential, and that allowed them to advance their cultivation swiftly as well. Soon after, Bai Wanqing returned back to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as well. She had been out on a mission together with her grandfather earlier. At this very moment, her cultivation had already reached Heavenly True Immortal Realm. She was only a step away from reaching High Immortal Realm. Zhang Xian imparted his modified High Immortal Realm cultivation technique to her and instructed her to raise her cultivation swiftly. After dealing with the affairs concerning his students, Zhang Xian was in no hurry to leave with Wu Chan. Instead, he looked for a silent chamber and began cultivating. He had managed to acquire the otherworldly demonic tribe's altar, which meant that he could conduct a ritual and teleport over to where the Starchaser Palace's altar was. However, he didn't think that the timing was right yet. Putting aside Kong Shi, the Hall of Gods had plenty of experts in their ranks. Furthermore, they were bound to have some trump cards at their home ground too. If he wanted to save Du Qingyuan and solve all trouble, he would definitely have to raise his cultivation to semi-divinity realm at the very least. Only then would he be able to fight on equal grounds with Kong Shi and save Du Qingyuan. However, he didn't have a proper cultivation technique for that yet. He would have to forge his own path if he wanted to reach greater heights in the future. It was just that creating one's own path was no easy feat. Zhang Xian had already immersed his consciousness in the great codex of spring and autumn for many days so far, but he still had no directions as to where he should focus on at all. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian brought his consciousness into the great codex of spring and autumn as well, and he began contemplating over all of the insights he had received over the last few days. Slowly, he got into a state of deep concentration. As someone who has cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, my body won't be able to practice cultivation techniques that are too inferior. Putting aside whether an inferior cultivation technique would be able to spur the growth of his exceptionally powerful cultivation and body, even if it was able to, it wouldn't raise his fighting prowess by too much. Thus, I can't compromise too much. Even if the cultivation technique I have created won't be able to reach the level of Heaven's Path Divine Art, it must at least be close to that level. This was also Zhang Xian's bottom line as well. If he was going to do it, he was determined to do it to the best of his abilities so that he wouldn't have any regrets in the future. Kong Shi said that he has comprehended the heaven's order, whereas I have comprehended the heaven's imperfections. The more often I use my library of Heaven's Path, the more reliant I would be on it. Eventually, I would be assimilated by the heavens. Zhang Xian pondered. Granted that those words were spoken by the enemy, even after he pondered over the matter, he still thought that there was a high possibility that it was the truth. Similar to the celestial master teacher, the power of the heavens definitely granted him incredible growth. However, if he wanted to surpass the heavens, he would have to eventually sever his connection with it. Otherwise, his reliance on the heavens would eventually cap his growth, causing him to eventually stagnate. Heaven's order and heaven's imperfections, I wonder what else there are. As thoughts filled Zhang Xian's mind, he gradually lost track of time. Regardless of whether he was reliant on the Heaven's Path Divine Art or not, it was a fact that it would become more and more difficult for him to gather cultivation technique manuals as his cultivation advanced. Besides, he couldn't allow the grayish gaseous substance to continue growing either, or else he would eventually become a puppet of the heavens. Thus, he knew that he had no other choice but to embark on this route. For 3 days straight, he sat motionlessly on the same spot, not eating or drinking at all. 3 days in the azure equated to roughly 300 days in the Great Codex of spring and autumn. Unknowingly, almost a single year had already passed for Zhang Xian. Within this single year, Zhang Xian didn't rest a single wink. His exhaustion had caused his eyes to turn scarlet. If not for the fact that his cultivation had reached heavenly high immortal realm, he would have already suffered a breakdown by now. This doesn't work. This isn't working either. Just a bit more. Why am I always off by just a bit? Just like that, another 7 days passed in the azure. In this period of time, Zhang Xian had come up with at least 10,000 possible ingenious cultivation technique manuals, but they were either infeasible for his current body, or that there was still something lacking with it that he was dissatisfied with. Eventually, he had no choice but to give up and return his consciousness to his physical body. It had only been 10 days in the real world, but he had already spent nearly 3 years in the Great Codex of spring and autumn. Working intensely throughout this period of time had left his mind deeply withered. He felt desperate. If he couldn't create a cultivation technique, he wouldn't be able to achieve a breakthrough. And if he were to head to the Hall of Gods in his current state, he would only be courting his own death. Sighing deeply, he walked out of the silent chamber to first deal with the matters he had at hand. He quickly found one of the elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and asked, "How is the search going on? Have you found her yet?" After returning from the Master Teacher continent, he had the elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to inform the 7-Star Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and Starchaser Palace to look into Luo Qiqi's whereabouts. Considering that 10 days had passed, they should have some results by now. Chapter 2080. The heavens would have withered if they had feelings. Sect Leader Zhang. The 4 sects have dispatched several 100,000 disciples to comb through all of the cities in the azure, but no one has seen or heard of Miss Luo Qiqi. The elder clasped his fist and replied, "There's no news at all?" Zhang Xian frowned. Since Luo Xianqing said that Luo Qiqi had overcome the dimension barrier of the Master Teacher continent to ascend to a higher world, there should be a good chance that she had come here. So how could there be no news on her at all? Zhang Xian trusted the competency of the information network of the 4 sections. If they weren't able to find her within 10 days, there was indeed a good chance that she wasn't on the azure then. If she didn't come to the azure after ascending from the Master Teacher continent, where else could she be? I'll have to think about this matter carefully later on, Zhang Xian thought. There was nothing he could do about this matter at the moment, so he shook his head and headed to where his disciples were cultivating. Over the past 10 days, his disciples had made great advancements. Zhaoya, Zhengyang, and the others had managed to reach true immortal realm within this period of time. Even Yuan Tao, who tended to lag behind the others, managed to reach heavenly pseudo-immortal realm. As for Bai Wanqing, she had successfully achieved a breakthrough to high immortal realm, making her one of the strongest experts in the ascendant cloud sword pavilion of her generation. Seeing that they were cultivating diligently, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, with a heavy heart, he began trudging his way back to the silent chamber to go into seclusion once more when he suddenly heard a commotion not too far away. "Young master, you must redress my grievances. I, your beloved Sun Chong, has been accompanied you for so many years. We have been together since our time in Tianxian Kingdom. You can't possibly be thinking of replacing me with this darn bandit, right?" A particularly exaggerated exclamation sounded in the distance as a fatty ran into the courtyard. It went without saying that this fatty was Sun Chong. Over the past 10 days, he had managed to make his way from Xinjiang City to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. With Zhang Xian's weapon serving as a symbol of his identity, it wasn't too difficult for him to gain entry. And alas, he eventually had his fated meeting with the bandit Chao Qingli. The two of them proclaimed themselves as Zhang Xian's one and only butler, and the argument got so heated that they even came to blows with one another. While Chao Qingli was an expert of the Azure, his cultivation had also only reached Ancient Sage Fordan II, which was roughly the same level as Sun Chong. As a result, the battle was inconclusive. However, none of them was contented with leaving things just like that. So, when they heard that Zhang Xian had come out of seclusion, they immediately ran over God's speed. "Young master, this fellow popped out of nowhere and claimed that he is your butler. Not only so, he even dared to make a move on me." Chao Qingli was a feisty man who wouldn't back down in the face of an argument. The already exhausted Zhang Xian felt like his head was ringing from all of the shouting going on. He waved his hands in irritation and said, "It's just a mere butler position. Is there a need for the two of you to fight like that? Don't you find it embarrassing? Things aren't as simple as that. As a butler, we must be sharp on our feet in order to tend to our young master's every need. Too many soups would only spoil the broth. If we were to come to a disagreement as to what to do, who should we listen to then?" Sun Chong exclaimed indignantly, "Young master, I have followed you for so long, and I dare say that there's no one in this world who knows you better than I do. There's no way this half-baked rascal who popped out of nowhere will be able to service you better than I do. You." Chao Qingli gritted his teeth in fury. "Young master, this fellow is obviously unreliable with just a single glance. As a butler, we have to make sure to keep the big picture in mind so that we can share your burden. I don't believe that this fellow is up to the task at all." Seeing how these two were bickering with one another yet again, Zhang Xian could only rub his glabella to ease his pulsing headache. To be honest, he really didn't want to choose between either of them at all. Sun Chong was a darned braggart down to his bones. No matter what he was faced with, regardless of what kinds of troubles that would ensue as a result of his actions, his topmost priority was always to satisfy his desire to brag first. With that fearless character of his, there was no doubt that he would bring him a lot of trouble in the future. On the other hand, the bandit Chao Qingli was a person driven by his lower body. Satisfying his lust seemed to be his top priority, making him an even more unreliable person than Sun Chong. Sigh. He would have never thought that someone as reliable like him would end up taking these two troublemakers as his butler. And to make things worse, these two fellows were even bickering over this position at this moment. Unable to take the noise any longer, Zhang Xian eventually cried out, "Enough! Sun Chong shall be my butler, understood?" If he really had to choose between these two, Sun Chong was definitely the more reliable one. At the very least, that fatty had never disappointed him when it came to information gathering and uncovering monetary opportunities. But Chao Qingli immediately panicked upon hearing that verdict. "I'll task you with the responsibility of taking care of Dan Shoutian and my other direct disciples instead," Zhang Xian said. A moment later, he quickly added, "Know that I'll hold you responsible if any of them were to go astray." Considering how hot-blooded Zhang Yang, Yuan Tao, and the others were, it would really be tough if Chao Qingli were to lead them astray. "Yes, I understand." Chao Qingli quickly nodded his head. At the current moment, He was only glad that the young master wasn't trying to drive him away. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment longer before he turned to Sun Chong and instructed, "Since you are here, I need you to look into Chi-Chi's whereabouts. Based on what I have heard, she should have already arrived in the Azure." "Miss Chi-Chi is in the Azure too?" Sun Chong was slightly surprised to hear the news. He quickly patted his chest confidently and said, "Young master, leave it to me. As soon as she appears, I'll bring her over to you." "Good." Zhang Xian nodded. He felt a lot more assured in trusting this task to Sun Chong. As an ex-businessman, Sun Chong was exceptionally capable at networking in order to get things done. After being entrusted with the job, Sun Chong didn't leave right away. Instead, after hesitating for a brief moment, he finally asked, "Young master, I hope you don't blame me for probing too much into your affairs, but Miss Chi-Chi has really done a lot for you. Do you really feel nothing for her at all?" As someone who was probably the closest to Zhang Xian in his days at the master-teacher continent, Sun Chong was well aware of Luo Chi-Chi's feelings toward Zhang Xian. For Zhang Xian, she was willing to turn against her own clan members and even sacrifice herself. Yet, Zhang Xian showed no signs of reciprocating her feelings at all. Zhang Xian was silent for a moment before he shook his head solemnly. "I don't." Ever since his days at Tianxian Kingdom, there were many ladies who were interested in him. Xinbai Ru, Imo Yu, Zhao Feiwu, Hu Yao Yao, Yu Feier. All of them were stunning, outstanding ladies, but he felt nothing for them at all. The same went for Luo Chi-Chi too. It was probably cliché to say this, but his heart seemed to only beat for Luo Ruoxin. There was just something about her that drew him in, and despite the short time they had spent together, he was unable to forget about her at all. His heart was simply too filled at the moment to house another person. "She's such a nice lady, but you have no feelings at all. What a cold-blooded man." Sun Chong murmured quietly beneath his lips. Even though he was Zhang Xian's butler, he couldn't help but feel bad for Luo Qi. Cold-blooded man? Zhang Xian's eyebrows rose up in fury when his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. A thought struck his mind. Was he really a cold-blooded man without feelings? Definitely not. His sentiments toward his parents were still a little awkward, but they were definitely existent. His care of his students and those around him were definitely genuine as well. He wasn't a very expressive person, but he didn't consider himself as someone who didn't have feelings either. But thinking back on it now, ever since he transcended over and obtained the Library of Heaven's Path, his desire for romance seemed to have died out. He was only an ordinary librarian in his previous life, and he had died as a single too. Under normal circumstances, he should have been excited by the notion that there were beautiful ladies who were interested in him, but he felt nothing at all. Furthermore, other than affairs relating to Luo Ruoxin and his direct disciples, he found that he was able to remain perfectly rational under most circumstances. It was not that he didn't feel emotions, but his emotions rarely trh over his rationality. More often than not, even in the direst of situations, he was always able to analyze everything rationally with a calm mind. He thought that it was the effect of comprehending Heart of Tranquil Water previously, but from the looks of it now, things weren't as simple as he thought. Could this actually be a side effect of the Library of Heaven's Path? There was a saying in his previous world that the heavens would have withered if they had feelings. Be it the heavens' order or the heavens' imperfections, they were abilities built on logic. Emotions and feelings had no place with the heavens at all. This discompassionate nature of the heavens was what allowed all beings to be equals in their eyes. No matter how just unjust happened in the world, it was none of the business of the heavens at all. The natural cycles of the world wouldn't stop for anyone, not even in the slightest. All along, Zhang Xian hadn't thought much of the matter. It was only after hearing Sun Chong's words that he came to a realization. It made him question if the Library of Heaven's Path had gradually chipped away at his emotions. After all, there was no denying that Luo Chi-Chi had done a lot for him. If it had been anyone else in his place, his heart would have probably softened by now. Yet, he remained completely unfazed, almost as if he was devoid of emotions. In fact, now that he thought back, it always felt like he was looking at this issue from an outsider's point of view, allowing him to analyze it with solely reason and logic. He couldn't help but wonder if the other emotions he felt would slowly die out, as well as the grayish, gaseous substance grew within his body. Would his feelings for Luo Ruoxin die out, as well once he became assimilated by the heavens? With such a thought in mind, a realization came to Zhang Xian. Heaven's order commanded all beings to follow a certain law of nature, whereas heaven's imperfections dictated that all beings are flawed and incomplete. Only feelings didn't obey any logic and reason at all. It compels people to do all kinds of things that are beyond reason. There were many things in this world that had certain laws that one had to obey, but were emotions something that necessarily obeyed laws too? Of course not. If feelings were logical, back then, when the world needed him to marry Luo Qiqi in order to save the world, he should have fallen in love with her. Yet, he ended up becoming fond of Luo Ruoxin instead. There were all sorts of illogical things in the world that occurred as a result of uncontrollable emotions. If a person was really able to control his emotions, who wouldn't want to keep this unstable factor in reign? It was just a pity that the one thing that was hardest to control in the world was emotions. It was a unique state of mind that entranced people, yet leaving them helpless. So, were emotions flawed? Did love have imperfections? That was probably the case. But at the same time, it was also what that gave life colors as well. Innumerable people devoted themselves to the pursuit of love, and they were willing to condemn themselves in hopes of achieving romantic fulfillment. If so, perhaps emotions shouldn't be considered as a liability, but as a wonderment of life instead. I see. A sharp glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. The heavens would have withered if they had feelings. If feelings are something which even is beyond the jurisdiction of the heavens, what do I have to be conflicted over? So, the cultivation technique which I have been searching for has been here all along. In the 3 years that Zhang Xian had spent in the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, he ended up cornering himself. He had been trying to find a way to surpass the heavens, but how could he possibly outdo the already flawless heavens path divine art? No matter how great and refined his creation was, the best that he could have done was to create a cultivation technique equaling it. There was no way he could have surpassed it. That was also the reason why he hadn't been able to succeed despite 3 years of effort. It was only at this moment did he realize that he had been walking down the wrong route right from the start. All along, he already had something that surpassed the heavens right inside of him. There were those whose love transcended all logic and reason, lasting for thousands of years. There were those who were willing to give their lives away for the sake of protecting those whom they cared about. Kinship, friendship, romance. Luo Qiqi was willing to give in so much to him without any regrets. Zhang Hongtian was willing to give even his final breath to protect humanity without asking for anything in return. Ancient sage Yin Hui was willing to leave his corpse behind so as to seal off the spatial passageway to the Azure for tens of thousands of years. Be it the master-teacher continent or the Azure, there were simply too many decisions in life that were made out of sheer emotions instead of reasons. Tens of thousands of years had passed in the master-teacher continent, but it wasn't enough to erase Kong Shi's greatness. The heavens had killed generation after generation of people, but the deep respect that the people felt toward Kong Shi remained firm and unwavering. Not even the rationality of the heavens can subdue the irrationality of emotions. Boom! Zhang Xian's body jolted as a surge of energy began surging up his dantian. He could feel the bottleneck to semi-divinity realm was swiftly unraveling itself. Sunchong, thank you. Zhang Xian looked at Sunchong and burst into laughter. After that, he turned around and returned back to the silent chamber. Seeing how the young master thanked himself instead of flying to a temper despite his deeply disrespectful words, Sun Chong blinked his eyes in bewilderment. Did the young master go mad? On the other hand, Chao Chungli's mouth was twitching after seeing the sight before him. Back then, just because he had unintentionally offended the young master, the latter made it so that he had no choice but to leap back into their accommodations. Yet, when this fatty insulted him, not only did the young master not berate him, he even thanked him. Thinking back, the young master never seemed to show any interest toward the ladies before. Could it be that he only had feelings for Sun Chong? Chao Chungli immediately turned to look at Sun Chong, only to heave a deep sigh in the next moment. Just how heavy must the young master's taste be to actually like this fellow? Chapter 2081. Zhang Xian achieves a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, swallowing premier immortal pills one after another. Zhang Xian released the unique aura that he had collected from the circular platforms alongside the Azure Bridge and allowed it to swirl around him like a tornado. Sitting quietly in the midst of the tremendous air currents, his heavenly high immortal realm cultivation slowly rose bit by bit. After overcoming his previous bottleneck, Zhang Xian saw another towering mountain peak appearing right before his eyes. It was a majestic mountain that pierced right into the heavens. As he assimilated the medicinal energy from the premier immortal pills, he was able to gather the power required for him to scale the mountain a step at a time. When he finally reached the very peak of the mountain, he saw a familiar silhouette standing before him, Sun Chong. Sun Chong was currently pacing around the top of the mountain in a panic. He was trapped and could not leave this mountain peak at all. The memories of the time Zhang Xian had spent with Sun Chong gradually floated in his mind. "Old master, are you here to buy a house?" These were the very first words that Sun Chong had said when they first met one another. "Your humble servant's name is Sun Chong. You can call me Xiao Chong." Those were the words that Sun Chong said when their relationship as master and butler had been sealed. Time seemed to pass relentlessly like a flowing river. Sun Chong had not been the most reliable of subordinates, and his desire to brag was at odds with Zhang Xian's humble and low-profile character. However, the 2 years that they had spent together had allowed them to get used to each other's existence, and they had come to familiarize themselves with each other's temperament and habits. Zhang Xian spent most of his time cultivating, leaving any important miscellaneous affairs for Sun Chong to deal with. Before he had even realized it, this master-butler relationship had become something extremely important to him. Nothing could substitute Sun Chong's existence to him anymore. Zhang Xian harumphed nonchalantly. "I'll save you." He raised his hand up and chopped it down with great might. Boom! The mountain peak split in two before everything abruptly disappeared. There was no more mountain peak in Sun Chong. At the same time, the bottleneck limiting his cultivation vanished as well. The doors leading to the semi-divinity realm broke open. So, these are the feelings between a master and a subordinate. Zhang Xian thought with a smile as he drove his zhenqi according to the feeling that he felt within him. Back when he was cultivating the Heaven's Path Divine Art, he had limited his zhenqi to flow strictly in accordance with the circulation pathway defined in the cultivation technique. That was the only way he could cultivate unparalleled zhenqi and maximize his fighting prowess. However, he decided to limit himself no longer. Letting completely loose, he allowed his zhenqi to flow along with his feelings. He could feel it. Everything could be a cultivation technique. Everything could be a battle technique. Even emotions could be used as a cultivation technique. Even emotions could be utilized as a sword. Hong long long. The resounding chimes of a bell echoed in his ears as spiritual energy surged endlessly into his body, causing his strength to grow exponentially. Semi-divinity realm, that realm that had stunted the growth of countless geniuses of the Azure, he had finally reached it. Zhang Xian continued putting more and more premier immortal pills into his mouth, and the unique aura shrouding him swiftly depleted. A long time later, he finally opened his eyes once more. At this moment, he had already finished using all the premier immortal pills that he had acquired from the ethereal hall, and he had used a total of 20 sets of the unique aura gathered from the circular platforms. While others only needed a single set to achieve a breakthrough, he had actually needed 20 people's worth. It's a pity that I only managed to raise his cultivation to greater semi-divinity realm. I am still a long way off from reaching heavenly semi-divinity realm. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Ultimately, the amount of premier immortal pills he had was still insufficient. Furthermore, due to his breakthrough, the quality of spiritual energy that he required to make a breakthrough rose once again. Thus, he was only able to make a breakthrough to greater semi-divinity realm with the 20 premier immortal pills he had in hand before losing his momentum. Zhang Xian contemplated for a moment before coming up with the name for his new cultivation technique. This is a cultivation technique that I managed to create through comprehending my own emotions. Since that's the case, I shall call it Pathos of Heaven. Perhaps because it was Sun Chang's reminder that had enabled him to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. The first sentimentality he comprehended was the sentiments between a master and a subordinate. The quintessence behind such a relation lay in mutual trust. Sun Chang had never been a strong individual, but he was willing to stand against stronger opponents and even the entire master-teacher pavilion for his sake. Standing steadfast in the face of danger for the one he had decided to stand with. This represented the values of loyalty and brotherhood. Infused with emotions, the Heaven's Path divine art was clearly vastly different from before. It seemed to have gained its own spirituality, harnessing its own powers. Let me test its might, Zhang Xian thought. He gathered his strength within his palm and lightly thrust it forth. Pong! The stable space before him immediately tore open, revealing a pitch-black dimension rift. Zhang Xian was stunned. He had seen plenty of semi-divinity realm experts. In fact, 8 of his tamed beasts had already reached the semi-divinity realm. As such, he knew what the usual strength of a semi-divinity realm cultivator was. In terms of fighting prowess, he was already on par with the overwhelmingly powerful semi-divinity realm cultivator whom he had faced on the ocean of exiled stars. He had never thought that he would gain so much strength right after his breakthrough. Even if that semi-divinity realm cultivator were to explode his cultivation before him once more, he would not sustain the slightest harm at all. Come out! With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xian brought out the serpentine dragon, 9-headed fiery phoenix, and the Tongshang sword. Use your strongest attacks against me, Zhang Xian instructed. Hoo. The 2 semi-divinity realm beasts and a semi-divinity artifact formed a collaborative formation and launched a furious barrage of attacks against Zhang Xian. In response, Zhang Xian sat on the ground without moving a single step. All he did was use his finger as a sword to deflect their attacks. A few moments later, the attacking trio collapsed weakly on the ground, unable to move at all. Despite their collaborative offense, they had not been able to force him to his feet. Master, your strength. The serpentine dragon and the 9-headed fiery phoenix could hardly believe what was happening. They had thought that they had reached the top of the Forsaken Continent by having achieved a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, but to their disbelief, they found that they were no different from novices before their master. They could not even withstand a single strike from the other party. I had an epiphany earlier and successfully made a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he finally rose his feet. He stowed the trio back into his tamed beast sack and storage ring before summoning the one he had been wanting to deal with all this while, his clone. You. Let's trade blows. Pong. The swollen-faced Zhang Xian struggled back to his feet as he snarled with twitching lips, Darn it. Just you wait. I'll challenge you again once I reach heavenly semi-divinity realm. Shrugging nonchalantly, the clone returned to the storage ring. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian shook his head. His clone was truly a pervert. Not only did he manage to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, over the past few days, he had actually figured out a way to advance his cultivation to heavenly semi-divinity realm. Thus, it was only a given that he would be no match for his clone. Nevertheless, it was certain that he had gotten much stronger after comprehending the pathos of heaven. While his greater semi-divinity realm strength did lose out to his clone's heavenly semi-divinity realm cultivation, the gap was not that big anymore. As long as he could make a few more breakthroughs, there was a good chance that he could stand on par with his clone even when they were in the same cultivation realm. But where in the world can I find more premier immortal pills? With his current cultivation realm, ordinary pills, and even the blood essence of semi-divinity realm experts were no longer effective on him. He needed something more potent than those. The only thing he could think of that was still effective to him was the premier immortal pills. However, those pills were known to be incredibly expensive and rare, such that even a major sect like the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was unlikely to have too many of them. Leaving the silent chamber, Zhang Xian headed to the sect treasury, a place where only the sect leader of each generation was authorized to enter. He did manage to find some premier immortal pills there, but there were only 10 of them in total. Let's head to Starchaser Palace together. Having achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, Zhang Xian did not think that there was any need for him to stay there any longer. Thus, he called Zhaoye, Sunchong, and the others over before bringing out the serpentine dragon. Together, they got onto the back of the serpentine dragon, and soon, they were well on their way to Starchaser Palace. 3 days later, entering the main hall of Starchaser Palace once more, Zhang Xian met Jiang Yao, Zhao Yu, Kuei Xiao, Qin Yuan, Han Jinqiu, and the core elders of the 4 sections. He had sent a request previously for the other 3 sects to bring all of their premier immortal pills to Starchaser Palace. Nevertheless, they only managed to scrape together 27 of them. In other words, Zhang Xian only had 37 premier immortal pills with him at the moment. Zhang Xian quickly headed to a silent chamber in Starchaser Palace before swallowing all the premier immortal pills at once. After several minutes, he successfully advanced his cultivation to earthly semi-divinity realm. As my cultivation increases, the effectiveness of the pills is clearly lowering. Previously, 20 pills were enough for me to reach greater semi-divinity realm, but now, even after I consumed 37 pills, I was only able to advance my cultivation by a single stage. At this rate, I'll need at least 100 pills to reach heavenly semi-divinity realm. His requirement for spiritual energy increased exponentially alongside his cultivation, and that had always been a severe headache for him. Where in the world was he supposed to find 100 premier immortal pills? Seeing right through Zhang Xian's thoughts, Han Jinqiu explained, "Sect leader Zhang, premier immortal pills are known to be a cultivation resource that only semi-divinity realm cultivators are able to use. The 6 sects usually only have 1 expert of such caliber, so it's inevitable that we haven't stockpiled too many of them in our inventory. However, it is a different case for the Ethereal Hall. Possessing a complete God character, it's likely that they have many semi-divinity realm cultivators in their ranks. Given so, it's highly likely that they have quite a number of premier immortal pills with them. In other words, the Ethereal Hall has plenty of premier immortal pills?" Zhang Xian clarified. Indeed. Thinking back, the 20 premier immortal pills that he had were from the Ethereal Hall. Given that the Ethereal Hall had remained the dominant power for thousands of years, it went without saying that its treasury was much fuller than those of the 6 sects. The only problem was that he was at loggerheads with the head of their organization, not to mention that he had inadvertently induced the destruction of its headquarters. Even if he demanded premier immortal pills from them, it was likely that they would not give any to him. But I guess that it's still worth a try. I do still have the token that Kong Shi gave me, so there's a chance that the disciples of the Ethereal Hall will be forced to provide me with whatever I need. Zhang Xian thought with a glint in his eyes. He had been hesitant to use it after realizing that it was the thing that had been giving away his location to the Hall of Gods, resulting in the assassination attempts time and time again. However, now that his cultivation had reached earthly semi-divinity realm, there was no one in this world who could threaten him other than Kong Shi. What else did he have to fear? In fact, he would be extremely glad if Kong Shi came personally for him. That would save him the hassle of having to hunt him down. Zhang Xian looked at Han Jinqiu and asked, "Is it still possible to enter the Ethereal Hall?" Realizing the devious thoughts that were in Zhang Xian's mind, Han Jinqiu could not help but chuckle to himself as he replied, "Of course." Even though the headquarters of the Ethereal Hall had been destroyed, the other branches remained perfectly intact. Cultivators could still enter and leave it as they pleased, and the teleportation service of purchased objects was still working as usual. "I'll be heading in for a moment," Zhang Xian informed them. He took out the ethereal token that he had been using and quickly immersed his consciousness into it. Soon, he found himself standing before a familiar tower. Without any hesitation, he made his way over to the receptionist and passed the token that he had received from Kong Shi over. "I want 100 premier immortal pills," Zhang Xian demanded coolly. 100 premier immortal pills? The elder of the Ethereal Hall shuddered in horror upon hearing the ridiculous demand. He glanced at the token in the young man's hand before anxiously flipping through the records. A moment later, he said, "We don't have that many premier immortal pills here at the moment. However, we can transfer the stock from other branches over. I think we should be able to gather the required amount within a day's time." "Good. Give me everything that you have at the moment, and I'll collect everything else a day from now," Zhang Xian replied. "Why yes, esteemed guest." The elder quickly rushed into a room, and roughly an hour later, he passed several jade bottles over. There are 30 premier immortal pills here in total. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction before retracting his consciousness out of the ethereal hall. He had worried that Kong Shi would have revoked his privileges after revealing his true color, but to his surprise, it was still working. Most likely, Kong Shi is so busy recuperating from the injuries that he sustained from the clone a while back that he forgot about this matter. However, this will be last time that I can tap into this privilege. Even though the elder had said that he would gather the remaining 70 premier immortal pills by tomorrow, the problem was that it was even more likely that news would reach the headquarters of the ethereal hall before then. Once that happened, the privileges that he enjoyed through the token would be annulled, and the 70 premier immortal pills would never reach his hands. After all, there was no way Kong Shi would be so foolish as to provide his enemy with the cultivation resources that he needed to power up. As such, he could only take away as much as he could in the earlier transaction. Chapter 2082 The Two Altars. After demanding the premier immortal pills from the ethereal hall, Zhang Xian headed over to an empty area above the ocean of exiled stars and waited patiently in case someone came for him. But just as he expected, no one from the Hall of Gods arrived even after he waited for some time. He could not help but feel a little downcast. In the past, Kong Shi would sponsor him with pills to eat and bodies to forge, but there was nothing at all anymore. If only I'd known this would happen. I would have made sure to squeeze the ethereal hall dry before challenging the Hall of Gods. Zhang Xian waited for another 2 more hours, but there was no trace of anyone at all. In the end, he had no choice but to return to Starchaser Palace. I recall Kong Shi saying that he has been suppressed for several thousand years and hasn't fully recovered yet. Furthermore, he used a huge portion of his energy to massacre and seal off the Hall of Gods. So, it's safe to assume that his true strength is much greater than what he displayed back then. However, just who in the world has the ability to suppress him? The fact that Kong Shi was able to massacre the Hall of Gods was enough to show just how powerful he was. Even a transcendental organization like the Hall of Gods did not have the capability to deal with him. Given so, it was hard to believe that there was a person in the Azure who was powerful enough to suppress him for several thousand years, such that he had only been able to regain consciousness recently. Zhang Xian thought about the matter for a while, but he was still unable to make sense of the matter. Eventually, he could only drop all thoughts. Heading to a silent chamber, he swallowed the 30 premier immortal pills that he had just acquired and managed to advance his cultivation a fair bit. However, he was still some distance away from reaching heavenly semi-divinity realm by the end of it. Nevertheless, feeling the incredible strength pulsating in his body, Zhang Xian felt compelled to test his fighting prowess once again. So, with a vicious glint in his eyes, he summoned his clone once more. This time, the two of them actually managed to fight on equal ground with one another. His strength was on par with his clone's. Furthermore, he had not used his swordsmanship yet. It seems like I'm finally stronger than my clone. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since he created his clone 2 years ago, he had been dominated by the latter time and time again. It was only after he created his own cultivation technique that he finally managed to slightly surpass his clone. It's about time for me to head to the Hall of Gods, Zhang Xian murmured as he walked out of his room confidently. He should head to the Hall of Gods to save Du Qingyuan and settle the grudges with Kong Shi once and for all. So, he quickly gathered Zhao Yu, Jiang Yao, and the others before getting Wu Chun to bring out the altar from the otherworldly demonic tribe. Sect leader Zhang, I'm a little worried about this matter. Since you have been able to think of this, it's likely that the other party has been able to figure it out as well. There's a good chance that he has laid a trap for you over there, waiting for you to walk right in, Han Jianqiu said worriedly. The fact that Kong Shi knew of the chance of the ritual meant that he had a deep understanding of what the altar was capable of. At the very least, it was safe to assume that his knowledge surpassed that of every single one of them present. It was even possible that Kong Shi had planned for everything to develop like this. He had intentionally sealed off all routes so that Zhang Xian would have no choice but to rely on the altar to reach him. I won't be able to save Du Qingyuan if I don't do this. I can't afford to continue wasting time here. Zhang Xian shook his head. He had thought of this possibility as well, but he knew that he could not afford to continue waiting. He had fought with Kong Shi before, and the latter already possessed strength on par with his clone when he had not fully recovered. Once the latter regained his full might, the chances of victory would be extremely slim. By then, it would be one thing if he was killed, but even those around him might fall prey to Kong Shi as well. As such, he knew that he could not back down. Zhao Ye and the others walked forward and said, "Teacher, we wish to go with you as well. You are still too weak at the moment. I have stored the unique aura you will require to reach the semi-divinity realm in here. Cultivate diligently. You'll be able to help me once you reach the semi-divinity realm," Zhang Xian said. With a wave of his hand, he passed the jade bottles over that he had prepared for his direct disciples beforehand. Zhao Ye and the others had the necessary cultivation techniques and cultivation resources for them to make a breakthrough, but unfortunately, their time in the Azure had simply been too limited. As such, they were still a long way off from reaching the semi-divinity realm. If they followed him to the Hall of Gods, there was a high chance that they would end up being captured and used as hostages to keep him in check. Since that was the case, it would be better for them to focus on their cultivation so that they could reach the semi-divinity realm as quickly as possible. Knowing that they were not in a position to help their teacher, Zhao Ye and the others clenched their fists tightly in agitation. They hated the fact that they were weak. It had always been like this. Their teacher would stand at the forefront and brave all kinds of danger, whereas they could only stand helplessly behind him. They detested this feeling of helplessness. After dealing with his direct disciples, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to Han Jianqiu. "Han Jianqiu, I have developed a deeper understanding of the God Sword intent in recent days. I will impart it to you now." "Thank you, sect leader Zhang," Han Jianqiu replied as his eyes reddened slightly. He had been studying the method to comprehend the God Sword intent that Zhang Xian had given him a few days ago. He could feel himself coming very close to that level, but he was simply unable to take the final step forward. He had a feeling that the new insights from Zhang Xian would be the key that he required for a breakthrough. Once he had comprehended the God Sword intent, with his strength as a semi-divinity realm expert, even if he was unable to emulate the greatness of the founder, at the very least, he would have the strength to protect the ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion from the Ethereal Hall and the Hall of Gods. It was just that he could not help but feel as if Zhang Xian was delegating his will, and this made him feel a little heavy inside. However, this insight comes from my own comprehension, so it'll deviate significantly from the God Sword intent of the sect. If you wish to study it, you'll have to come under my lineage and become my student. May I know if you're willing to do that?" Zhang Xian asked after a moment of hesitation. It was not that he was trying to humiliate Han Jianqiu. Rather, he was using this as one final attempt to induce the creation of another golden page before facing Kong Shi. He was going to head to the lair of the enemies very soon. Even though he had raised his cultivation significantly, honestly speaking, he was not confident of victory. If he could just obtain a single golden page, he would be in a much more favorable position than before. He was not too certain what the conditions for producing the golden page were, but he knew that one of the key elements was genuine gratitude to him as a teacher. "It would be my honor to become your student," Han Jianqiu nodded without any hesitation. There were many renowned experts in the world who were only willing to pass down their secret arts to those in their lineage. Considering the profoundness and ingenuity of the God Sword intent, it was understandable why Zhang Xian might be reluctant to pass it down to someone who was not in his lineage, even if he was the sect leader. Han Jianqiu had already seen past the transiency of what humans defined as pride and dignity. He did not think that it was a big deal for him to become the student of someone much younger than him. Seeing that Han Jianqiu had agreed to it, Zhang Xian tapped his finger lightly and infused a sliver of his will into the other party's mind. Upon receiving Zhang Xian's swordsmanship insights, he immediately took out his sword and began practicing his swordplay. He had already reached an extremely high level in swordsmanship, such that it was extremely hard for him to progress any higher. Yet, his swordplay still seemed to be getting much sharper and more unpredictable with each move he made. Eventually, it came to a point where something seemed to shatter within him. Following that, his energy suddenly surged, and his entire being seemed to have morphed into a cold, sharp sword. Finally, I have managed to reach this level. Han Jianqiu's hands were trembling. In order to comprehend the god's sword intent, he had devoted more than 100 years to practicing his swordsmanship, but alas, success had always eluded him. He had eventually come to think that this day would not come in his lifetime. Teacher, thank you for fulfilling my greatest wish. Han Jianqiu kneeled onto the floor and bowed deeply out of respect. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian quickly brought his consciousness to the library of Heaven's Path. But even after waiting for a while, there was nothing at all. A golden page had not been created. He frowned. The golden page would usually appear after this, especially in times when he really needed it. Why did it have to fail at this crucial moment? Sighing internally, Zhang Xian quickly walked forward and helped Han Jianqiu up. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Following that, he turned his gaze to Jiang Yao, Qin Yuan, and Kuei Xiao. He tried the same method on them as well. He imparted his comprehension of cultivation, beast taming, and battle techniques to them, and the trio benefited greatly from his teaching. They managed to rise to greater heights, and they expressed their deep gratitude to him for guiding them. Fortunately, a golden page was generated this time around. It came from Jiang Yao. Just as I thought, gratitude isn't the only thing that is required. Most likely, it has something to do with the intensity of one's desire as well, Zhang Xian thought as he heaved a sigh of relief. Han Jianqiu, Kuei Xiao, and Qin Yuan were grateful toward him as well, but as heads of their respective sects, as well as semi-divinity realm experts, their desire for strength had already waned significantly. Even if they were thankful to Zhang Xian, the feelings they felt were not that strong. It was similar to how you could treat a cook to a Manchu Han imperial feast, and the latter still would not feel too grateful to you. On the other hand, if you gave a lollipop to a little child, they would think that you were the best person in the entire world. A person who had undergone more turmoil would gradually let go of their desires. Jiang Yao was not the head of Starchaser Palace, and in the city of collapsed space, she had nearly lost her life. Thus, she recognized how desperately she was in need of strength, so the gratitude she felt toward Zhang Xian, who lent her a helping hand when she was at a loss as to what she could do, was understandable. There were probably more conditions required for the generation of the golden page, but this was all he could deduce for the time being. Thinking about it, gratitude is also one of the invaluable emotions that a human has, Zhang Xian thought deeply. Perhaps, if he had paid more attention to this trivial detail, he might have been able to come up with the pathos of heavens much earlier. He would not have spent so many years racking his brain to come up with something. With everything in place, Zhang Xian turned to Wu Chun and said, "Let's begin." Who? With a wave of his hands, Wu Chun filled the altar with tributes. Then, with a snap of his fingers, all the tributes began burning up. At the same time, the altar began rising into the air, emanating an aura that seemed to stop one's breathing. Wu Chun began to chant out loud. The flames on the altar blazed, and the space around it began to distort, gradually forming something reminiscent of a door. "Teacher, why don't I head over first to see if there is any danger? If there is a threat on the other side, we can strategize and come up with an appropriate countermeasure." Han Jianqiu anxiously proposed. "I'll do it instead. My strength might not be on par with you, but I have plenty of life preservation means," Elder Kuei Xiao said. Seeing how worried those two were, Zhang Xian shot them a confident smile and said, "There's no need for that. I'll enter first, and you can follow behind me if you like. Even if the enemy is the Hall of Gods, we still have to show them the price of messing with us." "Sounds good." The others cheered passionately in agreement. How long had it been since they barged into the Hall of Gods? Their predecessors had succeeded a long time ago, and perhaps it was time for a new legend to be born. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, since the Hall of Gods had already bared its fangs against them, the six sects would have to make a stand as well to show that they were not to be trifled with. Who? Zhang Xian walked up to the door and entered it. He saw the space around him distorting entirely. With a smile on his lips, he brought out his clone before entering his storage ring. Just as the others had said, the Hall of Gods was fraught with dangers. There was a good chance that Kongshi had already laid out an elaborate trap for him. Given that his clone was indestructible, there was no one more suited than it to serve as the vanguard. Driving his Zhenqi, The clone took a step forward and walked out of the portal. Where is this? Before his eyes was neither the Hall of Gods nor the exploded headquarters of the ethereal hall. Instead, it was a long, narrow passageway that went on and on amid the void. The altar that he had teleported to was currently right beneath his feet. Chapter 2083, The Mysterious Palace. There's nothing here at all? An identical figure appeared right beside Zhang Xian's clone. He thought that he would immediately be faced with the offense of innumerable semi-divinity realm cultivators once he teleported over, but there was no one in sight at all. However, there seems to be something really suspicious about this place. The more empty the place looked, the more unnerving it felt. Leaping off the altar, Zhang Xian was intending to wait for Kuei Xiao and the others to come over when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately reached forward to grab the altar. But before his hand could reach the altar, a burst of sword chi shot out from below. Pacha! 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 The domineering energy tore the altar into smithereens. As a result of the destruction of the altar, the dimension portal between the two altars vanished. Pooh! On the other side of the portal, Wu Chun spurted a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale from weakness, and his body trembled uncontrollably. What's wrong? Noticing Wu Chen's current state, Kuei Xiao and the others quickly turned their gazes over. Someone destroyed the altar on the other side and severed the connection. Zhang Shi won't be able to return anymore. Wu Chun muttered with eyes widened in horror. What do you mean by that? Everyone was stunned to hear those words. There is only one altar from the Starchaser Palace. Its destruction means that the only pathway to the Hall of Gods has been severed. We won't be able to head over to save him anymore even if we wish to do so. Similarly, he won't be able to return back here through the altar anymore. Wu Chen replied. Realizing the graveness of the situation, the crowd looked at one another in astonishment. The eyes of Zhao Ye and the others also reddened in agitation. Doesn't this mean that our teacher is in grave danger? It's all our fault. If not for our weakness, our teacher wouldn't have been placed in such a precarious position. We have to raise your cultivation swiftly so that we can save him. A determined light could be seen in the depths of their eyes. On the other side of the portal, Zhang Xian looked at the destroyed altar before him with clenched fists. It wasn't that his reflexes weren't fast enough. Rather, the enemy had left a formation right beneath the altar to ensure that it would be destroyed as soon as he came over, thus severing all of his paths of escape. In other words, no matter what the enemy had prepared for him from here onward, he could only advance ahead and deal with whatever that came his way promptly. Retreating was no longer an option for him. I thought that you wanted my Library of Heaven's Path? How are you going to hold the ritual now that you have destroyed the altar? Zhang Xian spoke with a deep voice as he examined his surroundings nonchalantly. The reason why Kang Shi sent Fu Qinzi and the others to capture Du Qingyuan was so that he could acquire the altar required to hold the ritual. After all the planning he had done, he eventually chose to destroy it without any hesitation. Could it be that Kang Shi's goal had changed? Was it that he no longer desired the Library of Heaven's Path anymore? Zhang Xian's voice echoed loudly across the path ahead. After waiting for some time, there was still no response. It was as if there was no other living being here other than him. I guess I can only advance forward. With completely no idea as to what the other party was up to, Zhang Xian felt as if he was walking into a lion's den. With a frown on his forehead, he raised his foot and began making his way forward cautiously. His clone followed closely behind him. The passageway wasn't too long. It didn't take long before a massive palace appeared before his eyes. It was even more magnificent and grander than the Hall of Gods he had seen previously. It was erected above a massive cradle of air currents, sealing the cradle entirely such that not the slightest bit could leak out. Zhang Xian was a little taken aback. The sight before him looked like a whirlpool being clogged up by a humongous behemoth. No matter how powerful the whirlpool was, it was unable to faze the behemoth at all. Such was the grandeur of the palace. Pitch-black air streams seemed to fly toward the unfathomable darkness, leaving one's heart trembling from the eeriness. Yet, none was able to taint the palace, reminiscent of a valve in a pipe. I should try entering the palace. No matter what Kong Shi was up to, he could only dive right into it and try to make his way out alive. The problem wouldn't solve itself just by him waiting outside. He walked to the entrance of the palace together with his clone and saw two humongous pillars rising deep into the void. It looked as if the centerpiece that was pinning the palace in place, preventing it from flying away along with the air currents. Perplexed, Zhang Xian activated the Eye of Insight to take a closer look. It's a semi-divinity artifact? Zhang Xian remarked in surprise. He couldn't help but recall how the doors of the Hall of Gods had been a semi-divinity artifact too. He took out the Tongsheng sword and brandished it lightly. A burst of sword chi slit through the air currents, heading right for the two pillars. Ding! A spark could be seen as it struck the pillar, but it didn't leave the slightest mark at all. Even the pillars of this palace are so formidable. Just where is this place? Zhang Xian murmured in astonishment. The palace before him was distinctly different from the Hall of Gods, but the materials that were used to build it seemed to be of even higher quality than the latter. The gates of the palace weren't locked nor shut, so Zhang Xian was able to walk in without any problems. A few steps later, Zhang Xian realized that something was amiss. He turned around to look at his clone, who was still standing by the doorway, and asked, "Aren't you coming along?" "I can't step across the doorway," the clone demonstrated by taking a step forward, but in the next moment, a force assaulted him, causing him to retreat several steps consecutively. It was as if there was an invisible force field blocking his way, preventing him from advancing any further. "You can't step across the doorway?" Zhang Xian walked back to the doorway and tried touching the area which his clone was unable to pass through. There was nothing at all. Yet, it was a fact that his clone was unable to advance a step at all. "Never mind. You should enter my storage ring for the time being then," Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. After keeping his clone into his storage ring, he walked into the doorway again. However, just as he was going to pass through, his clone suddenly materialized out of the storage ring and stumbled backward. This time, Zhang Xian was really stunned. His clone was driven out even when he was hiding in the storage ring? Wasn't this invisible barrier a little too domineering? They tried a few more methods, but his clone was simply unable to walk into the palace. "Since you aren't able to enter the area, you should wait here for the time being," Zhang Xian sighed deeply. "It seems like Kong sure knows how troublesome it is to deal with my clone, so he did something to separate me from my clone." Zhang Xian thought warily. As formidable Kong Shi was, he was only able to fight his clone to a drawback then. This probably made Kong Shi view his clone as a major threat, so he intentionally prepared this so that he could deal with him individually. In other words, it was likely that he would meet in danger within this palace. If so, should he continue advancing? Holding the Tongsheng sword tightly, Zhang Xian took in a deep breath. "If I dare not to face Kong Shi even after my cultivation has reached semi-divinity realm, I'll never be able to break open the dimension barrier and ascend to the firmament." Zhang Xian closed his eyes and thought. A cultivator's state of mind was extremely important. There was only a thin line between recklessness and cowardice. Once a cultivator caved into his fears, he would lose his courage to charge forward in times when it truly counted. Most likely, Kong Shi had prepared this in order to put him in a dilemma. It wouldn't be wrong for him to back out right now. He only had one life, and there was no wrong in prioritizing his safety. However, the faces of Luo Ruoxin and his direct disciples flashed across his head at this moment. There was something that was more important to him at the moment that he couldn't give up on, even if he had to take this gamble. So, he cast aside his fears and walked right into the palace. The interiors of the hall were unlighted and nothing could be seen at all. There was something in the darkness that seemed to be wearing down his senses and mind. Even when he activated the Eye of Insight, he was still unable to peer through it. "I'm already in here. Make your move if you wish to kill me." Zhang Xian slowly advanced forward with his sword in hand. Echoes of his voice sounded all over the palace, but there was no response at all. Perplexed, he backed away slightly, wanting to leave the darkness temporarily to reassess the situation. However, in the next moment, he felt his back pressing against a wall. He had barely taken a few steps away from the gates earlier, and before he knew it, the gates had already vanished. To put it in other words, he was already trapped in the formation of the enemy. Flaws. Zhang Xian pressed his hand against the wall behind him and willed. If he could just use his library of Heaven's Path here, he would be able to peer through the formation right before him. Wong. The library of Heaven's Path jolted in his mind, but no book was compiled. Damn it! Zhang Xian cursed beneath his breath. Just as he had thought, this palace was severed from the heavens too. Only Kong Shi, who knew about the heavens' imperfections, would prepare such a hand to deal with him. Plunged in the midst of utter darkness, where his senses were confounded and his mind was befuddled, he was in a truly vulnerable position. It seemed like this was Kong Shi's trump card against him. I have no choice. Since I'm unable to use my eyes and my spiritual perception, I can only rely on my ears then. Zhang Xian thought. He was nervous, but he wasn't panicked yet. He closed his eyes and focused his attention on his ears. The silence in the air caused a ringing sensation in his ears that made it hard for him to hear, but through focusing his full attention, he was still able to pick up some of the minute noises carried along with the wind. Drip, drip. It was the sound of water droplets dripping, and it was coming from a distance away. Go. Zhang Xian brandished his sword, and a surge of sword chi flew right in the direction where the water droplets were coming from. But astonishingly, there was no response at all. It was as if the darkness had swallowed his sword chi at some point in time, unraveling his attack. Just as Zhang Xian was utterly perplexed as to what was happening, Kong Shi's voice suddenly echoed in the air. Walk out of this room before the water drips out. Otherwise, you'll be evicted from here. Evicted from here? Zhang Xian's confusion only served to further deepen. Didn't Kong Shi intentionally lure him here in order to deal with him? Why would he threaten to evict him out of this room then? The altar has been destroyed, so even if I am evicted from this palace, I won't be able to leave this area either. Instead, I might just be trapped till my death. So, I have no choice but to follow his rules for the time being. Once I find him and save Palace Master Du, I'll make sure to rip him apart. Zhang Xian thought as he exhaled deeply. No matter what Kong Shi was up to, he would just have to deal with everything the other party had prepared. Eventually, he should be able to find Kong Shi at the end of the path. Having decided on his next course of action, he began examining his surroundings carefully. Even though I can't see anything at all, there's nothing attacking me either. Most likely, this is a confinement formation, Zhang Xian thought. The fact that it could hinder his spiritual perception and eye of insight likely meant that it was a confinement formation far beyond his imagination. Nevertheless, as long as it's a formation, there is bound to be some anomaly in the flow of spiritual energy in the surroundings. As long as I can figure out the flow of spiritual energy, I should be able to deduce the locations of the formation core and formation flags. With that, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to overcome the formation, Zhang Xian thought. So, he closed his eyes and began perceiving his surroundings carefully. The key purpose of formation flags and formation core was to redirect the flow of spiritual energy based on the needs of the formation. Given so, there was bound to be some anomalies in the flow of spiritual energy in the surroundings where a formation existed. As long as he could create a visual mapping of the flow of spiritual energy in his mind, he would be able to find a way to resolve this issue. This was also the most fundamental formation deciphering method on the Master-Teacher continent. As the most proficient formation master on the Master-Teacher continent, it went without saying that he was familiar with these basics. Something is wrong. It feels like the spiritual energy in here is homogeneous. To his surprise, the concentration of spiritual energy within the palace was equal. There was no concentration gradient at all. This threw Zhang Xian off a little. He took 2 steps forward and tried perceiving his surroundings once more. The concentration of spiritual energy was still the same. He tried taking a few steps left and a few steps right too, and it was still the same. This didn't make sense. Was his deduction wrong? Were there no formation flags and formation core here? Left with no choice, Zhang Xian finally took out a compass and placed it on his palm. He couldn't even see the needle on top due to the deep darkness, but as long as it moved, he would still be able to sense the direction it was pointing toward. Chapter 2084 Heaven's Path Hammer ART. However, he could feel the needle and the compass spinning ceaselessly, not stopping at all. There were only 2 reasons behind such a phenomenon. It was either the flow of spiritual energy was too chaotic, or that the concentration of spiritual energy was completely equal throughout. Spiritual energy is similar to the flow of water. It's possible for the water within a well to be peaceful and motionless, but as soon as something intrudes its space, ripples would be produced. Zhang Xian thought. Thus, it's a logical impossibility for the spiritual energy to remain unmoved even after I have entered this space. This only goes to show that there's something unnatural about the spiritual energy here, or else, it could also mean to say that the spiritual energy I am sensing is off. In other words, this confinement formation confounds one's ability to sense spiritual energy as well. Zhang Xian had never seen this confinement formation before, but he had his trove of knowledge with him. He had read many books relating to formations back on the Master-Teacher continent and on the Azure as well, so it wasn't too difficult for him to figure out what was happening before him. I should try sealing my 6 senses. Most confinement formations work through interfering with a cultivator's senses. So, the only way to prevent such interference from occurring was to seal off one's senses. In an instant, Zhang Xian felt as if he had been cast into oblivion. He was unable to see, hear, touch, or smell anything. Even his consciousness seemed to have been plunged into a state of hibernation. This tranquil silence lasted for quite a while. Then an image of a slight gap with water dripping from it seemed to surface in Zhang Xian's mind. This gap wasn't too big, allowing only a droplet of water to fall out at a time. It was what that was causing the dripping sound. This is it. With a silent exclamation, Zhang Xian channeled his god's sword intent into his hands before pulling it down furiously upon the slight gap, as though it was a massive sword with a length that could reach the heavens. Hula! It was as if the dark cloth around him had been sliced apart. Zhang Xian opened his eyes, and just as he had expected, his sense of sight had returned to him. Innumerable torches lit up the path ahead of him brightly. The confinement formation is indeed a trap for the heart. Zhang Xian exhaled deeply as he thought in relief. He knew that he had gambled right this time around. The confinement formation confounded not only one's senses, but one's soul too. The only way to overcome it was to cast aside one's reliance on one's senses and use one's raw intuition to identify the source of the dripping water. In truth, it had very little to do with one's understanding of formations. As long as one had a resilient state of mind, one should be able to find it eventually and overcome the trial easily. You have overcome the Heart Oblivion formation within 1/10 of the allocated time, proving that your cultivation and state of mind are fairly decent. You are qualified to proceed on to the 2nd floor, Kong Shi's voice echoed in the air. Following that, a stone staircase abruptly descended from the top. Heart Oblivion formation? Qualified? What the hell are you up to? Zhang Xian bellowed in bewilderment. He thought that Kong Shi would have made preparations for countless semi-divinity realm cultivators to ambush him as soon as he teleported over via the formation, but all the other party did was to put him through a confinement formation, and now he was telling him he was qualified to move to the 2nd floor? Just what was that fellow up to? However, he was only met with silence. The doubts he harbored remained unanswered. Taking in a deep breath, Zhang Xian made his way up the stone staircase. As soon as he stepped onto the first step, he felt an inviolable pressure crushing down on him, as if attempting to push his soul out of his body. This pressure seems to have originated from the gods. Zhang Xian thought with a frown as he continued moving up the steps. The pressure that crushed down on him left him with a feeling of helplessness in the depths of his heart. It felt as if it was shackling down his bloodline and his life force. It was an instinctive fear, similar to how the knees of an ordinary human would shake in the face of a tiger. This was a feeling that came from the depths of his soul, so there was no way he could avoid it. However, such a trial was nothing to him at all. Wang. The pendant that hung in front of his chest emanated a slight warmth that dissipated the pressure around him. Zhang Xian walked up the stairs without any trouble, and soon he arrived on the 2nd floor of the palace. Similar to before, he was faced with a spacious hall in front of him. There were 8 paintings positioned in an 8-trigram formation hanging on the walls in front of him. It felt like they were trying to seal something off. Zhang Xian took a closer look at the paintings in front of him. The paintings depicted 8 men, each of them wielding a weapon of a different kind. One brandished a sword, One wielded a saber. One gripped onto a steel whip. One carried a metal hammer. As Zhang Xian walked toward the painting, he could feel a sharp sensation coming from the paintings. These paintings can't be considered as amazing artistic works, but the person who made the paintings clearly possesses exceptional skills. With a few simple strokes, he was able to infuse the essence of the person he was drawing into the painting. Zhang Xian's mastery of painting had already reached 9-star back when he was still at the master teacher continent. He dared not to claim that his painting skills were on par with Kong Shi, but at the very least, he didn't think that he was too lacking in comparison to the latter. The paintings in front of him were drawn simply, such that even a 3-star painter of the master teacher continent would be able to produce artwork of such quality as well. However, what was powerful about these paintings was how they had precisely captured the power and disposition of these 8 people accurately. This was a feat that not even Zhang Xian would be able to achieve. Could this be the drawings of a god? Zhang Xian could only imagine a real god to be capable of infusing such amazing power into an ordinary piece of paper through a brush and preserve its might for so many years. Of the 8 paintings, 6 of them were colored. One of them had turned grayish, making it reminiscent of a black and white photograph, whereas the last one had lost half of its color, making it an incomplete piece. It was hard to tell whether the artist had failed to color it in the first place, or it had started fading off at some point in time. Zhang Xian studied the paintings for a little longer, but he was unable to identify any useful clues for it. At the same time, he didn't hear Kong Shi's voice sounding either. So, he walked up to one of the paintings to take a closer look. There was nothing else in this massive hall other than these 8 paintings, so he knew that the key to advancing on from this area lay within the paintings. Most likely, he would have to find a way to uncover their secrets. The painting he walked up toward was one that depicted a brawny man with eyes as large as bells. The man carried 2 metal hammers in his grasp, and his bulging biceps hinted at the great strength he wielded. Zhang Xian hesitantly reached out to touch the painting. Following that, he vanished on the spot. When he reappeared once more, he was already standing in the midst of vast, barren lands. It was a completely white world that was devoid of greenery or anything else. It felt almost as if he had descended into an illusory dream. "Make your move." Raising his head, Zhang Xian saw a brawny man looking at him coldly with 2 metal hammers in his grasp. Did I enter the painting somehow? Zhang Xian was stunned. The brawny man standing before him was indeed the same person he had seen in the painting earlier. It seemed like he had been pulled into the painting. "Why should I fight with you?" Zhang Xian asked with a frown as he looked at the ferocious man in front of him. He was still trying to figure out what was happening to him when the other party told him to make a move. "If you don't make a move, you'll be trapped here for your entire life," the brawny man harumphed coldly. Paying no heed to whether Zhang Xian was willing to fight or not, the brawny man swung his hammers right toward him. Before it even struck, the sheer force behind the hammers made cold sweat from behind Zhang Xian's back. To his astonishment, the strength of the brawny man had already exceeded that of the heavenly semi-divinity realm cultivator he had encountered on the ocean of exiled stars. In fact, his strength might even be greater than Kong Shi's. A god. In that instant, Zhang Xian realized that even if the person standing before him wasn't a god, he was in existence not too far away from that. Zhang Xian raised his hand to take out his sword, only to realize that his mental connection with his storage ring had been severed. On top of that, at some point in time, a pair of gigantic metal hammers had appeared in his hands too. He didn't think that his choice of weapons would be limited in the painting too, and his complexion turned awful. He would have been fine if it had been any other weapons, but he had never practiced any battle techniques that required the use of hammers. Before Zhang Xian could groan about the situation he was in, the brawny man had already swung a metal hammer right toward his ribcage. The key advantage of fighting with a hammer was the superior torque it provided due to its weight, thus enhancing one's strength significantly. Even though it was impossible for hammer wielders to be as agile as sword practitioners, they were able to restrict the movements of their opponents due to their sheer strength. Zhang Xian took a step back and avoided the attack as he thought anxiously, "I guess I have no choice but to learn on the spot then." While he had never practiced any hammer-related battle techniques or fighting style before, he did gather quite a few battle technique manuals relating to hammers. It was just that he had left them lying on the shelves of the library of Heaven's Path, never bothering to compile or learn them. But since he was limited to only using hammers in here, he had no choice but to learn it right now. Compile. Zhang Xian gathered all of the books relating to hammers together and assimilated them together, forming a brand new book. He tapped his finger on the newly compiled book, and knowledge immediately flowed into his mind. He was indeed worried about the grayish gaseous substance that grew in his body each time he used the library of Heaven's Path, but given the desperate situation he was in, he couldn't care that much anymore. He would just have to find a way to resolve them in the future. Otherwise, it was likely that he would die from the crazy brawny man chasing after him with two gigantic hammers first. The severing of the heavens only prevented his library of Heaven's Path from gathering the flaws of other objects, but he was still able to access the library of Heaven's Path through his consciousness and access the books in them. While dodging the brawny man's attack, he quickly assimilated the Heaven's Path hammer art, turning it into his own. Once he fully comprehended the Heaven's Path hammer art, his aura abruptly changed. In an instant, his aura grew heavy like a mountain, reminiscent of a being that wouldn't waver in the face of anything. Pong, 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 pong. He began clashing hammers with the brawny man, but that didn't seem to be a good idea. Astonishingly, his Heaven's Path hammer art was actually weaker than the brawny man's battle technique. He was still able to stand his ground for the time being, as his strength was at least able to match the brawny man's might. But the feedback from each clash made his arm feel a bit number. Fortunately, it seemed like it was the other party had taken on some damage too. The brawny man's attack speed had visibly decreased, but it would still be difficult for me to defeat him before my Jinchi runs out at this rate. I'll have to think of another method. Even though the brawny man was just a person in a painting, the strength he wielded was almost comparable to that of the gods. Zhang Xian was indeed able to stand his ground against the other party after he had achieved a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm, but it still wouldn't be an easy feat for him to triumph over this opponent. If he were to allow things to continue at this pace, even if he were to win the battle, he would still have exhausted himself significantly in the midst of doing so. That would be dangerous, especially considering he didn't know where Kongshi was and what he was up to. The brawny man's hammer art is even more profound than my Heaven's Path hammer art. If I could just infuse his maneuvers into my battle technique too, I should be able to win the battle. Zhang Xian thought. Despite having practiced the Heaven's Path hammer art, he could tell that his battle techniques were still a little lacking as compared to his opponents. Unless he could learn his opponent's moves, infuse it into his own, and create an even stronger battle technique, or else it would be a difficult battle for him. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian quickly paid closer attention to the brawny man's movements. Hoo. The other party continued pressing on with his offense furiously, whereas Zhang Xian made use of the opportunity to remember every single one of his moves. After trading 100 blows, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in surprise. His hammer art only has 12 basic moves, and everything else aside from that are just transformations and extrapolations from those 12 moves. Chapter 2085. Facing off against Kongshi. Even though the maneuvers of the brawny man looked profound, in truth, all his attacks were made up of 12 basic movements. This was similar to how his Heaven's Path sword art only had a single move, but through its countless possible transformations, he was able to bring out different moves to handle different situations. The crux of a battle technique lay in the intent, not the form. As long as the intent was precise, the attack would eventually connect. Zhang Xian quickly went through the 12 moves in his head, and he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This hammer art was rather similar to the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula that he had practiced. The 12 moves had to be executed in a certain order. Compile. Zhang Xian quickly jotted down the movements in his head and compiled them together with the Heaven's Path hammer art. The correct sequence appeared before his eyes, and he quickly moved his hammer in accordance to it. Boom! Barely after making 2 moves, he felt a different aura rising from the depths of his body. He had reached at an epiphany. This is the god's hammer intent? Zhang Xian's lips twitched. He did not think that he would comprehend the god's hammer intent through learning the brawny man's hammer art. Furthermore, just like the god's sword intent that he had learned previously, it had reached the level of a true god. Pung Pung. After comprehending the god's hammer intent, the movements of the brawny man before him suddenly became utterly hideous. He noticed all kinds of flaws in the other party's movements, and by exploiting one of them, he was able to subdue the other party within a few strikes. His surroundings abruptly blurred, and when he came to once more, he was standing before the 8 paintings yet again. Pacha! Pacha! Right before his eyes, Zhang Xian saw the colored painting of the brawny man losing its vibrance, turning into a gray image. He blinked blankly. So, the reason the paintings lost their color was because someone had successfully challenged them and comprehended the god's battle technique harnessed within? In other words, it said that Kong Shi managed to snatch a god character after entering the Hall of Gods, and the founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion managed to snatch half a character. Could this be what they mean by it? Of the 8 paintings, there was one that had turned into a black and white portrait, like the painting of the brawny man. At the same time, the painting of the person wielding a sword had lost half of its color. This was in line with what he had heard so far. This also explains why the 12 hammer maneuvers are so similar to the 12 moves of the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. Most likely, the founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had fought the person in the painting to a draw, so he had only managed to acquire half of the god character. Even though he had managed to learn all 12 maneuvers, he had not been able to figure out the correct sequence. This resulted in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion being able to produce semi-divinity realm cultivators without overcoming the Azure Bridge, just that the number of successful cases was extremely low, incomparable to that of the Ethereal Hall. Since I have comprehended the 12 maneuvers of the hammer art, doesn't that mean that I have successfully snatched a god character, just like Kong Shi did back then? That also meant that the place he was in at the moment was where Kong Shi and the founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had barged into back then. It was no wonder no one in the Azure, except for those two, had succeeded in the past several thousand years. It was indeed no easy feat to defeat those people in the paintings. After comprehending the pathos of heavens and raising his cultivation to earthly semi-divinity realm, he could be considered the strongest individual on the Forsaken Continent aside from Kong Shi. Despite his strength, he had struggled quite a bit against the brawny man before he was able to achieve victory. From this, it was apparent just how difficult it was a feat to acquire a character. You have acquired a one god character. You are qualified to proceed. While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, the stone staircase descended from above once again, showing a path that led endlessly upward. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian was just about to step onto the stairs when a thought surfaced in his mind. Since I still have time, why don't I take away the battle techniques harnessed in the other paintings? Even though he seemed to have taken some time to comprehend the hammer art and defeat the brawny man, in truth, it had only been 10 minutes at most. Going by the rate in which the water was dripping down, it had only been a fourth of the total time. Since he had plenty of time to spare, it went without saying that he should acquire a few more god characters. After all, he was not the head of one sect but 4 sects. He could not possibly be biased by imparting the battle technique to only one of the sects, right? With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian stretched his hand forward to touch the painting depicting a lady holding a sword. Similar to before, his surroundings warped as he was pulled into the painting. The next moment, the lady in the painting immediately charged toward him with the sword she had in hand. In response, Zhang Xian released his god sword intent and began brandishing his sword, too. Within just 3 breaths, the enemy had already collapsed onto the white floor, turning into a splatter of ink. With this, I have managed to put together the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilions, god character, Zhang Xian murmured with a chuckle. Countless generations of disciples in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had worked themselves to the bone in hopes of completing the half-god, one character their sect possessed. With this, he would have fulfilled their long-time wish. After the painting turned gray, Zhang Xian moved on to the one, which depicted an old man executing a battle technique. Without any hesitation, he reached out and touched the painting. 5 minutes later, he reappeared in the spacious hall, and the painting of the old man had turned gray. With his prior experience, he knew what he had to do as soon as he entered the painting. As a result, he was much faster than the first time. His efficiency only continued to rise for the remaining 4 paintings. It took him less than 15 minutes in order to clear all of them. Only then did he finally place his foot on the stone staircase and begin heading toward the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was extremely spacious as well. The surroundings were well lit, and there were no paintings nor formations in sight. If there was one word to describe the area, it would be empty. Halting his footsteps, Zhang Xian scanned his surroundings and shouted, "Kong Shi, isn't it about time for you to make an appearance?" Since the other party had set up all of this and baited him in, it should finally be time for the other party to appear. Just as he had expected, right after he said those words, a tall figure appeared before his eyes. It was none other than Kong Shi. Glaring at Kong Shi with narrowed eyes, Zhang Xian took out his Tongsheng sword and gripped its handle tightly. This was the man who had attempted to take his life multiple times in order to acquire his library of Heaven's Path. Since this man dared appear before him, he would have to return the favor. However, Zhang Xian quickly noticed that something was amiss. "What's wrong? Do you not dare face me with your main body?" He realized that the other party was just a sliver of his will. It was not the main body at all. Could it be that Kong Shi knew that he had already reached the semi-divinity realm and feared that he was not a match for him anymore? Paying no heed to Zhang Xian's provocation, Kong Shi placed his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. "It's formidable that you were able to clear 7 paintings on your own. That being said, you'll still have to defeat me in order to obtain the aura of divinity and earn the right to become a real god. You want to have a fight?" Seeing that Kong Shi was not escaping, Zhang Xian raised his Tongsheng sword and slashed it furiously. He knew that his opponent would be powerful, so he used the god's sword intent right from the start. "I won't take advantage of you either." Kong Shi chuckled softly. He suppressed his heavenly semi-divinity realm cultivation down to earthly semi-divinity realm, the same level as Zhang Xian. With a flick of his finger, he took out a sword. It was hard to tell what tier it was, but it emanated an imposing chill. With a swift movement, he charged right up to Zhang Xian. Tzz. His sword intent burst forth as though a vigorous dragon. Formidable. Just these few moves were enough to tell Zhang Xian that Kong Shi was a true expert. Even though what he was facing was just a sliver of Kong Shi's will, the latter's comprehension of swordsmanship was actually beneath his at all. On the contrary, it might even have surpassed his. Despite being in the same cultivation realm, he was not able to claim an advantageous position. "How did you become so powerful?" Zhang Xian muttered in disbelief. Back then, Kong Shi had barely been able to fight on par with his clone. However, he was already stronger than his clone at the moment, and he had comprehended so many gods' battle techniques too. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to defeat the other parties easily. He did not expect that he would face such a tough battle. He's also using a type of Heaven's Path sword art as well. Kong Shi's swordplay was also aligned with the world around him. Despite its simplicity, the might that it harnessed was not one to look down upon. Even though the two of them were using Heaven's Path sword arts, the natures of their swordsmanship were vastly different from one another. Zhang Xian's swordsmanship was focused on exploiting the flaws of others, but Kong Shi's swordsmanship was able to influence his opponent's swordplay, forcing it to obey his order. It felt as if his sword was dancing to Kong Shi's tune instead. How was he supposed to win in such a battle? Is this the ability of Heaven's order? Zhang Xian felt his heart turning cold. He had heard Kong Shi speaking about his ability before, but the latter did not use it while he was fighting with his clone, so he had not paid it any heed. It was only at this moment that he realized just how frightening that ability was. It was strikingly similar to Kong Shiyao's bloodline ability, Word of Law. Even if he managed to find a flaw to exploit, it would be meaningless when his sword was bending to Kong Shi's will. This had already gone past the level of swordsmanship to the laws of the world. Through changing the order of the world, Kong Shi was able to maintain an absolute dominion around him, and nothing was able to faze him. This was a battle that could not be won. There's no way I could lose to an opponent who is at the same level as me. Zhang Xian bellowed lividly. Other than his clone, he had never lost to anyone in the same cultivation realm as him. The person before him was just a sliver of will from Kong Shi, so how could he possibly lose? There was no way he would allow it. Thus, Zhang Xian began changing his attacking pattern. While executing his swordsmanship with his right hand, he began launching battle techniques one after another with his left. It was as if he had split into two people in an instant, one specializing in swordsmanship and the other specializing in battle techniques. Furthermore, both attacks were infused with the god's intent. With such might, he was more than qualified to start his own sect and rule over the entire Forsaken continent. Just like that, his fighting prowess doubled. Not bad. Kong Shi's will nodded with an approving smile. Following Zhang Xian's example, he began to execute swordsmanship with his right hand and battle techniques with his left as well. With this, he managed to defend against Zhang Xian's offense without any trouble. Seeing this sight, Zhang Xian felt goosebumps rising all over him. Was this Kong Shi's true strength? Was the only reason his clone had been able to defeat Kong Shi back then because the latter had not fully recovered his strength yet? Pung pung pung. After trading over a dozen blows, Zhang Xian felt that he would eventually fall in defeat. He was still managing to stand his ground, but slowly, he could feel the tides of the battle moving toward Kong Shi's side, and this left him feeling deeply anxious. So, with a narrowed gaze, a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. It seems like I can only try out my new technique on him. Chapter 2086, A Heart of Intertwined Threads, filed with thousands and thousands of knots, pathos of heavens. As much as it was a cultivation technique, it was a battle technique as well. It was a conceptualization that he had come up with through his epiphany, so it was not too difficult for him to materialize it into a battle technique. Sentimental humans were born from the indifferent heavens. The heavens would have long withered if they had feelings. As a conceptualization arose in Zhang Xian's head, Kong Shi's flawless swordsmanship began to take on another form right before his eyes. Where Kong Shi's sword passed, a gray streak would be left in its wake. These gray streaks gradually interweaved with one another to form something reminiscent of a net. This was the power that had limited his movements, placing him at a disadvantageous position throughout the battle. Heaven's order. Even though these gray streaks are scattered chaotically, they still observe a certain kind of pattern and law. It's almost like weaving together a heaven's net. It isn't tight, but once it bites, it will never let go. Zhang Xian analyzed with a nonchalant expression on his face. He did not have too deep an understanding of heaven's order previously, and it was through his conceptualization that he was able to see through the laws behind Kong Shi's swordsmanship. Resonance, that was the crux of Kong Shi's swordsmanship. It was also a property that all beings in the world possessed, an intrinsic law of nature. As long as two objects were moving in at the resonant frequency to one another, even the toughest object in the world could easily be destroyed. To be honest, Zhang Xian had no idea whether the Heaven's Order swordsmanship was flawless. However, through forcing his opponent to obey his law, he was able to slowly bring his opponent to the same frequency as him and finally defeat him. To use a crass metaphor from his previous life, it was similar to how an idiot would drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Zhang Xian came to a realization. The Heaven's Order swordsmanship is able to weave together an illusory net that compels the opponent to obey its rules. If I use swordsmanship that can unravel his rules, I'll be able to overcome him. With a light chuckle, he channeled his god sword intent into the Tongsheng sword and swiftly formed a massive net that was similar yet dissimilar to Kong Shi's net. A heart of intertwined threads, filled with thousands and thousands of knots. A poem suddenly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Just like that, the very first sword art of pathos of heavens had been created. With a flick of Zhang Xian's Tongsheng sword, Kong Shi's swordsmanship suddenly seemed to freeze in place. The intricate net that he had been weaving earlier overlapped with the one that Zhang Xian had created, causing it to intersect messily with one another. As a result, he was unable to quickly struggle free. With the messing up of the order that he had created, Kong Shi lost control over his surroundings. He was no longer able to influence Zhang Xian with his rules. With this, Zhang Xian had finally been freed. He immediately stepped forward to launch a follow-up attack so as to crush Kong Shi's will, but the next moment, the latter took a step back and retreated from the sphere of battle. The fact that you were able to find the flaws in my swordsmanship and destroy my order within such a short period of time shows that you are a deeply talented and intelligent individual. You are qualified to become a god. Kong Shi chuckled as he stroked his beard. We haven't finished our battle yet. Zhang Xian looked at Kong Shi with eyes narrowed with doubt. Despite having comprehended such a powerful sword art, Kong Shi was still able to retreat so easily without sustaining the slightest injury. This showed that he had not used his full strength. If the battle went on, there was no guarantee that he would have emerged victorious. Since that was the case, why did Kong Shi back out of the battle? Victory and defeat are inconsequential here. My only goal here is to test the eligible challengers on behalf of the gods. You were able to overcome the hard oblivion formation within a tenth of the time and comprehend 7 gods' intents alone. On top of that, you were able to see through the opening in my swordsmanship and create a new sword art to deal with it on the spot. Your talents are truly unrivaled, Kong Shi remarked calmly. Test? Challengers? Zhang Xian was confused by what was going on. Was Kong Shi not trying to kill him so that he could obtain his library of Heaven's Path? Why was he acting in such a manner? It was as if the will before him was completely different from the person whom he had met previously. Perplexed, Zhang Xian was just about to voice the doubts in his heart when Kong Shi suddenly said, "If I'm not mistaken, you have inherited the heaven's imperfections, right?" Those words immediately placed Zhang Xian on guard. He had been wondering if the will before him was really a different person from before when the latter suddenly spoke of the heaven's imperfections. It seemed like he was finally revealing his true self. Just as I thought, the Hall of Gods has always held the strong in high esteem. So successful challengers are allowed to leave their will behind to test the next challenger. You should leave your will here so that you can test the challengers of the next generation, Kong Shi said with a smile. As he said those words, his silhouette began to flicker. Zhang Xian had seen this situation many times before. Ultimately, a will was just a transient existence in this world. After accomplishing its mission, it would dissipate. While he was on the Master-Teacher continent, every time he tried to ask Kong Shi about the innate fetal poison, the latter would simply dissipate all of a sudden. As for the aura of divinity, the palace will naturally bestow it upon you once you leave the premises. Then, with a silent pop, Kong Shi's will dissipate it into the surroundings. Seeing this, Zhang Xian frowned doubtfully. Could it be that there's really a real Kong Shi and fake Kong Shi? The Kong Shi whom he had just met earlier was similar to all those he had met back on the Master-Teacher continent. There was a hint of benevolence in the depths of his eyes, and it felt like he was someone who would shelter the world from all storms. This was vastly different from that one who had saved him from the Hall of Gods. Could it be that the will that had just dissipated came from the real Kong Shi? Forget it. Whether that Kong Shi is a good person or a bad person, if I can really obtain the aura of divinity and successfully become a god, nothing will be a problem anymore. He left his will on the 3rd floor before heading down the stone staircase. The fact that the palace allowed him to leave his will there meant that he had already gained its approval. When he returned to the entrance that he had entered from, the gates had already appeared once more. He saw his clone standing beyond the doorsill, waiting patiently for his return. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian walked over to his clone's side before turning around to take another look at the gigantic palace right before his eyes. The palace was still standing above the cradle of wind currents. All of a sudden, a golden flow shot out from the cradle and rose in between the 2 pillars of the palace. This golden flow emanated a brilliant glow. It exerted a heavy pressure right upon one's soul. Is this the aura of divinity? It seemed like Kong Shi had not lied to him. This golden flow felt as heavy as the mercury-like spiritual energy when he first encountered it back on the Master-Teacher continent. He had a feeling that his meridians would rupture if he absorbed it recklessly. Most likely, this was the power that only real gods were worthy of harnessing. In other words, if he absorbed the aura of divinity before him, there was a good chance that he could reach the realm of the gods. That would put him on a level that no one on the Forsaken Continent could match. With eyes glowing with excitement, he leaped into the air as he quickly headed toward the golden flow. But before he could reach his destination, a burst of sword chi abruptly sliced through his pathway. It severed the space, creating a dimension rift between Zhang Xian and the golden flow. Astonished, Zhang Xian hurriedly halted his movements. "You have my deepest thanks. I knew that you would be able to do it, and you sure didn't disappoint." Following that, a mirror suddenly appeared in midair. A hand crept out from the surface of the mirror and grabbed the golden flow between its fingers. Who? Then, the entire golden flow was absorbed into a jade bottle and vanished. Following which, the figure turned around. It was none other than Kong Shi. Zhang Xian tightened his fists in anger. "You aren't Kong Shi. Who in the world are you?" Zhang Xian asked with narrowed eyes. He had thought it was weird how the other party had never appeared even though there were so many ideal opportunities for him to strike. It turned out that he had been hiding in the void all along, waiting for the moment that he obtained the aura of divinity to snatch it from him. However, when Zhang Xian first arrived in the area, he had made sure to examine his surroundings carefully, and he did not notice any folded space or the like. Just where in the world did the other party appear from, and how did he manage to traverse space to get there? More importantly, if the will that he had encountered in the palace was real, it was likely that the person standing before him was a fake. That would explain why the other party was unaware of the details regarding Xinjiang City's teleportation portal, as well as why the will that he had encountered in the palace seemed to be unsure about the existence of the heaven's imperfections. Who else can I be if not Kong Shi? The face of the person in the air warped in anger. "I am him. I have always been him." Hula. Amid his furious rage, he thrust his palm downward. The air currents had always been chaotic in the area. That palm strike caused more and more dimension rifts to appear all around, leaving Zhang Xian not daring to advance any further. He has indeed gotten much stronger. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. The fact that the other party was able to shatter space so easily showed that he was much stronger compared to the time he was facing his clone. Nevertheless, there was no hint of heaven's order in his palm strike, and the battle technique that he used did not harness the essence of the world. That meant that he was not using a heaven's path battle technique. Furthermore, as powerful as his attack was, it was not to the extent where it was able to influence the laws around him. There's no doubt about it. He's indeed a fake. Since Kong Shi possessed a fragment of the heavens as well, he was naturally able to use heaven's path battle techniques. He had wondered about that previously, too, but he had not been too certain as he had never seen anyone aside from him using heaven's path battle techniques. As such, he had mistaken the other party's attacks to have reached the level of heaven's path battle techniques previously. However, after witnessing what Kong Shi's will was capable of, it was apparent that the attacks of the person before him were lacking. This only pointed to a single possibility. Even though he refused to admit to it, the person standing before him was indeed a fake. "Return the aura of divinity to me." Zhang Xian knew that this was not a good time for his mind to be wandering. As he brandished the Tongsheng sword, he beckoned his clone to move alongside him. With a barrage of swift slashes, he formed a net of sword chi around the fake Kong Shi, a heart of intertwined threads. He executed the sword art that he had just comprehended without any hesitation. He knew that he was facing a difficult opponent, such that the god's sword intent that he had comprehended would not be much use in the battle. Thus, he used the strongest move he knew of from the very start of the battle. Amazing swordsmanship. However, I won't be fighting with you today. Once I become a god myself, your library will become mine. No one in this world will be able to stop me. Kong Shi burst into laughter as he leaped back into the mirror and vanished from view. T. Zhang Xian's face turned livid. Chapter 2087 Meeting Palace Master Du once more. It was no wonder this fellow had not made a move since disappearing back then. Zhang Xian had thought that the other party was finding a way to recover his full strength, but who could have known that the other party's goal was to bide his time so that he could acquire the aura of divinity. In fact, the other party might even have known that he would not be able to obtain the library of heaven's path back then. so he intentionally set this scheme up to bait him. But why did that fellow not challenge the palace on his own? Was it because he was unable to challenge it, or because he was unable to clear it? Considering how the will on the third floor had been left behind by the real Kong Shi, perhaps the latter might have used some means to prevent the fake Kong Shi from entering, similar to how his clone was unable to enter the palace. Wait a moment, could it be that? A thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind as his gaze darted toward his clone, who was standing with a smug smile on his face. His clone did not seem to be embarrassed because the palace had rejected his entry. If anything, he only seemed disappointed that he had not been able to show off. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before retracting his gaze. It isn't the time for me to be thinking about this right now. I can't let that fellow escape. Once he absorbs the aura of divinity and reaches the level of the gods, I won't stand a chance against him. He could not help but be worried about the current situation. In the first place, the fake Kong Shi was no weaker than him. If the other party really made a breakthrough, he would be doomed no matter how many semi-divinity realm cultivators he could rally to his side. The only reason the fake Kong Shi needed to lie low was because he was unable to find the catalyst that he needed to make a breakthrough. However, the situation was different now that he had acquired the aura of divinity. No matter what, he had to stop the other party. It was just that the other party had already run away. Even if there was something he could do, he had to find a way to get out of there first. With the altar destroyed, he no longer had a way to return to the Forsaken Continent. If he had obtained the aura of divinity earlier, he would have been able to reach the level of the gods. If so, he could have just returned by breaking apart space. But now, his route had been completely destroyed. The only reason Kong Shi was able to traverse through space was because of the Paragon Black Mirror and the Evanescent Boots, Zhang Xian thought as he recalled what had happened earlier. Even though the Evanescent Boots were not a semi-divinity artifact, they granted their wearer the special ability to traverse through space. When used together with the Paragon Black Mirror, Kong Shi was able to move at speeds that even Zhang Xian was unable to do anything about. This was not a good situation. It meant that if Kong Shi attempted to harm his direct disciples, there was not much that he could do. Even though Zhang Xian felt a little anxious inside, he was still able to keep a rational head. He quickly ran through everything that had happened over the last few days to figure out the current situation. Kong Shi snatched the god character from here, and the founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion took half a character away with him. The fact that there are traces of that here means that the palace is likely the real Hall of Gods. In turn, that also means that the place I entered back then was a fake. Previously, he had thought that the place where he had been assaulted by the 10 semi-divinity realm cultivators was the real Hall of Gods, but from the current looks of it, he had been misled. Most likely, it was a place that the fake Kong Shi had specially prepared in order to corner him. That might even have been the real headquarters of the Ethereal Hall. Thinking back, it was weird how there had been no one to be seen in the headquarters of the Ethereal Hall when he arrived back then. Furthermore, the entire area was even planted with explosive formations. Who in their right mind would plant explosives in their headquarters, as if expecting that it would be breached by an enemy? That did not make sense at all. It was likely that the Azure Bridge was linked to the palace that he had been to earlier, the real Hall of Gods, several thousand years ago. Otherwise, how did the real Kong Shi and the founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion get there and snatch the god character? How did they return to the Azure and establish their own sects as powerhouses of the Forsaken Continent? If this is the real Hall of Gods, it should be connected to the Azure Bridge too, right? Zhang Xian began examining his surroundings carefully with his eye of insight. The area where the altar had been destroyed was completely empty, as if it had been floating in the midst of a void. The surroundings were also dark, and there was not the slightest sign of life to be seen. There was no sign of the Azure Bridge at all. Was he wrong? Zhang Xian circled the palace, but there was still no passageway to be seen. It was as if this palace existed in the midst of a void. Just as he was feeling incredibly helpless, his eyes suddenly fell upon the two pillars that seemed to pin the palace in place. He had seen them when he first arrived. They seemed to pierce endlessly through the void, and he had also been unable to analyze what material they were made of. All he was able to conclude was that they were at least semi-divinity artifacts, such that he would be unable to destroy them with his current strength. Could that be the real Azure Bridge? He had already checked the surroundings multiple times, but there was nothing that came close to resembling the Azure Bridge. Perhaps those two pillars were the key. Let me take a look. Zhang Xian quickly threw the clone into his storage ring before leaping onto the palace. Grabbing tightly onto one of the pillars, he began climbing upward. He had no idea how tall the pillar was, but he kept climbing on, till the palace behind became as small as a dot. He climbed for 4 whole hours before he finally broke through an atmosphere. A ray of light suddenly appeared at the end of the dark void. Right after, Zhang Xian felt his surroundings disorientating. He had been climbing up a moment ago, but all of a sudden, he was hugging onto the pillar to prevent himself from falling downward. He had encountered this situation back when he was getting on top of the Azure Bridge from the heaven anchoring boulder. He had stepped from one spatial dimension into another, resulting in the abrupt change in his center of gravity. He felt like he had been climbing upward all along, which suggested that the Hall of Gods had been at the bottom. However, from his current point of view, it would seem like the Hall of Gods was actually above him. He quickly climbed back up the Azure Bridge before looking around him. He noticed that there was a majestic hall right beneath him. Isn't that the fake Hall of Gods? Zhang Xian recognized it with a single glance. It was where he had been assaulted by 10 semi-divinity realm experts simultaneously, only to be saved by the fake Kong Shi. So, these two places are actually linked to one another. Zhang Xian came to a realization. The two pillars of the palace were linked to the very top of the fake Hall of Gods. He thought that it was only for aesthetic purpose back then, but it turned out that the fake Hall of Gods was actually not the endpoint. If he had traveled a little further back then, he would have been able to enter the real Hall of Gods. Kong Shi should have returned here. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly concealed his aura before heading into the fake Hall of Gods. If his guess was not wrong, those semi-divinity realm experts that he had encountered back then were all the fake Kong Shi's subordinates. In other words, the fake Hall of Gods was actually the other party's core base. It was likely that the fake Kong Shi would head there to attempt a breakthrough after obtaining the aura of divinity. Zhang Xian knew that he had to find a way to steal the aura of divinity. As long as he could achieve a breakthrough, the enemy would pose no threat to him at all. He silently crept alongside the walls of the fake Hall of Gods and entered it. Perhaps they thought that no one could reach there, or that no one would dare barge in, but there were no sentries standing on guard. Zhang Xian stealthily explored the area. The place was truly massive. Zhang Xian swiftly maneuvered around the areas to find where Kong Shi was hiding when he suddenly heard 2 sets of footsteps. They chatted with one another as they walked over. Our hall master has passed down orders for us to put that person to death. As there were no outsiders in the area, there was no need for them to worry about their secrets leaking out. Put that person to death? That's right. We needed her previously for her chance to activate the altar and conduct the ritual, but now, as long as our hall master successfully becomes a god, he will be able to do anything even without the altar. It doesn't matter whether she's alive or not. Indeed, we'll surely be handsomely rewarded once our hall master becomes a god. As long as we listen to him obediently, we might even have a chance to reach that level too. Isn't that so? Well, let's hurry up and do it. The discussion seemed to be slowly drifting further and further away. Activate the altar and conduct the ritual? Are they referring to Palace Master Du? Zhang Xian frowned. Thinking back, the last time he had seen Du Qingyuan was also in this hall. It seemed like she was still there. However, it was apparent that she was in a precarious position. I should first save her before doing anything else, Zhang Xian thought with narrowed eyes. With a set of swift maneuvers, he appeared before the duo in an instant and swung his Tongshang sword. A cold glint flashed across the room. Puha! Puha! The 2 semi-divinity realm experts collapsed to the floor before they could even react. Zhang Xian immediately stowed their corpses into his storage ring. Back when he was still at the heavenly high immortal realm, he had been able to slay ordinary semi-divinity realm cultivators with a single slash. Since he had achieved a breakthrough and comprehended the complete God's sword intent, assassinating opponents of such tiers no longer posed a challenge to him. He was able to do it without even causing the slightest disturbance in the surrounding spiritual energy. After getting rid of those 2, he morphed his appearance into one of them and donned his clothes. With this, His disguise was perfect. So, he began making his way forward. Even though the place was extremely spacious, there were not many rooms around. He was able to determine where Du Qingyuan was kept just by where those two semi-divinity realm cultivators had been heading. Soon, he arrived before a locked chamber. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a key that he had looted from those two and opened the door without any trouble. And there, he saw a middle-aged lady seated at the center of the room. Her hands and legs were tightly cuffed, limiting her movements. Her hair was unkempt, and there was a withered look on her face. The aura she emanated was extremely weak as well. It seemed like she was severely injured. Upon his entry, Du Qingyuan looked over with clear eyes. It seemed like she had shaken out of Kong Shi's control. "Has he ordered you to kill me?" Du Qingyuan asked with an expressionless look on her face. She had managed to guess what was awaiting her. Instead of answering the question, Zhang Xian shut the doors tightly before slowly walking over. "Since he was willing to destroy the altar, it means that my existence is of no value to him anymore." Du Qingyuan harumphed coldly. The altar was an artifact that she had assimilated, so naturally, she was able to sense its destruction. He knew that the reason Kong Shi had captured her was to make use of her altar, so the only reason she could think of for Kong Shi allowing the altar to be destroyed was that he had found a way to achieve his goals even without the altar. A pawn who had lost its value was bound to be disposed of. "I never thought that I would meet my end like this." Du Qingyuan glanced upward with a slight hint of despair in her eyes. She could not imagine what would become of Starchaser Palace without her. Her direct disciple was not ready to succeed her as the new palace master, and even though Jiang Yao had reached the semi-divinity realm, her strength was lacking to the other veterans. They were in difficult times. The Hall of Gods was colluding with the Ethereal Hall, and it was likely that they would soon root out the 6 sects so that they could establish their dominance on the Forsaken Continent. Any hint of weakness at this moment would be fatal. It was for this reason that she had entrusted her hopes to an unknown factor, Zhang Xian. She hoped that the young man who had created so many miracles would protect Starchaser Palace even in her absence. But ultimately, she did not know if she had made the correct decision. Would Zhang Xian even be willing to protect Starchaser Palace? She hated how she was helpless, and it pained her to think of the possible tragedies that could happen to Starchaser Palace in her absence. She closed her eyes tightly for a brief moment before opening them once more. Rising to her feet, she tidied up her clothes and smoothed out the creases. After that, she began to comb her hair with her fingers before pinning it in place with a hairpin. Then, she looked at the person who had just entered the room and said, "Even if I have to die, I will die a dignified death." As she waited for the other party to make his move, a calm voice suddenly echoed in the air. "It's the second time we've met, isn't it, Palace Master Du?" Right before her eyes, the appearance of the person before her began to morph into that of a young man in his early 20s. Zhang Xian? Du Qingyuan's body stiffened up. Slowly, it started to tremble in agitation. Chapter 2088, The Ethereal Hall Headquarters. It was through the mouth of the spirit god that she first heard about this young man. Back then, she had found it extremely bizarre. How could a young lad from a lower world possibly be qualified to gain the spirit god's fancy and even become her lover? Soon after, she received an audience from Sovereign Chen Yong, so she descended an avatar of herself to the lower world. It was then that she met the young man for the first time. She did not see anything impressive about the young man, but the decision he made pleased her. So, she brought Wu Chen up to the Azure and treated him. Not too long later, she received news that Zhang Xian had arrived on the Forsaken Continent, and within just a few days, he had already become the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Words could not explain how astounded she was by that news. She began to realize why the young man was able to catch the spirit god's sight. So, she specially made a trip over to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to meet him, but he had already left the sect. She left Wu Chan with the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion before returning to the sect alone. Shortly after, the warriors of the Hall of Gods barged into Starchaser Palace and demanded that she hand over the altar. Knowing that she would not be able to deal with them alone, she wrote her will before running away with the altar. Yet, Who would have thought that Hall Master Kong would still end up being able to find her? Eventually, she was captured and imprisoned. She thought that she would meet her end. Not even in her wildest dreams did she expect to see Zhang Xian there, disguised as one of the semi-divinity realm cultivators. With a smile on his lips, the young man took out a sword and said, "Palace Master Du, I'll have to trouble you to take a step back." Du Qingyuan knew that it was no time for them to be reminiscing about the past and catching up with one another, so she took a step back and raised her arms. Taking a deep breath, the young man swung his sword. Ding, 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 ding. With 4 metallic clangs, the cuffs binding her wrists and ankles fell to the ground. Even though the cuffs were not semi-divinity artifacts, the fact that they were able to bind a semi-divinity realm cultivator meant that they possessed resilience comparable to one. Yet, Zhang Xian was able to sever them easily with his current strength. After severing the chains, the young man passed a jade bottle over to her. "Drink this." Du Qingyuan quickly uncorked the jade bottle and gulped down whatever was inside. A moment later, her eyes widened in astonishment. She knew how severe her injuries were. Given that she was already reaching the limits of her lifespan, she thought that her cultivation was already crippled for good. She did not think that she had enough vitality in her to make a full recovery. Yet, a mere bottle of water had cured all of her injuries, nursing her back to full health. She looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment, but the latter shook his head and said, "There's no time to explain. Come with me." "All right." Du Qingyuan nodded. She quickly drove her zhenqi and cleansed her body of grime and dirt, thus reverting to her usual appearance as a graceful palace master. Heaving a sigh of relief, she quickly followed behind Zhang Xian. On the other hand, Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head helplessly when he saw how Du Qingyuan was concerned about her appearance despite the dire situation they were in. Clicking his tongue, he pushed the door open and walked out. There was no one outside. Having saved Du Qingyuan, he could not be bothered to keep up his disguise. It was not as if anyone there, except for Kong Shi, could defeat him anyway. "So," he continued inward, "the exit is over there," the perplexed Du Qingyuan remarked with a frown. The deeper they headed in, the greater the danger they would face. Zhang Xian might be unaware of Hall Master Kong's true strength, but she knew just how insanely powerful that man was. In terms of fighting prowess, he might even be on par with the gods. Not only so, he also had plenty of semi-divinity realm experts under his command. They would be doomed once they were made aware of his intrusion. "I'm not planning on leaving yet. I'm here for Kong Shi," Zhang Xian explained with a smile. This time, he had his clone to fight alongside him. On top of that, he had also comprehended the pathos of heavens and a heart of intertwined threads. As long as Kong Shi had not reached the level of a god, the chances of them winning were extremely high. The only reason he had chosen to disguise himself was out of fear that it might incite panic, leading to the enemies to quickly get rid of Du Qingyuan or use her as hostage. Since Du Qingyuan had been saved, there was nothing to hold him back anymore. "Kong Shi? You are referring to Hall Master Kong, right?" Du Qingyuan was stunned. "We won't be able to take him on with just the 2 of us. We'll need to gather Han Jianqiu and the others." Before she could finish her piece, footsteps suddenly sounded ahead of them. A doubtful voice demanded, "Who are you? Wait, aren't you Du Qingyuan? How did you get out?" "Men." That voice echoed loudly throughout the entire hall. So. In an instant, numerous figures appeared all around the corridor, sealing off all paths of escape. 13 semi-divinities. Du Qingyuan trembled in horror. They would have been perfectly fine if they had snuck away earlier, but this fellow simply wanted to look for Hall Master Kong. Now that they were surrounded by 13 semi-divinities who were no weaker than her, there was no way they would be able to get away unscathed anymore. She felt as if the hope that had appeared before her just a moment ago had been shattered, plunging her deeper into the abyss of despair. "Spirit God, you didn't tell me that the person you like is actually so unreliable." "Oh, aren't you sect leader, Zhang? Since you have paid a visit to our ethereal hall, it would be rude for us not to offer you our warmest welcome, right?" A semi-divinity realm cultivator amid the crowd recognized Zhang Xian, and his words sparked flames of greed in the eyes of the others. All of them knew how highly their hall master valued Zhang Xian. If they could capture him, they would surely be handsomely rewarded for their service. Voila! With overwhelming killing intent lingering in the air, the semi-divinities drew their weapons. Du Qingyuan felt goosebumps rising all over her body. She silently inched toward Zhang Xian and said, "I'll only be able to deal with 2 of them at most with my current strength. I have been observing them carefully, and I think I can try opening a path for you to escape by attacking those 3 right ahead of me. So, pay careful attention and make your escape as soon as you see an opening, all right?" Only her physical wounds had healed so far. Her soul had not fully recovered yet, and her greatest trump card, the altar, had been destroyed. It was already formidable that she could keep 2 semi-divinity realm cultivators of the Hall of Gods in check given her current strength. Escape? I am very grateful that you are willing to brave through the danger to rescue me, Du Qingyuan said with a determined glint in her eyes, but my lifespan is already coming to an end. If only one of us can make it out of here alive, it should be you. I'll be entrusting the future of Starchaser Palace and the Forsaken Continent to you. There's no need for that. Zhang Xian chuckled a little upon seeing Du Qingyuan's response. Seeing how the 2 of them were relaxed enough to chat with one another, the leader of the group bellowed, "Everyone, let's take them down together. Our hall master will surely be delighted if he sees that we have managed to capture Zhang Xian when he returns." Hula. Unable to hold back their anxiety any longer, the crowd made their move. So. Surges of energy gushed in from the surroundings, forming a sturdy cage around Zhang Xian and Du Qingyuan. "Zhang Xian, run away," Du Qingyuan exclaimed. She did not think that they would actually be so well trained in collaborative formations. Knowing that they would be trapped if she waited any longer, she immediately dashed forward to make her move. However, the sight before her suddenly blurred, and the energy cage around them abruptly dissipated. Before she knew it, Zhang Xian was already standing right before the leader of the pack, his hand clutching onto the latter's neck tightly. Looking at the leader with a frighteningly nonchalant expression on his face, he asked, "Where is Hall Master Kong?" "He has gone out," the leader replied with a quivering voice. He was caught completely off guard by how fast Zhang Xian was, such that his entire body was still trembling from shock. "He isn't here?" Zhang Xian frowned. He had thought that Kong Shi would try to assimilate the aura of divinity there. If the other party was not there, where else could he be? This was not good at all. If Kong Shi successfully became a god, the consequences would be dire. They would really have no means to deal with him then. "I don't believe you," Zhang Xian remarked coldly. He squeezed his fingers lightly, crushing the leader's windpipe. There was a short moment of silence before he sighed with a frown. Kong Shi really isn't here. There was no way he could take the enemy's words at face value, so he had conducted a soul search as well. But just as the other party had said, Hall Master Kong did not return after heading out. While Zhang Xian was shaking his head in displeasure, Du Qingyuan was looking upon the sight before her with an incredulous expression. It was just a moment ago that she thought they were goners, but in the blink of an eye, her comrade had already taken down the leader of the pack. What was even eerier to her was how no one in the crowd rushed over to help their own ally. It was as if they were frozen in place. Du Qingyuan pointed to the other 12 semi-divinities around her and murmured, They were all standing on the spot, not moving an inch. However, she could see fear deeply reflected in their eyes, as if they were looking at something that terrified them to their souls. "What's wrong?" Zhang Xian tossed aside the leader's body before taking out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. "Why aren't they moving?" Du Qingyuan asked warily. "They're dead. Dead men aren't able to move," Zhang Xian replied impassively, as if he was just pointing out a fact. He had been wondering what Du Qingyuan was so shocked about, but it turned out to just be that. Since those men had decided to assault them, there was no need for him to show mercy to them. Thus, he had used a heart of intertwining threads to slit their throats, killing all 12 of them in an instant. He had only chosen to spare the leader temporarily in order to question him. "They're dead?" Du Qingyuan was stunned. She carefully walked up to one of the semi-divinities and pushed his body carefully. Putong. The semi-divinity realm cultivator's body fell flat on the floor, causing the ground to tremble a little. That, in turn, caused the bodies of the remaining 11 semi-divinities to fall to the ground as well. Du Qingyuan rubbed her eyes vigorously, wondering if she had seen incorrectly. When did he make a move? How did he make a move? For 13 semi-divinities to be killed in an instant, how was this even possible? Was it really true that this fellow had only arrived on the Forsaken Continent a month ago? Was it possible for someone to become so powerful within such a short period of time? Du Qingyuan felt a little stifled inside. To think that there was a period of time where she had thought that this young man was not worthy of the spirit god. This was probably the first time in the history of the Forsaken Continent that a person had managed to cultivate from ancient sage Fordan to become an unrivaled existence among semi-divinities within just a single month. If he were given another month, would he be able to become as powerful as the spirit god? She suddenly had a feeling that everyone else had only been crawling along in their cultivation, whereas the young man was sprinting ahead. "Hold on for a moment," the young man suddenly said. With a smile on his face, he walked up to each and every one of the corpses and took their storage rings. After that, with a wave of his hand, he chucked all their corpses into his storage ring. Not too bad. They seem to have plenty of pills with them. I guess those from the ethereal hall are pretty wealthy after all, Zhang Xian commented with a satisfied nod. He had wondered where he could find the remaining 70 premier immortal pills required for him to achieve a breakthrough, but to his delight, he managed to gather all of them with several dozen extra after slaying 15 semi-divinities. As expected of the ethereal hall, since Hall Master Kong isn't around, it's unlikely we'll face any danger here. Wait here for a moment, I'll swiftly take a look around, Zhang Xian said before vanishing from sight. Take a look around? What does he want to look at? Du Qingyuan was left standing on the spot, confused. Paying no heed to the Du Qingyuan, Zhang Xian headed to the innermost room along the corridors. Through his earlier soul search, he had been able to confirm that he was in the headquarters of the ethereal hall. Since this was the headquarters, there was no doubt that there were plenty of treasures lying around. Considering how Kong Shi had stolen his aura of divinity, no matter what, he should at least return the favor a little. Or else, would he not be making a huge loss? Thus, while he was conducting his soul search earlier, he had made sure to keep a close eye on where the treasure vault was. Naturally, that was where he was heading. Chapter 2089. Returning to Starchaser Palace, he followed the path that he had seen in his soul search and flitted ahead. Other than the semi-divinity realm cultivators, there was no one else in the headquarters of the ethereal hall. Zhang Xian had killed all of them earlier, so there should be no more danger lurking in the area. As for the formations that were set up around the area, all of them posed no threat to a formation master of Zhang Xian's caliber. Here it is, Zhang Xian said with a smile after confirming the location. He swung the Tongshang sword lightly. Gotcha! The door was knocked open, revealing a folded space. Treasures of all kinds filled the entire folded space. They were at a quantity that was beyond even Zhang Xian's means to count. Voila! As soon as Zhang Xian walked into the folded space, he was assaulted by innumerable surges of sword qi, saber qi, and all kinds of different forces. Knowing that those attacks came from the weapon spirits of the artifacts stored in the room, Zhang Xian nimbly dodged all of the attacks coming his way. Ding 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 ding. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xian looked at the huge array of weapons before him with glowing eyes. As expected of the treasure vault of the ethereal hall headquarters, there were more than 30 semi-divinity artifacts and over 200 heavenly high immortal tier artifacts. Even if one gathered every last weapon on the Forsaken Continent, it was unlikely that their value would surpass what he had right before him. It was hard to tell whether this was the inventory that the ethereal hall had managed to accumulate over the years or what they had stolen from the Hall of Gods. Well, regardless of where they came from, the only thing that mattered was that they had all become his. With a grand wave of his hands, he stowed all of them into his storage ring. Then, he turned his attention to the jade bottles by the side. All kinds of pills were flying around the room like a bunch of chirpy canaries. They were all heavenly high immortal tier pills, and they were effective even on semi-divinity realm cultivators. What caught Zhang Xian's attention more though were the 1,000 or so premier immortal pills placed atop the shelves. Stowing away everything around him, Zhang Xian needed 3 whole storage rings before he was able to collect everything in the treasure vault. First and foremost, I should raise my cultivation to heavenly semi-divinity realm. Instead of hurrying out of the treasure vault, he took a seat in the middle of the room. He got out the premier immortal pills and stuffed them into his mouth as he immersed his consciousness into his great codex of spring and autumn. The feeling of not having to worry about having insufficient cultivation resources was truly an exhilarating experience for Zhang Xian. He felt like he had never been so extravagant before. Was this how it felt to be loaded? A few breaths later, he stood back up. As of that moment, he had managed to raise his cultivation to heavenly semi-divinity realm and reinforced it. With this, he could be considered to have reached the very peak of the Forsaken Continent. As long as Kong Shi had not reached the level of the gods yet, he was confident that he could fight on equal footing with the other party. After he was done, he left the treasure vault and returned to where Du Qingyuan was. Du Qingyuan had not recovered from the earlier shock yet. There was a dazed look on her face that made it look as if she was daydreaming. "Palace Master Du, do you know how we can return to Starchaser Palace from here?" Zhang Xian snapped Du Qingyuan out of her daze. He had previously gone there through the Azure Bridge, and he had only managed to leave through the ability of Kong Shi's evanescent boots. In other words, he had no idea how he could return to the Forsaken Continent from there without the Azure Bridge. However, there was a good chance that Du Qingyuan might have an idea in mind. After all, she had been taken there before the Azure Bridge descended. "My cultivation was sealed when Hall Master Kong brought me here, so I wasn't able to move around freely. However, I was still able to deduce his technique." Palace Master Du quickly gathered her thoughts before continuing. "If I'm not mistaken, he traveled here through the ethereal token." Ethereal token? Zhang Xian frowned. He knew that it was possible for the ethereal token to transport one's consciousness to enter the ethereal hall, but did it really wield the ability to teleport a person's entire body? That's right. Don't underestimate the prowess of the ethereal token. It might be small, but its functions are rather remarkable. Just its ability to teleport items you have bought in the ethereal hall already makes it an amazing artifact, Du Qingyuan said. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. It was easy to take the ethereal token for granted, but if one thought about it, it was actually a pretty incredible artifact. The act of teleporting items around was already one usage of spatial teleportation. My guess is that he used it together with the Black Mirror Citadel's Paragon Black Mirror. The Paragon Black Mirror has the ability to pull one's soul into a mirror, and it's also capable of materializing what that is stored within the mirror. Usually, we can only access the ethereal hall with our consciousness, but through the Paragon Black Mirror, it might be possible to enter the illusory ethereal hall with one's real body, Du Qingyuan deduced. While the ethereal hall that cultivators immerse their consciousness into was often described as illusory, it was very much existent in the world. The fact that it was possible for individuals to interact with the environment and one another was enough to prove its existence. It was just that it existed on another dimensional plane, making it impossible for living cultivators to enter it with their physical bodies. The differences in the spatial structures of the two-dimensional planes made it impossible for a living person to even survive the journey into the ethereal hall. As such, even though it was possible to take items in and out of the ethereal hall, no cultivator had managed to step into the ethereal hall with their physical body before. However, through reflecting the illusory ethereal hall on the Paragon Black Mirror, one would be able to bind it to the mirror's dimensional plane. Then, using the Paragon Black Mirror as a gateway, it might be possible to physically enter the illusory ethereal hall safely. If he used the Paragon Black Mirror to reflect the illusory ethereal hall before using the mirror to reflect himself, it's likely that he's able to freely move around the branches of the ethereal hall. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. That explained why Kong Shi had wanted to obtain the evanescent boots, the Paragon Black Mirror, and the altar. Those three wielded exceptional abilities. If one could enter the illusory ethereal hall with one's real body, through the connections between the illusory ethereal hall and all the ethereal tokens, it would technically be possible to teleport one to wherever an ethereal token existed. Basically, it worked in a similar manner to how one retrieved purchased items from the ethereal hall. Who could have thought that the ethereal token and Paragon Black Mirror could actually be used in such a manner. Unbelievable. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before pointing out the main problem. But we don't have the Paragon Black Mirror with us. Even if they had figured out how Kong Shi managed to move around, it would make no difference if they did not have the Paragon Black Mirror with them. No, wait. Even though we don't have the Paragon Black Mirror with us, we can still create a folded space that we can enter and teleport through the ethereal token. Zhang Xian smacked his forehead. Why did he not think about it earlier? That does sound feasible, but I don't think it's that easy to create a folded space stable enough to carry life while traveling into the illusory ethereal hall, Du Qingyuan replied with a frown. It was the kind of thing that sounded theoretically feasible, but might not work in practice. For one, creating a folded space was no easy feat on the Forsaken Continent. If so, the six sects would have long uncovered such a transportation technique, and they would not have to spend days on end sitting atop aerial immortal beasts to move around. More importantly, it could be extremely dangerous. This medium of transportation was under the control of the ethereal hall, and if anything went wrong, they might fall into the cracks of space and be unable to return. It might be difficult to do it anywhere else, but in here. Well, just wait here for a moment, Zhang Xian said before disappearing. He could easily create stable folded spaces back on the Master-Teacher continent, but it was not as easy to do so there. However, while he was still unable to do it, it did not mean that others would be unable to do so. In fact, there was one nearby waiting for his picking. The treasure vault earlier was one perfect example of a stable folded space that could carry life. With a grasp of his hand, Zhang Xian compressed the folded space in the treasure vault until it fitted nicely in his palm. Boom! With his cultivation reaching heavenly semi-divinity realm, his current strength was definitely on par with Kong Shi's previously. While he did not possess the Heaven's Order, which granted one superior powers over space-time, he was at least still able to manipulate a folded space like that. He took out a storage ring and placed the sealed folded space into it. Palace Master Du, please enter the folded space. Du Qingyuan nodded as she lowered her guard. In the next moment, she vanished from the spot. After pulling Du Qingyuan into the folded space, Zhang Xian took out an ethereal token and infused his consciousness into it. Even though he was in a place impossible to access from the Forsaken Continent, considering how he was in the Ethereal Hall headquarters, he should still be able to access the illusory Ethereal Hall without any trouble and contact the others. Soon enough, Han Jianxiu appeared before him, and upon seeing Zhang Xian in the Ethereal Hall, he heaved a sigh of relief. Sect Leader Zhang, how are you faring over there? Are you still doing fine? Shortly after Zhang Xian entered the portal, the altar on the other side had been destroyed, causing the portal to dissipate. That had left all of them at Starchaser Palace panicking. They had feared that something had happened to Zhang Xian. Only when he saw the young man before him once more was he finally able to calm his heart. I'm fine. I'll place a storage ring on the auction later. Buy it and take it out in Starchaser Palace's Ethereal Hall right after. Understood? Zhang Xian instructed.
Yes.
Han Jianxiu nodded, even though he did not know what Zhang Xian was up to. After instructing Han Jianxiu, he quickly backed out of the Ethereal Hall and placed the storage ring on the Ethereal Hall's auction. Following that, he brought the Serpentine Dragon out. Here is a blank ethereal token. I need you to remain here and guard it. Make sure to appear immediately as soon as I call for you. Understood? Zhang Xian said. With the recent breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, the Serpentine Dragon's soul had grown strong enough for it to enter the Ethereal Hall with its consciousness. Zhang Xian wanted to return to the Forsaken Continent to look for Kong Shi, but there was a chance that he might have to visit the Hall of Gods once more in the future. Thus, he had to prepare in advance. If he could really return to the Forsaken Continent through this method, he should be able to go back there by liaising with the Serpentine Dragon. Knowing what its master was trying to do, the Serpentine Dragon nodded. I understand. Also, make sure to hide well. Don't let anyone find you. There's a chance that Hall Master Kong might come back here, Zhang Xian instructed sternly. The Serpentine Dragon nodded before shrinking itself to roughly the size of a thumb. Its real body, which was several hundred meters long, was simply too conspicuous. It was too easy for someone to spot him even from a distance away. However, If he shrunk himself to the size of a thumb, it would be hard for someone to find him amid the vast hall. After handling the serpentine dragon, Zhang Xian entered the folded space in the storage ring as well. Following that, the serpentine dragon tapped the ethereal token lightly, and the storage ring disappeared from view. On the Forsaken Continent, an ethereal token lit up brilliantly as a storage ring materialized from a teleportation formation. Who? Zhang Xian came out from the folded space in the storage ring. When he saw Han Jianxiu and the others, he heaved a deep sigh of relief. It really worked. Even though the plan had sounded feasible in theory, there were many complications that could have happened when putting it into practice. In fact, his heart had been beating worriedly throughout the entire process. If someone on either side of the ethereal token had betrayed him or the ethereal hall had noticed what they were up to, they might have ended up banished into the cracks of space. In any case, it was a huge relief that everything had worked out well. It also appeared that the ethereal hall had not noticed what they had done yet. After all, such trades were held often enough for the ethereal hall not to pay close attention to every transaction. Teacher. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, the eyes of Zhao Ye and the others lit up in agitation. Zhang Xian was just about to call them when he noticed something that sent his eyebrows shooting upward. All of you have managed to reach the heavenly high immortal realm? Prior to his departure, Zhao Ye and the others had still been at the true immortal realm. Yet, at that very moment, all of them had reached the heavenly high immortal realm, and it looked as if they were ready to achieve a breakthrough at any moment. But he had barely been gone for a few hours. Had his students always been so talented? Chapter 29. Zhang Xian imparts. All along, Zhang Xian thought that he was able to cultivate quite quickly. Nevertheless, he still spent half a month to raise his cultivation from ancient sage 4 Dan to high immortal realm. The sweat and blood he had put into it were enough to make any man break down in tears. It could be said that every step he took was immensely difficult. It was true that these 11 direct disciples of his had the simplified heavens path divine art, and they had sufficient immortal pills to fuel their cultivation too. But how did they manage to raise their cultivation from true immortal realm to heavenly high immortal realm within just a few hours? This was ridiculous. It isn't fast at all. We took an entire month after your departure to reach our current level. Zhao Ye replied sheepishly. An entire month? Zhang Xian frowned. Was I away for that long? He knew that the flow of time in the ethereal hall was 1/10 of the Forsaken Continent. Going by what Zhao Ye said, a month in the Forsaken Continent should equate to roughly 3 days or 72 hours in the ethereal hall. But all in all, he had only spent at most 2 hours in the Hall of Gods and 4 hours in the ethereal hall. Even factoring in 4 hours he spent climbing up the pillars, it would only total up to 10 hours at the very most. That was different far off from the estimated 72 hours. Unless a thought suddenly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Could it be that the flow of time in the Hall of Gods is also 1/10 of the ethereal hall? In other words, it is 1:100 of the Forsaken Continent? If the flow of time in the Hall of Gods was even slower, that would make sense. Using a 1:100 ratio, he had spent 2 hours in the Hall of Gods and 4 hours climbing up the Azure Bridge, which equated to 600 hours on the Forsaken Continent. Factoring in the 4 hours he had spent in the ethereal hall headquarters, that would be around 640 hours. If so, it would indeed have been around a month on the Forsaken Continent. The flow of time in the Hall of Gods is actually 1:100 of the Forsaken Continent. Is the flow of time in the firmament that slow as well? It would really be frightening if that was the case. The slower the flow of time, the stabler the temporal laws of the world were. Space and time were often collectively termed as space-time because the two of them had an inseparable relationship with one another. If the flow of time was indeed 1/100th of the azure, that would likely mean that the stability of the space in the firmament was 100-fold as well. And beings who existed in dimensions with stabler space-time were likely to be much more powerful as well, especially since they would have to endure the greater pressure from the spatial laws. In a sense, this provided Zhang Xian with a peek into just how powerful the gods of the firmament were. If so, Kong Shi would likely be a terribly difficult opponent to deal with if he were to successfully make a breakthrough. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian put away these thoughts in his mind and turned to look at his disciples. If they really had a month to work with, given their stable foundation and ample resources, it was indeed not too difficult for them to make a breakthrough from true immortal realm to heavenly high immortal realm. Sit here and listen well. I'll be imparting to you my comprehension of semi-divinity realm, as well as the crux of God's intent. Zhang Xian said, given the current situation, they still wouldn't be of much help at heavenly high immortal realm. They would have to be at semi-divinity realm at the very minimum to be able to even stand a chance against Kong Shi. Since they were ready for it, he should lend them a hand for the final breakthrough. All in all, he had comprehended 7 gods' intents so far. As long as his disciples were to comprehend the essence of one of them, they should be able to make a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm easily. Yes. Seeing that their teacher was going to conduct a lecture, Zhao Ye and the others quickly sat down and waited excitedly for the lecture to begin. Han Jianxiu and the others were initially intending to leave the room as well, but after hearing Zhang Xian's words, they chose to linger around the sides of the room instead. In order to reach semi-divinity, you must first comprehend what divinity is. An unequaled existence, a being that has transcended nature, that is what divinity is. In order to reach that level, one must first affirm his own will and temper his determination. Zhang Xian spoke in a slow voice. As semi-divinity realm cultivators, Han Jianxiu and the others initially didn't think that Zhang Xian's lecture would be able to value add to them. However, after hearing for a while, they soon found themselves completely engrossed over his words. Despite having made the breakthrough themselves, the truth was that they still didn't have a complete understanding of what the realm comprised either. They were able to drive the power in their body freely, but they had no idea where the power originated from and how it worked. This was similar to how a human might not necessarily know how each and every part of his body functioned. The reason why they were able to succeed was due to absorbing the unique aura in the circular platform by the Azure Bridge. Furthermore, the number of semi-divinity realm cultivators on the Forsaken Continent had always been severely limited, so it was inevitable that there was very little knowledge regarding the realm being passed down. As a result, their comprehension of the realm was half-baked. Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to properly impart the quintessence of semi-divinity realm to their disciples either. However, things would be different from this day onward. Zhang Xian's lecture was simple and direct, allowing the listeners to grasp the crux swiftly. Along with this understanding, the Zhenqi in their dantian immediately began moving on its own accord. Boom! Barely 2 hours after the lecture started, a powerful aura surged into the air. Zhao Ye and the others, who were still trapped at heavenly high immortal realm a moment ago, actually managed to make a breakthrough simultaneously. Zhang Xian had already passed them a portion of the unique aura from the circular platforms not too long ago. With their newfound enlightenment, they were swiftly rushing toward a higher realm. Han Jianxiu and the others also managed to advance their cultivation to heavenly semi-divinity realm too. Their Zhenqi became much purer and more condensed, granting them greater fighting prowess. Soon, the lecture came to an end. Han Jianxiu and the others also quickly halted their cultivation, and looking at Zhang Xian, he asked, "Teacher, what's the current situation with the Hall of Gods?" They had been too engrossed in cultivation that they forgot to ask about the details after Zhang Xian teleported over via the altar. "It's like this." Zhang Xian swiftly told the others what he had encountered after moving to the other side of the portal. "So, you are saying that Hall Master Kong has stolen the aura of divinity, and it's likely that he'll be able to reach the level of the gods?" Han Jianxiu narrowed his eyes in shock. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. If he were to succeed, it's likely that it'll be the end of all of us. Given Kong Shi's abnormal obsession with the fragments of heavens, it was likely that he would try to snatch the library of heaven's path away from him after he became a god. With his strength then, even with over 20 semi-divinities on their side, they would still be in a disadvantageous position. Putting everything aside, Han Jianxiu and the others wouldn't even be a match for him teamed up together, so it was unlikely that they would be able to put up a fight against a god-level Kong Shi. Whether that Kong Shi was fake or not, his fighting prowess was the real deal. "What should we do then?" Elder Kuei Xiao asked worriedly. "There are only 2 things that we can do at the moment. First, we look for Kong Shi and snatch the aura of divinity away from him. As long as we are able to stop him from achieving a breakthrough, we'll be victorious, Zhang Xian said. The crowd nodded in agreement. As long as Kong Shi didn't reach the level of the gods, they would still be able to stand against him with their current strength. If so, the other party wouldn't dare to move recklessly. It was just that there was a major flaw with that course of action. After obtaining the aura of divinity, the next logical step that Kong Shi would make was to find a place where no one would be able to find him and cultivate. There was no way he would leave behind any clues that would lead them to him. It was likely that even his most trusted subordinate didn't know where he was hiding at this moment. Zhang Xian paused for a moment before continuing on. Second, we have to accrue sufficient strength that would allow us to deal with a god. That's the only way we can cope with the danger ahead of us. If they couldn't find Kong Shi and snatch back the aura of divinity, the only thing they could do was to reinforce their defense. If they could set up a formation which even gods were unable to escape from, or if he could just kill Kong Shi with the golden page that he had at the moment, they would be able to resolve the danger that Kong Shi posed. But would the golden page really wield sufficient strength to kill a god? Zhang Xian wasn't confident of that at all. There was no doubt that the golden page was a powerful weapon, and it had saved him on many occasions as well. However, its prowess seemed to be dependent on the might of the heavens in the world he was in. This was similar to how it was impossible for the heavens of the master-teacher continent to kill him anymore. The most that it could do was to expel him from their world. The current library of Heaven's Path was augmented by the heavens of the Azure, which meant that the golden page was likely able to obliterate any semi-divinity realm cultivator easily. However, if the opponent was a god, an existence that surpassed the Azure itself, the chances of success were extremely slim indeed. The reason why he was able to kill the deity descending from the Azure back then was because the latter was still at ancient Sage 4 Dan. That was the highest level that the master-teacher continent permitted one to reach. Any higher than that would be impossible. Of course, this was just his conjecture at the moment too. It would be for the best if the golden page really worked, but he had no intention of gambling his all on that single hope. He didn't like the idea of leaving his fate to luck. More importantly, Kong Shi knew about the existence of his heaven's imperfection, so there was a chance that the other party was aware of his trump card as well. If the other party were to go all out to guard against it, he wasn't certain if he would really be able to land a clean blow with the golden page. If not for this, he would have already used the golden page back when he encountered Kong Shi outside the real Hall of Gods. He only held himself back because Kong Shi was too far away then, which significantly lowered the chances of success were extremely low. Accrue sufficient strength? It won't be easy, but I think it's feasible. If our teacher is able to reach the level of the gods too, he should be able to deal with Hall Master Kong. Han Jianqiu said. Those words left a bitter smile on Zhang Xian's lips. He didn't have any aura of divinity with him, and he hadn't come up with a feasible cultivation technique for him to achieve a breakthrough with yet too. It had only been a day since he had reached semi-divinity after comprehending the sentiments between a master and a subordinate. It would take some time for him to make a breakthrough again. Teacher, didn't you say that you have already saved Palace Master Du? Why don't I see anywhere? She knows quite a bit about the gods, so she might have an idea in mind. Elder Qin Yuan suddenly spoke up. Ah, I forgot. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. In the next moment, Du Qingyuan appeared before everyone. He was too caught up with the series of events that happened afterward that he forgot to let Du Qingyuan out from the folded space. Paying respects to Palace Master Du, Han Jianqiu quickly filled Du Qingyuan in on the quandary they were facing before asking the question, Palace Master Du, do you know of any alternative ways that would allow a cultivator to become a god other than through the aura of divinity? If our Starchaser Palace is in possession of such knowledge, a god would have long appeared amongst us, Du Qingyuan replied sharply. Hearing her definite reply, awkward looks appeared on everyone's faces. Indeed, if there was an alternative way to reach the levels of the gods, the geniuses of the Starchaser Palace would have long done so. They wouldn't have been so helpless in the face of the Hall Master Kong too. Is there really no hope at all? Han Jianqiu remarked with anxious reddened eyes. Chapter 2091, Entering the City of Collapsed Space. Once more, everything would just become history. New semi-divinity realm cultivators had appeared amongst the four sects, and the number would only continue to increase with Zhang Xian imparting the crux of God's intent to them. They thought that this would bring about an era of prosperity as cultivators reached greater heights, but if they failed to deal with Hall Master Kong properly, everything would just become history. There's no feasible way to do so, unless... At this point, Du Qingyuan's voice suddenly paused for a moment as a thought suddenly emerged in her head. Unless what? Du Qingyuan had a conflicted expression on her face for a moment before she finally spoke up hesitantly. If we are able to find the source of the air of degeneration in the city of collapsed space, there might be a chance that we are able to acquire some aura of divinity. The source of the air of degeneration? What does that have to do with anything? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. He had been to the city of collapsed space once, and he knew just how frightening the air of degeneration there was. Even his Heaven's Path Shinchi was unable to ward it off completely. The only thing that could curb it was Little Chick's chicken soup. It was a force which even semi-divinity realm cultivators were unable to expel from their body. If he wasn't around back then, Zhang Yao would have been a lifeless corpse by now. Why would Du Qingyuan ask him to trace down the source of the air of degeneration? Legend has it that the city of collapsed space isn't a city native to the Forsaken Continent. Instead, it's a city that has fallen from the firmament, and the corpses of the gods are buried beneath it. Du Qingyuan replied, "A city that has fallen from the firmament?" Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. Han Jianqiu and the others were taken aback as well. This was the first time they were hearing about this. All along, the city of collapsed space had been a restricted zone for the cultivators. There was no one who could have imagined that it was actually a city from the firmament. It's said that the city suddenly fell from the heavens several thousand years ago. Back then, the phenomenon drew countless people to venture its depths, hoping to find the treasures of the gods. But as most of you would be able to guess, all of them died, Du Qingyuan said. There is probably no one in the Forsaken Continent who knows about the true origin of the city of collapsed space anymore. I only happened to overhear the spirit god speaking about the matter too. The spirit god? Zhang Xian's body tensed up a little. The spirit god fell into a long moment of silence when she first heard about the city of collapsed space on the Forsaken Continent. After that, she unwittingly mentioned that it's a city that has fallen from the firmament due to the wars going on up there, and many gods have lost their lives in that city. She also explained that the air of degeneration is a product of the aura of divinity released by the decomposition of the gods' corpses reacting with the environment of the Forsaken Continent, resulting in an aberration. If we are able to trace the origin of the air of degeneration, it might be possible for us to find some untainted aura of divinity to make a breakthrough. Du Qingyuan said, "So, you are saying that this is actually the aura of divinity too?" Taking out a sliver of the air of degeneration he had stored in a jade bottle previously, Zhang Xian remarked in astonishment. He had taken quite a few of this when he went to the city of collapsed space a while ago. He also made use of it to kill a semi-divinity realm expert from the Hall of Gods too. All along, while he did find it weird how there was actually something on the Azure which even semi-divinity realm cultivators weren't able to deal with, he didn't think too much into it. After all, nature could be extremely bewildering at times. However, if what Du Qingyuan said was true, everything would make sense. It was a known fact that a cultivator would be doomed once the air of degeneration seeped into his body. No medicine could cure that at all. Even Zhang Xian's seemingly omnipotent Heaven's Path Shinchi was unable to cleanse the air of degeneration either. From this, it was clear that the air of degeneration was something that had surpassed the level of the Azure. Thus, it was indeed plausible for the air of degeneration to have originated from the aura of divinity. Only gods possessed the ability to render even heavenly semi-divinity realm cultivators utterly helpless. This is a matter I heard the spirit gods speak about in passing, so I can't affirm its authenticity. Even if it's true, there's a chance that the origin of the air of degeneration has been corrupted too. Furthermore, I believe all of you are aware of just how frightening the air of degeneration can be. Just being afflicted with the slightest hint of it is enough to seal one's fate. This is also the reason why I wasn't able to verify it even when I have received this piece of intelligence, Du Qingyuan said. I trust Ruoxin. If those words came from her mouth, There's a high likelihood that it'll be true, Zhang Xian spoke up. Just the fact that there was something peculiar about the air of degeneration wasn't enough to verify that it had originated from the aura of divinity. However, he knew Luo Ruoxin's character well. She wasn't the type of person to speak of something she wasn't certain of. There was likely a basis behind her claim. Since that was the case, it would indeed be worth investigating the source of the air of degeneration. Since that's the case, I'll head to the city of collapsed space with Palace Master Du. As for the rest of you, I'll entrust you with the important job of making preparations for the final battle in case we fail, Zhang Xian instructed. Despite the risks, this was a trip they would have to make. He wasn't doing this just so he could deal with Kong Shi. More importantly, he had to reach the level of the gods in order to ascend to the firmament. Only then would he be able to find Luo Ruoxin. Rest assured, teacher. We'll make sure that everything is in place by the time you return, Han Jianqiu declared resolutely. Teacher, Palace Master Du was surprised by how Han Jianqiu was addressing Zhang Xian. Han Jianqiu, what did you address Zhang Xian as earlier? Did you acknowledge Zhang Xian as your teacher? As they had gotten right into the serious matters as soon as she appeared, Du Qingyun was still unaware that the heads of the other sects had already acknowledged Zhang Xian as their teacher. Indeed, Kuei Xiao, Qin Yuan, and I have acknowledged sect leader Zhang as our teacher, Han Jianqiu replied with a smile. It was unheard of for powerhouses like them to actually acknowledge a young man in his 20s as their teacher. However, they didn't regret their decision. If not for the young man's teaching, they wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough to heavenly semi-divinity realms so easily. The rest of you did so too? Du Qingyuan was flabbergasted. One must know that all three of them were the strongest existences on the Forsaken Continent, but they were actually able to lower their pride and acknowledge Zhang Xian as their teacher. She did know that there was something extraordinary about Zhang Xian, but even this was a little too much for her to accept. Noticing Du Qingyuan's shock, Zhang Xian chirped in with a smile, I don't mind if you wish to acknowledge me as your teacher too. It would be for the best if Du Qingyuan could bring him a golden page too. In any case, he would only accept her as an ordinary student and not a direct disciple, so there was no need for him to hesitate too much over this. I don't want to. Taken aback by the abrupt offer, Du Qingyuan quickly shook her head and turned him down unhesitatingly. Then, realizing that she might have been a little too rude, she quickly added, thanks for the offer. There was no denying that she was a little moved by the request. She knew that Zhang Xian was the lover of the spirit god, and she had no doubt that he would eventually achieve great things in the future. However, she simply couldn't accept the act of acknowledging someone so much younger than her as her teacher. I see. It's fine then. Let's set off to the city of collapsed space now. Zhang Xian knew that it was unlikely for the golden page to be formed if Du Qingyuan wasn't willing, so he didn't insist on the matter. He took the lead and began heading toward the city of collapsed space, and Du Qingyuan followed him closely. After comprehending the pathos of heavens, his speed had become much faster than before. The previous time around, it took him half a day in order to get to the desert above the city of collapsed space. This time around, it only took him 4 hours. He swiftly found the entrance once more and descended beneath the sand. Tracing his footsteps, he quickly arrived at where he saved Jiang Yao back then. Du Qingyuan took a look at the surroundings before remarking, This isn't it. We have to find the very center of the city of collapsed space. In truth, she hadn't been to the city of collapsed space before. However, the predecessors of the Star Chaser Palace had been here before, and they had left records of their expedition behind. It was through these records that Jiang Yao was able to lure Fu Chenzi and the others into a trap, nearly killing them. The two of them continued proceeding ahead. Through his superior strength, Zhang Xian was able to easily deal with the degeneration beasts that stood in their way. There wasn't anything that could pose a threat to him along the way. Following behind the young man, Du Qingyuan felt a little conflicted within as she watched the young man dealing with those bizarre creatures, which she would have never dared to approach with ease. This wasn't the first time she was witnessing Zhang Xian's strength anymore, but she still found herself astounded by how powerful he was. She couldn't help but wonder just how he cultivated to become so powerful within such a short period of time. They continued to search the area for another 2 hours, but they didn't manage to find what they were looking for. Realizing that it was futile to search this massive city aimlessly, Zhang Xian finally came to a halt and said, "We won't be able to find the origin of the heir of degeneration like that. What do you propose then?" Du Qingyuan asked with a frown. Her understanding of this place stopped at the records of the predecessors, so naturally, she was at a complete loss of how they should look for the source of the heir of degeneration too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed herself to be dragged aimlessly around the place by the Zhang Xian either. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before speaking up. "I think we can try this instead." Who? His clone appeared before him. Given his current strength, there was pretty much no one who could hurt him on the Azure anymore. As such, it was no longer a big deal for him to reveal the existence of his clone anymore. "Is that your clone?" Du Qingyuan was slightly confused. She didn't understand what Zhang Xian was trying to do. Did his clone possess some kind of mysterious ability that would help them in this situation? "Stand properly," Zhang Xian instructed as he took out the Tongsheng sword. Then, without any hesitation, he slashed the sword at his clone's arm. Tzzzzzzzz. As soon as the clone was injured, the surrounding air of degeneration immediately surged in furiously. The sheer concentration of it caused it to materialize as a grayish fog in the surroundings. It should be safe to assume that the origin would have a higher concentration of the air of degeneration. Zhang Xian explained the motive of his actions. Understanding Zhang Xian's intent, Palace Master Du's eyes lit up and she exclaimed in excitement, "You're right." But of course, that was easier said than done. The city of collapsed space was a confined space, and over the past several thousand years, the air of degeneration had diffused to near homogeneity in the area. While it was likely that there was a concentration gradient, it was so slight that it would be nearly imperceptible. Thus, they had to rile up the air of degeneration in the surroundings a little before they would be able to detect any difference. That way, Du Qingyuan quickly pointed a way out. Nodding his head in agreement, Zhang Xian and his clone quickly headed in that direction. Every now and then, when they weren't sure where to go anymore, Zhang Xian would unhesitatingly bestow a slash upon his clone in order to trigger his compass function. By the 8th time, the clone was already on the verge of exploding from rage. Fortunately, a decrepit temple appeared before them at this moment. Despite having been reduced to ruins, this temple still spanned over a distance of more than 10 li, making it hard to imagine just how grand it was before it collapsed. Due to the corrosion of the air of degeneration, the shattered bricks were covered with a thin layer of darkness. The land was completely barren, devoid of any greenery. From time to time, a sinister gale would blow over, causing one to shiver from the eeriness. "Is this it?" Du Qingyuan frowned doubtfully. Despite the bizarre nature of the air of degeneration, there were still some unique plants that managed to blossom in such a climate. Thus, it was hard to imagine that the origin was located in a place as barren as this. "It should be," Zhang Xian replied. Till now, the wound on his clone's body was still bleeding. Judging from the concentration of air of degeneration in the air, they should be at the origin. There was no other place in the city of collapsed space that felt as discomforting as here. "We should hurry up and search the area then." Not wanting to linger around this area for too long, Du Qingyuan quickly examined the ruins carefully, fearing that she would miss out the slightest detail. On the other hand, Zhang Xian didn't seem to be in much of a rush. He traded glances with his clone as they continued perceiving their surroundings carefully. A moment later, they slowly walked over to an area filled with rubble. Zhang Xian lifted his hand, and with a powerful wave of his palm, the rubble on the floor was swept to the side, revealing an uneven ground filled with depressions. Dark streaks scarred the ground, hinting at the existence of a sinister force. Zhang Xian took out his Tongsheng sword and flicked out a piece of boulder from the ground. Taking a closer look at the boulder, he found that even its insides had been dyed in darkness. A bizarre glint could be seen reflecting off its surface. It felt like a glaring beast that would devour one's soul whole if one were to stare at it for too long. Zhang Xian carefully touched the boulder with his finger. Wang. A book was compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path. Godblood rock, formed through assimilating the blood of the gods. This was a part of the description written in the book. "We're at the right spot." Zhang Xian nodded before a slight frown crept onto his forehead. When he first caught sight of the boulder, he found it extremely familiar. It was just that there were some anomalies regarding its color. So, he dug out a piece to take a closer look with the Library of Heaven's Path, and it affirmed his thoughts. If this was the Godblood rock, the black streaks on the ground would indeed have been caused by the flow of God blood. The only doubt he harbored was that, why did this Godblood rock feel so crass? Unlike the Godblood rock formed through Luo Ruoxin's blood, it felt unrefined and rough. Could it be that there were different tiers of Godblood too? Chapter 2092 Tombstone. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian took out a piece of the Godblood rock he had taken from the ocean of exiled stars and compared the two together. The difference was really similar to that between an inkstone and a jewel. They were made out of the same material, but their appearances were vastly different. Without taking a close look, it was impossible to discern that they were actually the same thing. The Godblood rock is formed when the blood of a god seeps into a stone. Since that's the case, it's extremely likely that the gods' corpses are lying around here. Rising to his feet, Zhang Xian swung his Tongzheng sword, and all of the rubble around the area were swept to the side. On the exposed ground, he found more boulders with the same appearance as the black Godblood rock. In other words, the blood of the gods had permeated the entire area. Palace Master Du. Zhang Xian immediately beckoned. Du Qingyuan hurriedly flew over. She didn't manage to find anything much in the area. You found it? Not yet. However, I think that these black streaks are a hint to where the corpses of the gods are, Zhang Xian said as he gestured to the ground. Du Qingyuan turned her gaze over. There was indeed something weird about the black streaks on the ground. They seemed to form some sort of mysterious message when looking at them on the whole. Taking a closer look, it was actually rather similar to the inscriptions on the heaven-anchoring boulder. After looking around with a deep frown for a moment, Du Qingyu suddenly exclaimed with widened eyes, "It looks like a ritual." Ritual? I believe that these inscriptions on the floor were formed using fresh blood. Most likely, they were in the midst of a large-scale ritual when the entire city suddenly fell from the firmament. Du Qingyuan revealed her analysis with a grim look on her face. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Normal rituals could be conducted by tributing treasures and artifacts, but some of the more malicious ones might require sacrifices and fresh blood in order to activate. Back then, Sovereign Qin Ling killed over 100,000 of his subordinates in order to summon a deity from the azure so that he could swiftly recover from his injuries. Could it be that someone was attempting to do something similar to that? It would be too naive to think that the fall of the city coincidentally happened in the midst of the ritual. Most likely, the city was banished from the firmament by some sort of force after being caught conducting such a ritual. However, rituals that made use of sacrifices tended to be extremely powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful that force had to be in order to kick the city out of the firmament in the midst of the ritual. As long as we find the center point of the ritual, we should be able to find the origin of the heir of degeneration, Du Qingyuan said. Using her zhenqi, she swiftly cleaned away the rubble within 100 meters radius, revealing a huge black door beneath. This door is located at the center of the inscriptions. Let's head in to take a look, Du Qingyuan said as she walked forward and pushed open the door. She was just about to enter when Zhang Xian suddenly stopped her. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian took the lead in. It seemed like the temple extended to the underground as well. Everything above had collapsed, but the space beneath had managed to remain intact over the years, presumably because it was tightly sealed. Tzzzzzzzz. Barely after entering, Zhang Xian immediately felt innumerable sword qi flying in his direction. He adeptly waved the Tongzheng sword, extending his sword intent into the surroundings. A heart of intertwined threads. Knowing the dangers that lurked within the city of collapsed space, Zhang Xian didn't hold back at all. Pung pung pung. With a few dull groans, several black silhouettes dissipated into the shadows. They are degeneration beasts too. However, they appear to be far stronger than those we have faced above. Du Qingyuan remarked with a hushed voice from behind. Zhang Xian replied with a nod. These degeneration beasts seemed no different from specters lingering in the shadows of the night, preying upon living beings who dared step in their direction. Zhang Xian had killed many degeneration beasts along the way, but they were all only at high immortal realm. Yet, the ones which he had just dealt with had astonishingly reached semi-divinity realm. Had it been anyone else in his place, it was likely that he wouldn't have even survived the first wave of attack, eventually fulfilling the fate of being corroded down to bones. The air of degeneration seems to be coming from there, Du Qingyuan pointed out anxiously. Looking in the direction where Du Qingyuan had pointed out, Zhang Xian saw the black streaks congregating at the very center of the underground hall. So, he carefully made his way over. There was a small altar placed on top of the area where all of the black streaks had originated from. Zhang Xian was a little taken aback. Even though it was small, the altar looked extremely similar to the altar of the Starchaser Palace. The only difference would be that the altar right before him was of an even higher tier. If the altar Wu Qian used was from the Forsaken Continent and the one Du Qingyuan used was from the Azure, the one before him must have definitely come from the firmament. Zhang Xian could not discern what it was made of, but despite being buried for several thousand years, it didn't seem to be worn out at the very least. In fact, it was emanating a slight glow. Could it be that? Du Qingyuan clenched her fists tightly in agitation. There could only be one reason why there was an altar in the city of collapsed space which closely resembled the guardian artifact of the Starchaser Palace. It was hard to believe it, but the evidence seemed to be pointing toward that direction. Just as what she had heard from the preceding palace master, it was likely that the population on Starchaser Island had indeed originated from the firmament. It looks like what he said is true. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Back then, after saving him, the Fate Kong Shi explained the origins of the six sects, and he mentioned that those living on the Starchaser Island were actually exiled gods. Noting the slight look of confusion on Du Qingyuan's face, Zhang Xian told her about the story he had heard from the Fate Kong Shi back then. Du Qingyuan shook her head and said, "Such information has been passed down verbally through each generation of Palace Master, but I thought that such a thing couldn't have been true. But this..." The other 5 major sects of the Forsaken Continent had proclaimed themselves as the exiled gods, and as time passed by, those lies ended up being taken for real. There was no way of knowing when and why those lies had started spreading. Too much time had passed since then to investigate the matter. However, those lies had indeed become the conventional truth on the Forsaken Continent. There was no longer anyone who would try to question those claims anymore. Even if Zhang Xian were to reveal the truth to everyone in the Azure, there would be very few people who would believe him. But again, the truth no longer mattered at this point anymore. The fact was that no one on the Forsaken Continent was able to reach the level of the gods anymore. So these lies were nothing more than words that made one feel good about oneself. Zhang Xian walked around the perimeter of the altar, but he didn't notice anything worthy of note. With a helpless sigh, he said, "It doesn't seem like there's anything here aside from the altar. While it's placed at the very center of the ritual, it doesn't seem to be the source of the air of degeneration." It was a little bizarre how the air of degeneration suddenly thinned out around the altar. If he hadn't known for certain that he was in the city of collapsed space, he might have thought that he had been teleported back to the Azure somehow. However, Du Qingyuan had a very different view from Zhang Xian. There must be a reason why this altar is placed here. I think that it's highly likely that the aura of divinity lies right here. Oh. Since this altar is similar to that in our Starchaser Palace, I'll try and see if I can assimilate it with my bloodline. Du Qingyuan slit her wrist with a surge of sword qi before dripping her blood on the black streaks around the ritual. Fresh blood flowed along with the black streaks, and it didn't take long before they were all dyed crimson. Right after, as if a formation had come to life, a brilliant burst of light surged outward. Hong long long. The altar began to rattle. Du Qingyuan's face had already turned pale at this point, but she continued to allow her blood to flow freely from her wrist. With the tribute of her blood, the light grew brighter and brighter. Whenever her wound started clotting, she would carve a new one with her fingernails. Just like that, she left 3 strokes on her wrist. It was fortunate that there was no air of degeneration in the area, or else she would have been corroded down to bones before her blood could even flow out. Boom. Just as Du Qingyuan was reaching her limits, the altar suddenly glowed brilliantly. There was a feeling of great disorientation before the two of them realized that they had been teleported into an area even darker than before. The entire area was shrouded with a layer of thick mist, hindering one's line of sight. Be careful. Zhang Xian quickly fed Du Qingyuan with a bottle of chicken soup and Premier Immortal pill before she finally recovered from her exertion. It felt as if they had tumbled into the depths of a cave. There was a vague scent of charred earth lingering in the air. Are we still in the city of collapsed space? Du Qingyuan asked with a frown. Zhang Xian replied solemnly, I don't know, but I think it's likely that we might have arrived at the source of the air of degeneration. He could feel a powerful and terrifying power amidst the dark area they were in. Putting aside his current strength, he felt that even if he were to reach the level of the gods, he would still be no match for this existence. The fact that he was feeling such a heavy pressure likely meant that there was a real god hidden amidst the darkness, similar to what they had heard previously. I'm hungry. I want to eat. A chirpy voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Xian's mind. It was Little Chick. Shut up, Zhang Xian replied snappishly. It was likely that they were standing before a frightening existence, but all Little Chick could think of was food. Could it be more of a wastrel than this? He had never met a real god before, but even someone of vicious level was able to recover after being killed. Regardless of whether the being lying within this dark space was dead or alive, the other party was an existence which a semi-divinity realm cultivator like him should definitely not offend. But I'm hungry, Little Chick cried out. Eat these Premier Immortal pills to fill your stomach. Zhang Xian replied impatiently as he moved a bottle of Premier Immortal pills into his tamed beast sack. Little Chick immediately waddled its way gracefully over and pecked on one of it. Seeing that it wasn't causing any trouble for the time being, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief before proceeding deeper in with Du Qingyuan. A massive tombstone soon appeared before their eyes. 5 words were inscribed on it. It was emanating an imposing pressure that prevented others from proceeding any further ahead. Zhang Xian began to examine the tombstone. The inscriptions on the tombstone were similar to that on the Azure Bridge as well, making it hard for him to discern its meaning. By his side, Du Qingyuan's body suddenly began trembling. You recognize these words? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Du Qingyuan nodded with a pale face. Her voice trembled as she spoke. It reads, Tomb of the Deathless Monarch. Deathless Monarch? Zhang Xian was stunned. It said that he's an extremely powerful expert of the firmament, a being who exists alongside the heavens and the earth. He's known to be an existence who can't be killed, but he's actually dead? Du Qingyuan could hardly believe a being who existed alongside the heavens and the earth. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. He had no way of telling whether Du Qingyuan was true or not, but just the other party's title as the Deathless Monarch spoke a lot about the other party's strength and abilities. For a being who was bestowed with the title of Deathless to lose his life here, just what in the world happened in the city of collapsed space? Who dares to barge in here? Zhang Xian was still trying to make sense of the situation before him when a hostile voice echoed in the air. Amidst the mysterious dark mist lingering in the area, a figure slowly made its way over. He clutched the Tongsheng sword as he looked at the approaching figure warily. In the next moment, a black skeleton suddenly appeared before his eyes. The black skeleton was tall, and a dark menacing glint reflected off its surface. It carried an imposing pressure which made its tremendous strength clearly known. This was the first time Zhang Xian felt so deeply threatened. Even when he first encountered Vicious Heart back in the underground cavern, he hadn't felt such goosebumps over his body before. Chapter 2093, Corrupted Aura of Divinity. Du Qingyuan hurriedly raised her hands to clarify the situation. We didn't mean to disturb you. Du Qingyuan hurriedly raised her hands to clarify the situation. This isn't a place where you should have come to. But since you are already here, why don't you stay here to accompany me? The black skeleton crackled coldly as it raised its hand and pointed its finger toward the duo. Voila! In the next moment, Zhang Xian and Du Qingyuan felt as if the world was collapsing on them. An overwhelming pressure crushed down on them, leaving them feeling as though their bodies would be reduced to dust. This is the strength of the gods. Zhang Xian was alarmed. Knowing that there was no time to waste on words, he took out the Tongsheng sword and executed his strongest swordsmanship. Voila! Through exerting his sword intent, he swiftly formed a fishnet barrier around him and Du Qingyuan to shoulder the pressure. As the fishnet tangled together with the finger of the black skeleton, the pressure crushing down on them alleviated significantly. Your swordsmanship is decent. Are you from the sky of heavenly sword? The black skeleton halted its attack and asked. But a moment later, it shook its head and answered its own question. That doesn't seem right. It should be impossible to find someone from the sword god heaven here. Furthermore, their swordsmanship is known to be sharp and ferocious, carrying great determination and tenacity. As a result of that, their attacks tend to be tough and unbending. On the other hand, your sword seems to extremely sentimental, a very different nature from that of the sky of heavenly sword. To be able to comprehend such a powerful move in a place that is so direly lacking in spiritual energy, you are indeed extremely talented, just like the previous person who last ascended to the firmament from here. But that's all there is to it. The tomb of my master is not a place where outsiders can enter and leave freely. However, in view that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate to your current level, I'll make an exception and spare you if you leave right now. The black skeleton waved its hand dismissively. Elder, we came here to search for the aura of divinity in order to reach the level of the deities. I implore you to accede to our request. Seeing that the black skeleton had finally halted its attack, Zhang Xian hurriedly lowered his posture and made his request. This was likely to be the only place on the Forsaken Continent where he could find the aura of divinity. So, despite the dangers, he couldn't back down here so easily. Do you wish to die? If not, scram. The black skeleton harumphed coldly. Elder, Zhang Xian was just about to speak up again when the black skeleton waved its hands impatiently, inducing a burst of energy to surge outward like a massive tsunami. Zhang Xian's face immediately turned livid. It felt as if everything was caving in on him. He quickly took out all of the semi-divinity artifacts he had acquired from the treasure vault of the ethereal hall previously to fend against the impact. Ding 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 ding. The collision still knocked Zhang Xian back as blood spurted from his mouth. He crashed heavily onto the floor. At the same time, the semi-divinity artifacts he had in hand also fell powerlessly to the ground as well. He quickly drove his Heaven's Path Zhenqi in order to recover a little as he endured the sharp pain his body was under and rose to his feet. I really have no intention of offending you, Elder. However, we are in dire need of the aura of divinity. Zhang Xian said. You really are pushing your luck, aren't you? The black skeleton spat coldly. In the next moment, Zhang Xian felt yet another powerful pressure pressing down on him from above, attempting to crush him into a pancake. Just as he was about to reach his limits, the crimson pendant he hung in front of his chest suddenly grew warm, and the heavy pressure also alleviated simultaneously as well. Sensing that the power of the pendant had dispelled the pressure, Zhang Xian was about to make use of this opportunity to try convincing the black skeleton once more when he suddenly felt tension around his neck. Before he could even react, the crimson pendant was already flying toward the hands of the black skeleton. Return it to me. Shocked, Zhang Xian immediately dashed forward to retrieve his pendant. However, there seemed to be some kind of force holding him in place, preventing him from moving at all. Dangling the crimson pendant right in front of its empty eye sockets, the black skeleton examined it closely for a moment before flicking it back toward Zhang Xian's chest. The binding on his body vanished, and Zhang Xian immediately panted heavily for breath. With a cold yet no longer hostile voice, the black skeleton looked at Zhang Xian and asked, You mentioned that you require the aura of divinity? Sensing the change in the attitude of the black skeleton after examining the crimson pendant, Zhang Xian realized that there was a chance that things might work out. So, he quickly clasped his fist and replied, Yes, Elder. I hope that you can accede to my request. I don't have any aura of divinity. However, this can replace it. With a grasp of his hand, the air of degeneration swiftly gathered around the black skeleton. Under the might of some sort of power, The air of degeneration swiftly condensed together to form a black current around the black skeleton. This sight left Zhang Xian a little taken aback. He could sense that the black current was much purer and more refined than the air of degeneration. In fact, it emanated an inviolable pressure that was strikingly similar to the aura of divinity he had encountered previously. The only difference was that the aura of divinity was golden in color, and it didn't carry the property of degeneration. If Zhang Xian were to be afflicted with even a hint of the black current, even with the little chick's chicken soup, there was still a good chance that he would be corroded down to his bones. I don't think that I'll be able to use the aura of divinity that you have produced. Zhang Xian pointed it out hesitantly. If he were to dare assimilate it, the chances were that he would be dead before he could even raise his cultivation. I know what you are getting at. The aura of divinity is originally golden in color, but it takes on a different form in this world, the black skeleton said. A different form? Zhang Xian was perplexed. The spiritual energy in this world is too murky and impure. With the passing of time, the aura of divinity would become corrupted. Losing its golden glow, the black skeleton explained with a shake of its head. Similar to how the spiritual energy on the azure was far purer and more refined than that of the master-teacher continent, it was likely that the situation was similar for the firmament and the azure as well. The incredibly pure aura of divinity, when placed in an area that was far more impure than it, would eventually become corrupted and turn into the air of degeneration. Zhang Xian's complexion darkened. He thought that he would be able to find pure aura of divinity here, but if it had all turned into air of degeneration, it would be useless even if he acquired it. There was no way he could assimilate it, let alone use it to make a breakthrough. Elder, is there a way to cleanse the corrupted aura of divinity? Zhang Xian asked. He had to find a way to make things work out over here. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to find Luo Ruoxin, the fake Kong Shi might even tear the Library of Heaven's path out of his body, thus resulting in his death. And he knew that the next victim after him would likely be his direct disciples and the rest of the six sects. It was not as if he didn't have other strategies that he could resort to, but those were the final measures. It would really be a desperate battle for survival then. In order to everything going down in the worst possible situation, he had to become a god at any cost. There's a way to do it, but it won't be easy, the black skeleton said. Hearing that there was a way out, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief on the inside as he hurriedly asked, Elder, I beseech you to enlighten me. A ritual that utilizes the power of souls can cleanse the aura of divinity. However, it'll require many wills to be united as one, earnestly wishing for it to happen. If there's even a single will that isn't aligned with the rest, it will end in failure, the black skeleton said. Elder, please impart to me the procedures of the ritual. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and said, The black skeleton raised its finger and tapped forward lightly. Who? A sliver of its will was infused right into Zhang Xian and Du Qingyuan's minds. This, upon seeing the content of the will, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Just as what the black skeleton said, the ritual would require many people working in unison to complete. Furthermore, the chances were extremely high that sacrifices would be required. The act of cleansing aura of divinity is a necessary step to becoming a god. This step poses no difficulty if it's conducted in the firmament, but over here, it's no different from trying to overstep the authority of the heavens. So, it's only normal that someone will have to suffer divine retribution for it. If you think you are able to do it, you can give it a try. Otherwise, I have no alternative solutions for you either, the black skeleton said. With a tap of its finger, it sent a sphere of black energy right toward Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian carefully caught the sphere of black energy with his zhenqi before sealing it within a jade bottle. That's all I have for you. Do not disrupt my rest anymore. I don't care whether you are from the sky of heavenly sword or sky of freedom, but if you dare step into this area once more, don't expect me to show mercy to you. The black skeleton sat down on the ground before falling completely still. Zhang Xian stashed the jade bottle into his storage ring before bowing deeply to the black skeleton. Thank you, Elder. Even though the other party didn't have the golden aura of divinity he wanted, The other party did provide him with a sliver of hope and a clear direction. As long as he did what the other party said, there was a chance that things might just work out. Can I swallow that black skeleton whole? Just as Zhang Xian and Du Qingyuan were about to leave, Little Chick, who was in the tamed beast sack, suddenly spoke out. Don't utter nonsense. Zhang Xian nearly fainted upon hearing those words. Till now, the little yellow chick's cultivation was still stagnated at heavenly high immortal realm. Given that it hadn't even reached semi-divinity realm, how could it possibly devour a real god whole? Wasn't that practically daydreaming? Furthermore, even though the black skeleton was hostile at first, it provided him with a way out of the quandary he was in. Tisk, stingy. Little Chick murmured in displeasure as it continued to peck at its premier immortal pills. After dealing with Little Chick, Zhang Xian began walking in the direction from where he came from when a thought suddenly came to his mind. He took out his pendant and clasped his fist toward the black skeleton. Pardon me for bothering you, but I would just like to ask one last question. Elder, do you know of the origin of this pendant? Chapter 2094 100,000 True Immortals 1:2094 100,000 True Immortals 1. He had noticed that the black skeleton mentioned something about the sky of heavenly sword and sky of freedom, and even though he didn't understand what those words meant, he was certain that it had something to do with the firmament. Furthermore, the black skeleton had initially intended to harm them, but after seeing the crimson pendant he was wearing, its attitude suddenly changed. This meant that it was able to recognize the crimson pendant, and there was a good chance that it was acquainted with Luo Ruoxin. However, the black skeleton stood unmovingly on the spot, not responding at all, knowing that the black skeleton wasn't going to answer any of his questions even if he were to probe further. Zhang Xian shook his head before retreating from the area. Together with Du Qingyuan, they headed back in the direction where they came from. With a slight moment of disorientation, they soon reappeared above the altar. Let's return. Even though the aura of divinity he had obtained was impure, there was still a chance he could cleanse it through the ritual the black skeleton had passed down to them. Within 4 hours, they were back at the Starchaser Palace once more. Han Jianxiu and the others were pacing around the room anxiously when Zhang Xian and Du Qingyuan returned, and they immediately directed anticipatory gazes over. Wu Chun, prepare the altar. Zhang Xian instructed as he imparted the ritual process to him. After looking through the ritual process, a tight frown appeared on Wu Chen's forehead. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for the ritual to succeed. What does the ritual require? Han Jianxiu asked. The ritual requires the participation of 100,000 true immortal realm cultivators. They must bear open their souls and display not the slightest resistance at all. Wu Chen replied with a shake of his head. Bearing open one's soul required a bold leap of faith, as it would mean making one completely vulnerable before others. It was no different from entrusting one's life into the hands of another. If anyone in the formation were to harbor any malicious intention toward them, that could spell the end of them. Even though Zhang Xian was the head of 4 sects, the idol of countless young men in the Forsaken Continent, he didn't possess the influence to convince so many people to go to that extent for him. No human was truly selfless, let alone 100,000 of them. I know that it isn't easy, but we still have to give it a try, Zhang Xian replied solemnly. He turned his eyes toward where Han Jianxiu, Kuei Xiao, and Qin Yuan were and asked, Are the disciples and elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, 7-Star Pavilion, and Myriad Beasts Hall here yet? When the grudge between him and the fake Kong Shi was first brought to the surface, Zhang Xian immediately instructed Han Jianxiu and the others to gather all of the disciples and elders of their respective sects on Starchaser Island. He knew that they would require as much power as possible in order to deal with the powerful ethereal Hall and Kong Shi. A month had passed since then, so they should have arrived by now. They have all arrived, and they are ready to move at your command, Han Jianxiu replied. However, we are only able to gather 20,000 cultivators of true immortal realm and above. The greatest problem for them at the moment wasn't whether they could unite the hearts of 100,000 cultivators together, but that they couldn't even gather that many true immortals together. The 4 sects had many experts in their ranks, but there were only so many of them who were able to reach true immortal realm. One must know that those who wielded such strength were already qualified to become a core disciple or elder of their respective sections. Despite the several thousand years of heritage of the six sects, even when factoring all of their subordinate and hidden powers, they were only able to gather 20,000 true immortals together. Given so, it was unlikely that they would be able to meet the requirement of the participation of 100,000 true, immortal realm cultivators in the ritual. In fact, it was a question whether there were even that many true immortals on the Forsaken Continent or not. 20,000 true immortals? Zhang Xian's face darkened. It hadn't been long since he and Wu Qin arrived on the Forsaken Continent, so their understanding of it was still slightly lacking. They were too caught up with worrying over how they could unite everyone's will together that they neglected the most important problem that stood in their path. Where in the world were they going to find 100,000 true immortals? One must know that the true immortals on the Azure were similar to the great sages on the Master-Teacher continent. The only reason why Zhang Xian was able to encounter so many of them was because he was constantly in contact with the six sects, where the top experts of the Forsaken Continent congregated. It was already difficult enough to find and rally 20,000 of them together, let alone 100,000. Sect leader Zhang, bad news. While the crowd was frowning deeply for a solution, Elder Zhao Yu suddenly barged into the room with a panicked look on her face. Zhang Xian's eyes glanced over. Countless beasts have suddenly appeared around Starchaser Island. I fear that it'll be hard for us to fend them off even with our current strength. Elder Zhao Yu exclaimed anxiously, beasts? Zhang Xian was taken aback by the sudden announcement. He quickly headed out of the hall with Du Qingyuan and the others, only to see that the water and air around Starchaser Island had been completely filled up by beasts of varying sizes. Crabs, clams, squids, fishes, lobsters, sea urchins. I'm hungry, little chick, who appeared suddenly atop of Zhang Xian's shoulders, gulped down a mouthful of saliva and murmured. Zhang Xian, this was really bad timing. There were far more enemies than he had expected, severely outnumbering even their forces. It was reassuring that those beasts had no semi-divinity realm cultivators amidst them, which placed them in an advantageous position. However, if they were to fight those beasts right now, they would be winning the battle but losing the war. Given the precarious situation they were already in, they couldn't afford to be weakened any further. Master, I have gathered all of the aquatic creatures who are capable of battle here. Just as Zhang Xian was trying to discern the purpose of these beasts, 3 massive sharks and a humongous tortoise suddenly flew out from the depths of the ocean. They were Zhang Xian's tamed beasts. Seeing this sight, Zhang Xian patted his heart in relief as he suddenly recalled something. He had also instructed the 4 of them to rally all of the powerful aquatic creatures together at Starchaser Island in order to deal with the hostility of Kong Shi and the Hall of Gods. It was just that he got too caught up with the matters he had on hand that it slipped his mind. This is perfect timing. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he nearly burst into laughter out of joy. He was still troubled over how he could gather 100,000 true immortals together in one place when these aquatic creatures appeared. Perhaps they might just be able to meet the requirement of 100,000 true immortals like that. With such thoughts in mind, he looked at Shark One and asked, how many aquatic beasts are of true immortal realm and above here? Master, we have roughly 40,000 aquatic beasts who are of true immortal realm and above. Shark One replied. Only 40,000? Zhang Xian frowned. To be fair, this was already plenty amazing. After all, the 4 sects only had around 20,000 true immortals in total. It was no wonder why the aquatic creatures dared to band together to overthrow the dominance of the 6 sects. Just the sheer number of true immortal realm experts they had was enough to crush any single one of the 6 sects. However, that only added the number of true immortal realm cultivators they had to 60,000. They were still far from their goal of 100,000. We still don't have enough people. Where else can we find more true immortal realm cultivators? Wu Qin asked. This is indeed a huge problem. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. He contemplated with a deep frown on his face for a while before passing down a new instruction. Gather everyone whose cultivation has reached pseudo-immortal realm in the 4 sects and the ocean of exiled stars here. Yes, even though they had no idea what Zhang Xian was up to, Han Jianqiu and the others still carried out his orders immediately. 2 hours later, many more cultivators and aquatic creatures appeared in the vicinity of Starchaser Island. We were able to gather another 200,000 pseudo-immortal realm cultivators and 400,000 pseudo-immortal realm beasts. Around 80,000 of them are at heavenly pseudo-immortal realm. Han Jianqiu walked up to Zhang Xian and reported the current numbers, 80,000 of them. Zhang Xian nodded. It would have been good if there were more of them, but I can work with this number too. Not knowing what Zhang Xian was up to, Han Jianqiu looked at him with a confused look on his face as he asked, "Teacher, what's your reason for gathering so many pseudo-immortal realm cultivators here as well? Is there anything we need to do to help?" "Yes. I need you to bring 100,000 formation flags to me as soon as possible," Zhang Xian replied. 100,000 formation flags? Han Jianqiu was astonished. He turned to Elder Kuei Xiao and said, "Our sect doesn't have the ability to gather that many formation flags within a short period of time. Seems like we'll have to count on your 7-star pavilion for this." "Of course, this isn't a problem at all." Elder Kuei Xiao chuckled confidently. He quickly took out a communication jade token and passed down an order. Not too long later, he brought a storage ring to Zhang Xian and said, "Teacher, here are the 100,000 formation flags you require." Tapping into the 7-star pavilion's resources and channels, it wasn't too difficult for Kuei Xiao to gather 100,000 formation flags swiftly. "You have my gratitude." Given that the entire Forsaken continent was in danger, it would be pointless to harp too much on formalities at this point in time. Zhang Xian grabbed the storage ring and leaped into the sky. He ascended for over 10,000 meters before coming to a halt. He flicked his wrist. Hula! 100,000 formation flags materialized in the air around him. With a wave of his hand, they swiftly descended to the ground, creating the bizarre sight of raining flags. Han Jianqiu and the others were stunned speechless by what they were seeing. The same went for the aquatic creatures and the disciples of the 4 sects too. Usually, most formation masters would plant a formation flag at a time to set up their formation, but even so, there was a huge chance that there would be some kind of deviation in the setup which they would have to slowly identify and correct later on. A person who could plant 10 formation flags simultaneously was worthy of being called a formation grandmaster. Similarly, a person who could plant 20 formation flags at once was known as a formation grandmaster. And Zhang Xian was a person who had just planted 100,000 formation flags at once. This was one of the few happenings in life that filled one with incredulity, prompting one to wonder if one was dreaming. It was something that none of them dared imagine to be possible. Even the most talented formation master of the Forsaken continent would have never been unable to pull off such a feat. Let me see what kind of formation it is. If it's a simple formation, it might still be plausible to pull off something like this. Amidst the crowd, an elder who was skilled in formations mumbled to himself. As the elder, the formation flags fell into the ground and the ocean. Then, the young man in the air stomped his foot lightly. Wong. The formation immediately came to life. A shimmering light of 7 colors began to ripple in the surroundings, causing the surroundings to reflect the iridescence of bubbles. It's the 7-colored spirit-locking formation, one of the top formations of the Forsaken continent. Not only so, it appears that there are spirit-gathering formation, heart-calming formation, and many other formations compounded over it. There must at least be dozens of formations stacked over one another. He actually managed to set up such a massive compound formation in an instant. The word that should be used to describe everyone's emotions was not shock, but horror. The difficulty in setting up a compound formation was much greater than that of setting up an ordinary formation. Attempting to compound 2 formations together would already increase the difficulty of the process by many-fold, but Zhang Xian actually set up a compound formation of dozens of layers, spanning over a distance of hundreds of li in an instant. It was an ability that had surpassed their imagination. It seems to be an ability which only gods are capable of pulling off. Du Qingyuan muttered to herself with widened eyes. She thought she was already deeply in awe with the young man's capabilities, but the sight before him still rendered her incapable of words. It was no wonder why the young man was able to win the fancy of the spirit god. He was indeed an extraordinary individual. Above the air, Zhang Xian was starting to feel a little fatigued after setting up and activating the formation. Even though he made it seem as if he had pulled it off easily, setting up such a massive and complex formation still took its toll on him. If not for the fact that he had comprehended pathos of heavens and had reached semi-divinity realm, he would have depleted himself dry before he could fully activate the formation and plummeted from the sky. He quietly gasped for air as he drove his heaven's path Zhenqi to swiftly replenish his energy. After he had recovered a fair degree, he stepped into the formation and flicked his wrist. Over a dozen semi-divinity realm corpses appeared around him in an instant. They were from the headquarters of the ethereal hall. "Disintegrate," Zhang Xian said with a snap of his fingers. Pong 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 pong. The dozen corpses immediately burst apart. Different from an explosion, though, the diffusion of energy was controlled. The shockwave induced wasn't enough to hurt any of the cultivators present in the area. Tzzzzzz. In just a few moments, the dozen semi-divinity realm cultivators had already fully released the power from their cultivation, filling the massive formation with energy. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.